Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? And welcome back to yet another monthly finals. My name is Ark, and this is Tridd, and we've got some incredibly exciting games lined up for you guys today. I think Tridd might be having some audio issues, so you're going to be stuck with me.
No, don't worry about that. Sorry, I got absolutely no audio. No audio. It's a technical error, so we'll just move on. But I'm back in. Don't worry about that one.
Thank the Lord. Well, today's matches, Tridd, are going to be our first APAC group. First up, B-boy versus New Artisans, followed by B-boy versus Jupiter, and then New Artisans versus Jupiter.
Yeah, of course, and then we're going to move over to a China final, which is a new addition. We're going to take a look into that emerging region, and then we're going to go back to our regularly scheduled programming of going back to Europe, where we have Tribe, CODEMAGIC Purple, and Qlash to round out the day.
Yeah, a really important day for teams like Tribe in Europe. I'm really excited for that region in particular. But let's take a look first at the leaderboards in the APAC region. Jupiter and PSG, as we know, have already qualified. They are safe going to Worlds, but there's still a lot of prize money on the line in this region today.
Yeah, that's all really these teams can play for at this point. So, I don't know, there's still a lot to play for, but they can't get that World Finals tournament. Speaking of World Finals, this is the list of all of our qualified teams so far. Most of them have been finished out. We still got to decide 2 slots in EU, Middle East and Asia, and we have to, Middle East Africa, sorry, and we have to look at the North America and LATAM North region as well to find out our final 3 teams.
Yeah, those regions in particular are incredibly exciting. It's been neck and neck throughout this entire competition, and it is coming to a close, potentially even today. We'll have to wait and see for the European region. But first up, B-boy versus New Artisans. New Artisans haven't really made much of an appearance this year in the monthly finals, so I'm personally really looking forward to seeing how they're going to play today.
Yeah, one of these new teams coming in late in the game, Ark, and they've not really got the opportunity to be able to, like I said, qualify for the World Finals, especially because APAC is locked up now, and they can't really climb up on the overall rankings, but individually on these monthly finals, you can still get some good placements and get more of that prize money, so that's what they're going to be playing for. Similar story for B-boy, although I feel like because B-boy's been in those previous monthly finals, they can finish higher up on those standings. Not that it will change the outcome when it comes down to the end of the year, but it does set a good precedent moving in for subsequent years of Brawl esports should they arise.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting your face out there early on is so important because you just never know what next year is going to bring. And as this year came as such a huge surprise to all of us, I have no doubt that next year is going to be equally, if not more exciting than this. So I'm really looking forward to seeing, how these teams kind of continue on in their journey within esports. And that's the thing for me, getting screen time, very important for me.
Okay, let's move on to those. Let's have a look at the bans. We've got Surge and Gale being removed here for B-boy and New Artisans respectively. Unsurprising still, 2 very potent brawlers still in the game. It does leave a few other options up for play in the series though.
Yeah, Surge has been wrecking ball since he came into the meta and seems to be showing no signs of slowing down. The first map will be Crossroads. The game mode, of course, will be Heist. So I would imagine to see some long-range brawlers here, and as Surge is out of the mix here, that's definitely going to make a change. Gale as well is a real prominent force in Heist with his mechanics, his stun. So those 2 brawlers here are going to make a big impact actually being banned out of the swing of things.
Yeah, so you've already alluded to, we might see a bit of range here, especially with the lanes being made up on this one. Could potentially see the likes of Brock coming into this as a good solution. I think he's been getting a bit of play time when it comes around to certain heist maps. Maybe something tankier. We've seen a lot of people like to run things like Daryl occasionally to get onto these safes and cause damage, bit of BB as well. But it looks like we're actually going to see Carl, Max, and the Colt for the side of B-boy. And it looks like New Artisans are bringing that Brock to the table.
Yeah, I was going to mention, don't underestimate Colt. The power of his gadget, being able to pop that and then have some quick successive shots can lay down a ton of damage. And Carl is also a very good control brawler to have here, as already New Artisans getting a ton of damage. Aaron using the wall to a nice effect with Carl to bounce the pickaxe, and a lot of early damage in on the B-boy safe.
They lost control really quick of that, and Aaron's still in the back line, able to deal damage against the safe. You will have the respawn coming in from the Max, and nearly loses out the jaw, but will stay alive. It's great, meaning they're flushing out the rest of New Artisans from the safe. But now Response is back on it, peeling away, getting it below 40, or nearly below 40%. Elliot should be able to get that job done, though. With a rocket rain on top of it as well. They need to stop him. He's going in on this one, Ark. He popped the gadget as well.
Yeah, Elliot has no chill. He jumps through over the wall and getting repetitive shots. I've got to say, a really nice, aggressive start we're seeing from New Artisans. Response as well as being a complete pest in that mid there. And I think this is great energy from what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, Atropy trying to deal damage with the pickaxe. He's got nothing to bounce it off of, so his DPS isn't exactly high. Gonna have to back away as the very neutral fight is about to happen with all members on the board and a couple of supers in play, but Kenji changes that, eliminates Elliot with the use of his super, moving around the line of sight to save. Atropy clears them out as well. They're not letting New Artisans get past this line in the midfield.
Yeah, it seems almost like the New Artisans may have taken B-boy by surprise, but now B-boy's starting to get into the swing of things. But the return hits are coming in fast. Elliot with the super over the top, and that is going to be all she wrote for that first game of Heist. But we did see some fight from B-boy towards the end of that game.
Oh, absolutely. They weren't willing to roll over so quickly, and yeah, I feel like if they didn't stagger, didn't falter so much in the first part of that round, Ark, the way they were playing in the latter half meant that they probably could have come away with a win here, but the deficit at that point was just too far. Like, when you're sat on 5% on your safe, and you've still got to try to beat your opponents, you only have a limited pool of HP to block shots, especially when you've got two high damage brawlers firing away at your safe. That position is not sustainable if you're solo, like we saw at the end there.
Yeah, but this time around, you know, B-boy have got a chance to kind of reconsider their early game, and that might play a big role in how this one turns out. I've got to say, I do like the way that New Artisans are coming out swinging. They know that as the potential underdog this week, they've got to make a stand, and they have been showing that in the early stages, but whether they can continue that through into the next games is what's going to matter most.
We're looking to jump into that next round just as fast as we got into the first. Any adaptations to come in? I think both teams were quite comfortable with what they did. We're jumping into that next game. We'll see if I'm right about that one, Ark, because actually there has been some changes. Atropy's moving over to the Sprout.
Yeah, Sprout here can be good. Definitely more kind of controlling option, I would say, and can shut down lanes very successfully with that super, and the kind of terrain, the walls of this map are pretty much directly suited towards that. So I can see that being a good pick, and already a Chappy putting a lot of pressure on Elliot, and forcing Elliot to go aggressive. Does get the takedown, though, and watch out for the damage that he will place from that right-hand side.
As soon as Atropy gets back on the respawn, he should be able to deter Elliot from carrying on. But if Elliot can just go aggressive like that every time, Atropy's going to have a real bad time trying to defend this right-hand lane solo. And Elliot's going to go for it again. Jumps over the top and gets himself into a position. There's the super from Atropy to shut down the sightlines, and he will get a hold of Elliot. Ark, Elliot burned 2 gadgets so far this early into the round to try and make that work.
Yeah, well observed. Yeah, absolutely. That might come into play a little bit. Elliot has definitely been using that gadget on the right-hand side to sort of jump over the terrain, and there it is again. Yeah. So aggressive. New Artisans want to get this just over and done with as quickly as they can, and the damage is raining down. It's a bit of a base race, Tridd.
Oh, the base race is there, but Ark, you don't have to worry about this at all until the respawns come in. You still got Max on the back end. Max might actually pull out for New Artisans. Oh, 1% HP, and Aaron is able to do it, but now it's so dire for New Artisans. They need to get it on this push, otherwise they'll just come in. Response uses the super to get into position. Atropy will slow it all down, and you're going to see Max burn through them as well. Response has to body block this one whilst also dodging, but the speed's too much. B-boy equalized the series.
I was gonna say, that was actually an incredible defense until those final shots. The body blocking that was going on within that respawn was actually really commendable on New Artisans' side of things. But yeah, the equalizer in, and again, B-boy showing some signs of adaptation and kind of learning from their past mistakes. I like the Sprout switch up on that right-hand side lane. It definitely seemed to even things out just a little bit, and as a result, yeah, New Artisans not quite able to get the win that they were looking for this time around.
I have to disagree with you, Ark. I hated that Sprout pick. You saw how easily punished it was by Elliot. All he had to do was pop Gadget and jump on top of the Sprout, remove the terrain advantage, because obviously he's a thrower, he can get over that. That's not something that Brock can do. And he just shut shut it down. He shut down Atropy every single time. The only thing that could stop him was the super. You can't rely on that. It only took 3 charges of his gadget to effectively force us to a position where they nearly lost. I don't feel as though B-Boy were in the position they're in because of the Sprout pick. I think there are stronger options you can take to get the same job done.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. I think it was the reason behind success. I think it was definitely a better brawler to be able to control the lane a little bit more. Forcing out the gadget can actually play quite a big role in the later game, and getting those out early, it did encourage the use of that Brock gadget twice in about 30 seconds. So, like, putting that early pressure on and getting rid of those gadgets and minimizing the amount of plays that can be made can sometimes make a difference on the outcome. But I think in general, I think it was more B-Boy's a team approach there as opposed to the brawler pick, like you rightly say, that sort of brought the W in, as it were, yeah.
They're going for the exact same thing again. This time they're putting Atropy in the 2v1 lane for the time being, as Aaron in response are going to force him all the way back, dealing safe damage for now. If you had difficulty dealing with a Brock getting on top of you, well, I got news for you. Max is going to be able to do that just as well. And Elliot is uncontested as he drops this rocket rain on the right-hand side. This is not looking good right now for B-Boy.
Yeah, New Artisans doing a very similar approach to what we've seen before, which worked out very well. Oh, great gadget use on the bottom left in response to have that invincibility to linger on and avoid an early takedown there. And Elliot still continuing on as well. Great offensive plays from New Artisans, and just again evading there. Oh, great plays from New Artisans all around for me.
Absolutely. Elliot once again punishing Atropy with the Brock pick, going over the top with the gadget. He used it to escape afterwards because the line of sight was blocked down by the super. Aaron will get a couple of axe swings, but he's going to get pincered here. As expected, he goes down. Damage is being dealt to the New Artisans safe, though. They managed to get that below 50%, but there's still a huge advantage in favor of the New Artisans. They've taken out Kenji, got the man advantage. Elliot drops the rocket rain to destroy some of this terrain and open up these sight lines for himself to just do it manually. He'll get 1 or 2 rockets off before he goes down. He still catches Atropy on the back end of that one. 7% left. B-Boy have to have a valiant defense here.
Yeah, B-Boy really do need to buckle down right now and then make this push really count. 3% left on their save. It'll be 1 rocket from Elliot to seal the deal. But the question is now, can they lock him down quickly enough to then focus their attention on the remaining 2 players and get... It's not actually much damage. 45% is not much that they need to do, but they've got to hold down New Artisans.
Can't let Aaron get close.
For error here.
Can't let Aaron get close here, Ark. Everyone else can body block. You can't body block the pickaxe. If you let Aaron get into range, you're going to lose. You have to be paying Carl a lot of attention here.
Here we go, Kenji going out with the super. This is the damage going down that B-Boy so desperately needs. He's going down the left-hand side lane to try to bait the response.
Oh, he's got the pick.
Takedown as well, Tridd.
But no, you let Aaron get into position, Ark. I told you about Aaron, and they didn't listen. On the right-hand side, you can't body block it. You just cannot let a Carl get into range when it comes down to the wire like that. We didn't catch on the feed because we were so invested in what Kenji was trying to do in the top left side. He was able to get that pick. He had open line of sight on the safe, but Aaron was already in position. He only had 3% to whittle down. They didn't have enough time. Just like in the first round, B-Boy's weaker start just made it impossible for them to come back when they had momentum in their favor.
Yeah, I gotta say I agree. I think that for me, B-Boy needs to be very, very cautious of how New Artisans are coming with a very early game aggressive stance. That could make a big difference to the outcome in the upcoming game modes to come. So they've got to be able to be a bit more defensive early on and let New Artisans exacerbate things like gadgets and kind of slow their pace. And then that's when they need to creep up, or just go in the same manner, be uber aggressive, be keen to see as well how this will change things going into Olive Branch, which is going to be our Siege game mode up next.
Yeah, they might need to go down the Homer Simpson route of this one when he had a boxing career, which is just stand there and get pelted until his opponent gets tired out, and then he can just gently tap him when they got no resources and come away with the W. I do like your overall alternative strategy of just going ham and turning this into an Ooga Booga fest where they just run at each other and clash constantly. That could be entertaining to watch. I don't know which path they're going to go down when it comes down to Siege. Obviously, a lot of the momentum is controlled by territorial control and bolts, so that's a factor that wasn't prevalent in the previous matchup. But now we're going to go on to Siege and see how things work out. Pam coming out for Atropy, so still falling into that vein of control, albeit a different flavor of it.
Yeah, this is the thing. Pam is a great mid for this map, and Max as well. Great for dashing in to get those bolts. And I'm just there's the new gadget from Kenji straight off the bat. Herbal toxin there to heal up your teammates. You'll throw out some healing splatters on the map, and those will be directed onto your teammates for some healing purposes. So great to see Barley's new gadget making an early appearance here today.
Yeah, it didn't do much to stop him from losing that first siege bot, though. So, as the level 3 siege bot comes in, won't find a connection, no follow-up damage as well. But it does mean that the Artisans can extend their lead a little bit because they've been given so much space to work with right now. It's on B-boy to try and wrestle back control as the bolts start coming in.
I like the placement of the healing station there as well for B-boy, giving them a bit of an advantageous spot. And Kenji should be winning side. I think, actually, no, I think there may have been. Was that another herbal? It was another herbal tonic there to keep Elliot alive. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on this side lane for B-boy as they try to collect these bolts.
I love what this match is going to be now. You're just like, wait, was that the herbal or toxin coming in clutch? Yeah. Kenji, no, it's good though. It's good to see a new gadget coming in here and finding value already at this stage of the competition. New Artisans did catching that next bolt, means they have got another siege bot coming into this one. Should connect and allow Response to get some damage. I'm starting to get concerned if I'm New Artisans though. Look at the bolts in the pocket already for B-boy. 7 there and the last siege coming up. And unlike in our previous matchup, New Artisans have not taken an early lead arc. If B-boy can hold on to the bolt lead, they're going to have one hell of a push to go in against New Artisans with.
Yeah, there were some really, really solid defenses from B-boy, and I've got to say, level 10 guaranteed and possibly more to come. We'll have to wait and see what gets banked in the meantime, but, you know, a couple of barley throws and, yeah, a bit of herbal tonic into the mix to keep your teammates alive, and I think this could be in the bag for B-boy.
Yeah, they've only got to hit over 3% damage, and that's a very beefy siege bot coming in. You already see Max going on the flank to get sightlines on, and they've already done it. All they need was a couple of love taps there just to seal the deal. When they get it below 50%, they're going for the completion at the end of the day. They know they've already won. Why not give us some fireworks and some gems? Not going to be allowed to happen, but the result is still the same. B-boy take the first round.
I really like what I'm seeing. I mean, it's not often, you have to admit, that an underdog comes in and does stand up to the heat. I've got to say that despite that loss, New Artisans are doing that. They do have, for me, a nice amount of aggression and a nice amount of control for the most part. It's just a little mistake here and there and maybe some underestimating of B-boy. They did have some very, very good defenses despite what was a pretty big push. A level 7 robot is nothing to be trifled with. They just got to be a little bit more careful about making sure that these rounds go their way as opposed to B-boys.
And I feel as though New Artisans are best when they get that early lead, especially when they were on heist. We're jumping into the next round of Siege. Hopefully we can see that early aggression come in. And the difference is, though, they had the control, they were winning the fights in the mid, but when it came around to damaging the Ike, they just weren't able to convert it. And that was the biggest problem here. They need to find a way. Elliot's mixing it up. He himself can keep it on the barley, so he'll have access to that all-important herbal toxin as well.
Okay, so we're going to be a doubled up mid. Aaron in response, trying to double down here and get these bolts from the mid. I guess they're preying on the RNG going in their favor, and it is actually going to be a push from B-boy, so not quite what New Artisans were hoping for here, but it could go in their favor. They just need to get some more control, and Elliot's just trying to push back here to defend this push so that Aaron and response can just go in here on the damage, and there's a pretty good amount of damage defended. We'll have to wait and see whether they can get this control which they need now for these bolts.
This is such a rough map, I feel, for people to actually get away with weak siege bots and converting the value now that I think about it, because both of these teams aren't actually bringing any destructible abilities to this. So all the terrain around this is really hard, and it's about positioning and how much time you have to go into Ike range and find an angle to get damage off, and you don't have a lot of it with a level 2 siege bot. So I think that explains why we didn't see a lot of conversion come in. B-boy with a level 6, that might be beefy enough for them, especially with the max, to get into some kind of position where they can start converting this damage.
Yeah, Aaron got a bit of a sword deal there. He was looking for the takedown and had to come back to sort of get some damage and couldn't decide whether to commit to the kill or to take down the bot with some shots. And it'd be interesting to see now whether B-boy can hold this mid. It can be a push. It's actually not much damage to get for the final push. If New Artisans can get a couple of bolts under their bag, we may see them take this round here.
But they've not had mid-control all of this game, Ark. B-boy have had this on lock. They've got control. They've got their PAM healing station set up. Bolts are flying in their direction. Elliot's off to the side. He shouldn't be winning a duel against a Max on this Barley. And all the while, B-boy are just racking up this lead. They've got 2 seconds left to the last siege. New Artisans aren't going to be able to contest this one, and they've lost just by default.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely going the way of B-boy. Definitely, I agree with you there. They had the more control for the majority of the time. There's a couple of moments where New Artisans may have been able to turn it around with a bit more control. But yeah, it seems like B-boy, at least in the early game mode, seem to be very much at home when it comes to control over aggression.
And that's going to be B-boy taking away our second map of the series in quite a dominant fashion, let's be fair. Never really felt like New Artisans had anything impactful on the board for the entirety of Siege in both of our 2 rounds. We look forward to the rest of the series, but we've tied it out all together. It's a complete reset. We're guaranteed at least 2 more maps of this arc.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, for me, it's gonna be close. I feel like between these 2 teams, from what I'm seeing, they do seem to have kind of a similar approach, but different, and very much on the same page. I feel for me, like I've got to say, New Artisans for me might be able to swing this if they can just start, you know, taking their time a little bit more and being less aggressive and more calculated, perhaps. But I've got to say, I'm impressed with both of these teams today so far.
Heatwave's our next location to go to, a bounty map for our 3rd set of the series. And curious to see what's happening. We saw some adaptations come into this one in particular. I think we saw a bit of Bow come back into this one, I believe, with the traps that we had, I think, last month. I'm trying to cast my mind back to what we saw in the last monthly final. We had a lot of Bow on this map, I believe, because obviously he had that new gadget released, and so we were expecting the tripwire to come in and then immediately detonate all 3 of those mines. Maybe a bit of Tara because of the bushes as well. It's hard to say, I think, but what are your expectations for this map, Ark?
We do see a lot of Sprout here. I think it's a pretty viable brawler, but maybe not so much since the balance changes, but we'll have to see. Mr. P can be really strong here. Obviously, the bans were Surge and Gale, so scrap those ones out of the mix, but Brock is great. Jean is actually very good here. We are starting to see a little bit of the Jean kind of Bull combo. I don't think we see Bull, but having Jean, combining that with a brawler to kind of get a quick takedown can be quite a good strategy here. Ricochet sometimes, or Rico. I do like to go old school every now and again and bring back the old name just to
notice you fans, yeah. Like, you've been in the game a lot longer than I have. I've never known him as Ricochet, so tell a lie. Actually, I did. It's a funny story while we're waiting for the next series to go in. Was actually one of the first players to play Brawl Stars just because I was working on the CCGS, which was what Clash Royale League used to be before it changed. And I remember being around Woody and Full Frontage, and they were super excited about it because I was quite new to Supercell games at the time. And they were like, yeah, you got to try it. It's like in beta. Let's all download it. And I was one of the first people to play it when it was in beta while I was over in North America instead. So yeah, I did play it, but I just didn't remember it as Ricochet.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps popping into my mind every now and again, but yeah, obviously, like that's a brawler which is definitely viable here, and it's not the most commonly picked brawler, but it is definitely an option for me. But you know, in Bounty, obviously the main objective is to kind of balance your aggression with being calculated, and that's why I think this is going to be a really interesting game mode to see next, because we are seeing a lot of aggression from New Artisans, but in Bounty, you're not always going to be rewarded for that. It's a bit of a risk to weigh up in that respect. So
you wanted aggression, Ark, you're going to get it. Response is playing the Mortis, so he kind of has to go in very aggressively on this one. And I think it's quite indicative of what we expect to see from B-boy right now. We talked about it after the first set, that they need to be incredibly conscious of the aggression and work better at either tempering or matching what's coming out from New Artisans. How are you going to match the aggression of a Mortis? I think you're going to have to go for that other style of tiring him out.
Yeah, and also being very selective on who you choose to target and when to choose to target them. I think for me, the Brock is definitely the more squidgier option. Can pop a gadget, I imagine, to heal up. You know, he's got 3 of them to use throughout the course of this game, so Response will either have to whittle them down or choose to ignore him, because Carl again is not a great target to really to go for if you're a Mortis. But he's going to try to whittle down Ken and maybe cycle some supers along the way. I don't think it's going to work out too. Oh, he actually goes to takedown, stays alive as well. Support from Elliot, great plays from Response and Elliot, and the jump away from spawn. Great place from New Artisans there.
He only got away with that because his super came online at the last minute to add that extra bit of damage and sustain. If he didn't get that, he was a dead man, and I think that's kind of what baited you a little bit as well, Ark, was like, he shouldn't have won that trade.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to take down the Sprout, to whistle them down when they're using photosynthesis, star power, and gadgets to heal up, you know, under pressure, it's not an easy takedown. But getting that super and cycling it with the use of, you know, the takedown of the Brock was a really smart move there, and it's put them in the lead. But they've got to be cautious. There's 20 seconds left. There's only 2 stars separating the teams, and if response goes down, it's going to swing the balance here.
Great use of the Jackie super, pulls HP in. This is good sweep from Response. He wants to find more as he gets on to the Brock. Moving around away from Kenji. He knows he can't die here because it will tie up the series. Response running for his life right now. Goes on Kenji to temper it back, but he gets out of the way of HP. Here's the New Artisans clapping back once more. They take the first round.
I really like the strategy. I mean, you know, it's not a double tank Poco comp, the Slambulance as we like to call it here. You know, so it's an interesting use of seeing Poco and his star power of the Capo to heal up Mortis as opposed to a tank. We don't often tend to see that. So I really like what I'm seeing. I think that playing Mortis is a great brawler here, but it's also one that you've got to be incredibly calculated to do. And Response showed a lot of signs of awareness to the strengths and weaknesses of his positions and his targeting. So I've got to say, New Artisans are looking great in Bounty for me.
Absolutely, and I feel as though this is where B-Boy's exposure to this level of competition that's a lot higher than New Artisans may come into effect here with terms of adaptation and just as the series goes on. New Artisans have presented a new challenge for them to deal with. Similar vein, we talked about the aggression coming in from this team. It's just a different style of it right now. B-Boy, I feel as though they have the right tools to be able to adapt to this, and that's what we need to see in this next round. Otherwise, we could be seeing New Artisans go to series points.
Yeah, that's a real possibility here, and you know, one more win for them, that'll bring them 2 sets up, and that's a dangerous spot. You do not want to be B-Boy in that kind of position with that much pressure. That's the thing for me that we haven't quite seen yet, is how these teams respond under pressure against each other. So that could be a thing to look out for here. And keen to see whether we see any brawler switch ups in the next time round, because are we going to see some more? Great, that'd be awesome. Oh, we are B-Boy. Yeah.
Yep. B-Boy hitting up with the Slambulance. We've already talked about that as an option, so you want to be trying to get in the face of New Artisans right now. They have a kind of a Slambulance of their own, but they've got Response on the BB this time around, which will help with a lot of the disengage and choosing the fights they want.
Rosa as well here, I think, is definitely going to mix things up, and I like the adaptation here. B-Boy seeing the poker, seeing the Jackie, and being quite astute to the fact that, yeah, New Artisans definitely want to go down the tanky Healy approach and just trying to match that out. I think that's wise. You know, sometimes if you can't beat them, just copy the comp.
Yeah, go for the mirror matchup, see if you can pull it off a little bit better. Kenji did blow his super on the right-hand side. Aaron's been sitting on his for a while now. I feel as though he could have definitely dragged Kenji in and tried to get an early pickup here while he had that advantage with his super, knowing that Kenji had just blown it. But he's missed that window now. Kenji's surely going to be getting that back online fast.
1 star in the bag is all that separates these two teams right now. B-Boy have the advantage. And they're just going to be stalemating this one out for a bit and just trying to get, I guess, supers and cycle those ready. Only Response and Sight Pond on the right-hand side there are yet to get theirs in Kenji. So I guess both teams not taking any chances here, being very passive and just kind of looking to feel each other out and maybe have some last-minute fireworks here.
Yeah, I feel as though this is going to come down to a crescendo arc with those final duel coming in. There's, of course, unless Kenji and Aaron find each other unexpectedly in the brush, they're giving a lot of territory over to New Arts, and Kenji goes aggressive with the super, not finding that kill he wanted. Counter by Aaron as he gets away and deals with the heals, but there's no supers on the board for any of these teams. Aaron going to go in aggressively. Kenji deflects him out. Response is locking them in the corner. The bubble cuts them through, but the super from Kenji was huge to turn it around, and B-Boy will walk away with the second round.
Also, got to give a big shout as well to a Chappie there, because that was not a easy timing on that last second heal there to make sure that his teammates stayed alive. But great performance under pressure. This is what I was saying before this game started, is how a B-boy going to be under pressure, and that was a pretty prime example of their abilities to remain composed. And there's that heal, that clutch heal there to keep Kenji alive. It was cutting it fine, but B-boy victorious and gonna, be feeling better after that one for sure.
Yeah, he had a slight window to react to that one because you saw the BB bubble coming in. It made the first pass through Kenji, and he knows on the rebound it's going to end up hitting Ken again, so he pops it just in time for that second pass of the bubble to make sure it doesn't finish him off. Super comes online for Ken, locks everyone down, and just wails damage into them. Poco has AoE potential. We talked about how our Poco heals a lot. Well, if you've got a cluster of enemies right in front of him, does deal a bit of damage as well, so needs to be conscious of that one too.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same comp again, to be honest. It's difficult when you know that a team are opting to use the double tank heal idea that, with regards to counters, it doesn't leave you that many options if you know that they're already playing it, which both teams are. I think we could be safe to say that both teams will continue to do so again.
We'll find out as we head over to our final round. One of these teams is going to match point after this map arc, and I think we could be seeing that on the side of B-boy. I think they got a good read on what they need to do now. New Artisans might need to mix this up because I don't feel as though they'd have the same level of success now they're having to deal with the mirror matchup. Although I think they might remove the BB and go for a straight mirror and see if they can pull that one off instead.
Yeah, potentially that could be an option to them, or something like that. I think, if you're going to replace the Brawler, that could be an ideal one to do, or something similar. Rose is definitely a good pick here, I feel, for me to add into the Slime Brilliance options. It definitely was a comp which they struggled, or seemed to struggle with in that round, but maybe with a couple more interactions. That was the thing, that game for the most part was kind of relatively stale and a bit passive, so not really within their kind of usual aggressive style. So we might see them switch up their style as opposed to much as... We're actually going to see Frank coming into the appearance as well.
It's a mirror. It's a mirror with
both
the
Frank. Frank, have they? Wow. Okay, interesting.
Frank, Jackie, and Poco to be our deciding round. We say deciding round, it can end in a draw. We've seen this happen before, but... Yeah, I'm not... I mean, if they can get like a super combo off here with Kenji and Sightpon, like layering Jackie's pull into a large stun from the Frank, that's easily enough crowd control and damage to just straight ace a team.
Aaron and Ken on identical HP right now on this right-hand side lane. Both have super as well. I don't see either of them maybe deciding this one potentially. They're going to be Aaron's the hills on both sides. Gotta say, shout out to both Elliot and the Chevy. They're so aware when it comes to what their teammates are doing right now, and that's the role that you've got to undertake when you're playing poker. Is you've got to be that absolute rock for your teammates.
Aaron's found that first kill onto Sightpon, and it does mean New Artisans going to give themselves a 1-star lead after the initial star went the way of B-boy. And the response didn't catch anyone with his Frank super, but he's going to be charging that one back up. I think Sightpon's looking to get his online. He's not seen one of those deployed from him just yet.
Spawn Trap is coming in, though. New Artisans have got to be feeling it. Response go out with a great connection on Kenji. Elliot for the pickup as well. Surely this should be a kill here. Again, another super response doing fantastic work for New Artisans there, and great heals as well from Elliot.
He's found Atrophy as well. It's so dire going up against the Frank. Once you land that first stun, if you land all 3 of your normal attacks against them, you have another super ready to go because you just deal so much damage. If you get caught in any position by one of these Franks, it is a chain reaction that goes down. And Sightpon's, his super was cancelled out by Response, but there's that damage again, starting the chain. Follows it up, Response gets out of range as B-boy goes on the offensive. Kenji catching up, Aaron trying to answer back. One more star, and they couldn't find it as New Artisans tie out the round.
My goodness me, the end of that game. The pressure, the Frank gadgets to cancel. It had it all for me. I was looking so intently at the score to see which way it was going to go because it really genuinely could have gone either side. But some great plays, I've got to say, from Response and Sightpon and the heals. Both of these teams are so closely matched, but it is going to be New Artisans that will take the lead and take 2 sets to 1 then now.
They're at match point now, Ark. They've got one more set to go, and then they can walk away with the first win of the Asia region. Taking a look at the stats, equal stars, but kill and damage. Kill advantage in favor of New Artisans. Damage advantage was in favor of B-boy. So I think actually the reason why that happened was... No, it doesn't even make sense. I would expect the damage to be higher on New Artisans. No, that's right, actually. Damage is higher on B-boy because New Artisans ran tankier compositions in all 3 rounds, whereas round number 1 we saw B-boy go for a less health pool composition, shall we say.
Yeah, it was definitely it was the game that I was looking forward to the most to see those teams play. But now going to Hard Rock Mine, Gem Grab, this again goes back to the more control kind of style, which was definitely in favor for B-boy and Siege. Maybe we'll see them equalize the sets here, because it definitely seemed like they were very, very much in control when it came to Siege, or whether New Artisans might have some newfound confidence and be using that, that adrenaline to power through and to get this one wrapped up.
Kenji going out with the Gene. That's the first appearance we've seen in this match so far. Could look to punish the Gem Carrier. Now you got Pam being the Gem Carrier here, so there's a little bit more HP than what you find on the Poco. And they've got the healing station as well. Should get pulled. Speaking of which, Elliot's pulled in. And that's what you need to be on the lookout here right now. Those magic hands are game changers when it comes to Gem Grab, and Kenji's showing us why.
Yeah, and seeing the Poco Pam, the double heal comp, which I've started to see quite a bit being played in competitive, and that I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's kind of in a place where it can work sometimes and not other times. I just tend to feel in general like doubling up too much on one mechanic might not be too advantageous. So spreading things out a bit does go a long way, as we see B-boy starting to get closer and closer to their 10 gem countdown here. But yeah, I gotta say, I think, I don't know, Tridd. I'm kind of on the fence right at the moment with regards to Pam and Poco, as it doesn't seem to be working out too well for New Artisans right now.
It seems a bit overkill, and you're going to see a pull onto Aaron. Any gems that New Artisans had have just been taken over. B-boy have it, and they have so much of a lead that New Artisans actually have to take the fight here. They can't rely on the Sporter to close the deficit. Kenji goes aggressive on the right-hand side. Nearly finds response as well. Backs away. It got the magic hand. Tries to pull Aaron away and relieve some pressure on Atropy. Healing station's being traded. The time was not there, and B-boy take the first round.
B-boy coming back here is definitely not what New Artisans would like. They've got a lot of work to do now. They've got to get to the next 2 games in a row, or we're going to go to the next game mode here right now. So this is definitely a really bad start for New Artisans right now.
Do they double down on the double heal? It's not something that you've highlighted you've got concerns about. We have been seeing a little bit more of it recently, but I don't know. There's an obstacle here. Like, there's a trade-off that's being paid to have that much heal on the team. I can't put my finger specifically on what they're lacking from this composition because they've doubled down on the heal, but you're right in saying that it is a cost. I'm just struggling to see the cost.
Yeah, they should, in my opinion, probably try to duplicate the Gene option. That was working out super well for B-boy. And Gene, as we know, in terms of like the pick rates and the win rates of this entire competition, definitely out there as being one of the, by far, the best brawlers to consider. And Gem Grab, it can turn the tide. It can bring gems towards your spawn or towards your teammates. And, one team can be out in front for the entire game, and then one Gene pull can turn that around. So I definitely think something to consider there, or a tanky brawler like Rosa to get behind the spawn to put pressure on there. Definitely there are options to change, but for me, New Artisans definitely do need to consider different brawlers here if they're going to come out on top.
Taking a little bit of extra time to probably make those deliberations and decisions, because there's a little bit of a delay before we get into that next round. But I agree, there needs to be adaptations here. I'm not a fan of the double heal, like you said as well. It did feel like they were often lacking bite or an offense, really, to make anything happen. We've already talked about potential solutions to that. Loving some playtime from my main man, Gene. Gotta love. So probably going to see more of that, and I think a mirror here from New Artisans, I agree, could be a good option here. Gene, I feel like Gene performs best on Gem Grab anyway. Like, it's a seal of approval on that one. Yeah,
Pam for me is good. Pam mid, I don't know. I mean, it's okay. But some aggression, some pressure. They're going to go with a max, I guess, to get the speed and the unpredictability. And I think they are going to go with, there's the Gene as well. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, mirror compositions for both of the teams, and they got the backs as well for the fast reposition and the dash onto the back line should it come down to the clutch moment. I love how aggressive Kenji is at shutting down the sightlines for Aaron. He takes control of the terrain, and he forces out gadget usage from Aaron. Oh, just misses the hand. That could have been a great bit of combo from Kenji if he actually pulled that one off.
Yeah, but it does seem like B-boy again have kind of maybe, as coming out, playing this comp first, feel more confident. It kind of feels like a little bit early on, like maybe New Artisans might just be doing it for the sake of mirror, but B-boy definitely feel like they've more practice so far in their control and hitting those pulls consistently. Ken going in as well on that sideline. Definitely more pressure and more control for me in terms of the map usage from B-boy so far.
Elliot's looking for it, all right. He's been sitting on that magic hand for a while. IGP keeps walking forward to go for the gem spawner. Feels as though Elliot might try and capitalize on that one. Instead, he goes for the healing station to get that out of the way. IGP could just drop another one, puts it in a more vulnerable position because it is more aggressive. But B-boy still have control by setting up the healing station further into the field. It allows them easier access to this gem spawner to pull away in the count.
Yeah, B-boy are all over this. They're breaking terrain, they're adapting themselves to the map, moving that healing station and just hunkering down here. And New Artisans is exposed as well. And the response is going to cycle here, and they've got to start definitely getting these kills confirmed right now because B-boy are very, very close to countdown right now.
Okay, so that's charge number 2 on Aaron, I believe. So he's going to have a bit of problems if he tries to do that again. Kenji will go down, but it's 1 gem on the back line. He's not the designated carrier. This is equal, though, so if we do see someone hit 10, we aren't going to be in a situation where the fight needs to happen. It comes all down to the mid-control unless we see some picks come in.
Really great pressure. Canids pull as well here, so he's going to connect there with Aaron, and that will deflate 9-9. What great timing for B-boy, and the pop of the max gadget, the aggression now pushing up the mid. This is fantastic from B-boy, Tridd.
Absolutely. They're going to drop the healing station down when they can get that one up, but HP still needs a little bit of super online. They're going to tie it back out and stop the countdown. This is what I alluded to earlier, is that they're so close. You need to see kills come in. We need to pick onto the substantial gem carriers. The Pams are your targets. Kenji misses out on the hook on response. We'll get the healing station instead. Saipon goes down. They're going to tie it back out with 11, but HP and Kenji need to heal. They're under fire right now. Kenji goes down. I'm not sure how he's going to come in clutch to try and secure this win. 12 gems to 11. They got Kenji. They don't have that magic hand online. The countdown continues to go. Achapi is solo, but he gets that 12th gem to buy his team more time.
It's so back and forth, 13 to 12, and it really at this point can go still either way as there's 1 gem in the middle which looks like Kenji will pick up. He's got pull as well. He's surely going to try and get Aaron taken down now. He doesn't. He's going to be patient and calm and collected. Under this kind of pressure, I don't know how he can be. There's a pull from Elliot though on Saipon, and the gems all down. Oh.
2 gems. Kenji can still do this, though. If he keeps him at range, he just needs to find 1 more gem to equalize. But he's under pressure from Aaron. He can't lose any of these gems. Aaron picked him up! Oh, no! He died at the worst possible time there, Ark. He lost control of his gems before they could be reclaimed. There was one outside of the spawner which would have stopped the clock on the countdown timer and bought more time. Aaron found the pick at the right time, and New Artisans take us to round number 3.
What a game of gem grab. That was absolutely insane. I don't really have any more words to say about it. It had everything, back and forth all the way, and there's nothing like a good back and forth when it comes to getting on that countdown. And very, very rarely do you see it going to like a 15-14 score. That's pretty impressive. And yeah, those broader comms that line up with the gene pool, like I said, that's the thing which can come in so much to play. Even just having your super is a threat, and that encourages the team that you're facing to be on the retreat a lot of the time, and with the palm turrets as well to block it out. It's great to see that game. It was fantastic.
You're right. It is a threat, Ark, and I feel as though both of these teams actually paid the Gene a lot of respect. I don't think we saw any high-value magic hands that entire game. Like, yes, we saw the picks come in to increase a man advantage, but I didn't see neither of the major gem carriers fall victim to a gene pool that entire game, which is credit to them to play around that.
Yeah, Absolutely, like you got to line up and always be consciously aware of your lining with the Gene, with getting that placement just behind a Pam healing station, or a lot of the time as well you saw there, using Max to kind of like dash around, and that can really deter a Gene pull, and a lot of the times you'll see players will be maybe overconfident. They go for the pull, and because of the Gene pull, they kind of can't quite adjust and adapt to that additional speed of where the brawler's going to be when it actually connects. So that's why you see Max with Gene a lot. It's kind of like encourage that kind of unpredictability within your team, and therefore wasting those supers time and time again.
Coming down to the wire on this one, we could find ourselves going to set number 5 to kick things off in the Asia region. That would be a great way to start it, as we're starting to run out of monthly finals this year, we're honest, Ark, and heading into game number 3 right now. More adaptations coming in. Carl, Gene, and Pam for B-boy. New Artisans, Jackie, Poco, and Rosa. So a traditional slambulance for the New Artisans in this final game.
Yeah, I quite like the approach from New Artisans here. I mean, they want to go out on the super aggressive. They're on match points, so they can afford to do so here. And with Response and Aaron shutting down these side lanes, but Response didn't seem to do that too well. Ken, obviously playing Gene, I think could be the turnaround here, and watch out for how his teammates support him with a pull here. If Aaron and Response can just hold down lane, but Ken in trouble, seems to be lagging out there a little bit. Maybe some connection issues. Yeah,
I believe that was a bit of a DC there. There's no reason for him to be stood out in the wild like that, staring at the gem spawner. And yeah, I think we might end up having a remake on this one. No, he's back in the game. Great pull there. So it might have been the largest debate we've ever seen. Not for a big reward on that one, because he didn't find the gem carrier. Response will now take him out. So Saipon and Atropy will lock that one down. Doesn't change the fact that Elliot is pulling away with a gem lead right now.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from New Artisans. I think that Aaron and Response just being able to just continue pestering B-boy here, and just to be able to distract. I think it's exactly the right comp, and I think that for me, B-boy didn't quite see it coming, and that's kind of coming to play. If Ken can get super, though, that is going to be the thing which can turn us around. As Saipon gets a takedown, but those gems are going to stay there, I feel, as Response is going to protect them.
Doesn't get any of the gems. That's the tragic part of that one after getting the crucial pick onto the gem carrier. All it did was buy time for Atropy to catch up and hit towards 10. He's on 9 gems right now. One more should seal the deal as Saipon clears off some aggression. They're forcing Kenji so far back away, but there you go. That's the 10th gem. They need to have some aggression here. I don't believe there's enough time to get those 4 gems to equalize. So you need to find a pick from somewhere.
Yeah, Response going to be going here with Elliot, and Elliot's got no heal, remember. He's got
Atropy! Run! Just get away! Didn't find it in time. Match over. B-boy gonna go ahead and take that game and force us out to set number 5.
So then, this is going down to the wire. As far as Ken's got 1,000 trophies on that Gene, so definitely seems to enjoy playing it. And yeah, I think that was, for me, the thing that turned it around. Like, having Gene in gem grab, for me, always is going to do wonders if you can connect with those pools. And Ken, obviously, an accomplished Gene and able to do so. So yeah, going down to the wire then in the first round, you'd love to see it, Tridd.
Absolutely, and Atropy would have been under so much threat though. Just caught it at the end. Kenji's magic hand to pull Response on this Rosa away from Atropy. Now, Response had popped the super, he had the damage resistance, you weren't going to kill him at that point. And he was in the face of Atropy in that melee range. There was a good chance he could have got away with that kill had we not seen Kenji pull him away with the magic hand. So something I criticized the teams for was not having high priority use of the Gene super. That was pretty high priority at the end there.
Yeah, it can turn things around so quickly, and just getting the gems, obviously such an important part of that game mode. But our next game mode will be Brawl Ball. Triple Dribble will be the map. So, I gotta say, I'm gonna call it right now. I can see a lot of the same kind of slambulance ideas coming into play here. Yeah. Some Jackie, some Rosa, that kind of thing, and definitely a bit of poker with the capo to finish it off.
Could be what we're seeing out here. It's a good couple of seconds before we jump into that final round. Did kind of feel for B-boy with the Kenji slight disconnect. I thought that might have been the the deal breaker view would have been with the round, but they managed to come back into it. So even more credit to that team to not let that affect the mental, because that can be quite a bit of a jolt to have an unfortunate DC like that in the game. Unfortunately, it is the nature of running a tournament online that there may be issues with that on the user side, which, you know, God knows where these players are playing from in their own home. No one knows what their network or Wi-Fi coverage is like.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of these players do play tournaments in their spare time, and they're always looking to compete and stay fresh. So, you know, but you're right. It can play a role. It can be one of those things where it can kind of like isolate one player from the team as being, at fault. And that's the thing. And it's not the player's fault necessarily. It's just sometimes, these things can affect the outcome of games, and it can be very costly. A lot of teams will absolutely vouch for that one time when that happened, and then the entire outcome. And one it does spring to mind straight away. And it's about, I always say that you win as a team and you lose as a team, and it's very easy when there's a disconnect to look at that one person, but ultimately it's how you pick each other up, I think, the most that can speak volumes here.
Well, they are just taking a little bit of extra time before they get into that round. This is going to be our final set of the match. And a great way to start it, as I've already said, Ark, B-boy, and New Artisans going the distance in our first set of the day. Sorry, our first match of the day. I think all of our sets have gone the distance. Have we had a 2-0 set out of this series so far?
I think it's been pretty close, yeah. I think, it's New Artisans definitely like to wrap things up quickly. I think we're going to see them play max. I think that in Brawl, getting a quick early goal is so important here. And if they can just do that and get things over quickly, then that is going to be the thing which is going to make them go all the distance here.
The only thing they're going to be able to do quickly with this composition, Ark, is kill or die. Because this is the glass cannon composition. You've got Barley, Spike, and B for New Artisans. This is something I don't think we've seen a lot of, especially on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, I've got to say, not at all the comp that I was expecting to see. B is good and solid, and Carl is great for control, but great to see Barley actually and Spike starting to come back a little bit into the meta here. I think that for me, Herbal Tonic has absolutely made Barley a far more viable option than he was in the days of the kind of Sprout meta. So definitely great to see his mechanics coming back into Brawl here.
And it's working out for them so far. They're constantly boxing B-boy into their half of the field. They've now lost B, which helps with a lot of that control. But now they're in their own half. And this is where I think the problem with the composition starts to become prevalent, is that when they're put under a lot of pressure, there's not a lot of immediate answer tools from New Artisans. They just have to carry around cover and hope they can out-damage their opponents. But Ken G, if he pops the super and runs at them, there could be a lot of problems.
Yeah, Ken is in a really good advantageous position here in response. Forced to heal on the side. For me, New Artisans, great pull as well from a Chappie. He's going to apply pressure again with even more of control from Saipon. Su is going to end in the goal here, surely.
Hey? He own goal that? Aaron caught that before he went down. He stopped the momentum and then died, and it wasn't under a pass. He might have accidentally scuffed that one, Ark.
I think when you have the ball, he died following it, and it sort of bounced in, and
Hey, how does it bounce in when he's... Oh, I'm confused. I don't even know what happened there. But anyway, it doesn't change the fact that B-boy have taken an early goal with 20 seconds remaining. They're in a great spot to take the first game. And I think New Artisans may have to look at changing up this comp, because like I said, it works when they have control, but as soon as they lose it, it all falls apart with not much reclamation. But they're able to sit on the top of the ball, keep it away from them. It's in that back right corner. Even if they get control now, they don't have the time to score that goal. First round, first game, going the way of B-boy.
B-boy on match point then. I think for me, New Artisans were kind of expecting, the double tank Poco. B, such a great brawler to shut that down, and Spike as well with the amount of DPS that he brings to the table to shut that sort of thing down. The question now is, if you're B-boy, do you go with the Slabulence? And then if that is the case, are New Artisans going to stay firm and take the gamble and stick with what their comp was? It's going to be a bit of mind games, I feel, going into what could be this final game here.
does raise a lot of questions about what we're going to see. Slambulance is quite prevalent, does do well on Brawl Ball. I don't see why they'd be so adverse to doing that. I would like them to change. I don't think they should roll the dice on this glass cannon composition again, because it just has flaws like we've already talked about. I think we're probably going to see the Slambulance come in for this one. It has to be surely on this last round. What could be this last round?
Yeah, I think having like a Jackie would be great as a tankier brawler and something with some additional speed from the gadget use as well. I think that for me, New Artisans need to get back into their kind of what started them off to such a great start, which was their aggression. We didn't really see that. They're trying to go with the control style, which hasn't really dwelled well for them in gem grab and siege. So they've got to go with the quick, just aggressive stance here. They've got a lot of work to do. I think they can do it, but definitely B-boy right now in the driving seat.
But this is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Yeah. I thought B-boy were going to come into this one and give these new upstarts a ruddy good hiding, and it's not happened. So, bearing in mind that both of these teams will then have to play Jupiter at some point today, it doesn't bode well in my books.
Jupiter such a dominant force, and yeah, whatever way you look at it, I think that's what we're going to see what these two teams are made of. And yeah, I mean, Jupiter as well, not much to really even be fighting for. They've already qualified, so they're definitely going to be not letting that play a factor, though. They're going to be going all the way in here and giving both of these teams a run for their money for sure. What are we seeing here? We're seeing New Artisans go with the Jackie pick, which I thought would be good. The late gadget from Elliot doesn't keep him alive too long, though. Spike, Gene, and Max. Pretty good for me for B-boy.
Yeah, I think as though, you're playing with this one in particular, I think you're playing through Aaron on the Jackie, enable him with the heals and the speed boost to get him in position and deal that damage and close the gap on these damage dealers as much as you can. I quite like what New Artisans are bringing to the table here. They are currently suffering as they're boxed in and they don't allow the space for Aaron to really fly through. What they're trying to do here, I think, is stack up supers and just run down the field when they can. They have an opening for Sitepon. Thankfully, they closed it quite fast, otherwise he would have just ran straight into the goal line. But it's incredibly difficult for New Artisans to get anything done when they're just being... Their position is being decided by Sitepon. Holy hell, what was that? Oh! We talked about him being decided and B-boy were just trying to keep control of it, but wow, dashes forward, bounces off the backboard, gets the shield from the gadget and runs it back in. What a play from Sitepon. It's left him open! What are you doing? He's just gonna run it in! What? You went hyper-aggressive on the backline. You forgot about the ball and Sitepon, who can just run at the goal. He got the pick, meaning that the respawn was still coming in, and closes it out with the second goal. B-boy, take the series. And I don't say this often, out of nowhere in that final round.
Yeah, a little bit of a drop of the ball, no pun intended there. And
drop of the spaghetti as well. It's literally streaming out of their pockets right now.
Yeah, when you're under pressure, it can happen. And yeah, an unfortunate end to that best of 5 if you're New Artisans. But B-boy, I think I got to say the rightful winner today had a fantastic game of just sheer control and great players using the max dash. That first goal for me was spectacular. Let's head over to Falcone to wrap this one out.
I mean, what a way to start the weekend. That match was close all the way through, despite a rather surprising ending. Now, just before we jump into MVP, I want to give a shout out to Response. He played a different brawler almost every single game throughout that match, though our MVP is going to be our Chappie, who played a much more, I want to say, consistent game. If we think way back to the start, as Carl, we saw an amazing double elimination in Heist before switching to Sprout and keeping control of the safe area pretty nicely, allowing them to win the base race in Game 2. In Siege, a Chappie switched to Pam, where he was easily able to keep control of the center of the map, defending the Ike very nicely, gathering up too many bolts in the late game for New Artisans to deal with. Complete control of the map all around. We saw so many cool plays, but there's just not enough time to get through them, as that last match was truly an epic. Let's take a look at the bracket and the group and see how things are shaking out right now as B-boy have taken down our new challengers, new Artisans, in the first match of the day. Again, this region is completely locked up when it comes to global finals. We know Jupiter are the titans of the region. They're going to be making it through. Today's matches for this region are all about prize money. That is what they're competing for. And we're going to move in to the next match of the day. It's going to be B-boy up against Jupiter. This is going to be an interesting match. B-boy, who just took down new Artisans, is going up against our regional champions, Jupiter. It's going to be a tough match. Let's take a look at B-boy, though. Represented by Kenji, Achapi, Sidepons, and Slippy. B-boy claim to practice a reasonable amount of hours every single day, with Kenji, Slippy, and Achapi saying they play for 3 hours, and Sidepons saying 6 hours every single day. Since the tournament started earlier this year, the whole of B-boy have agreed that the way in which the team has changed the most is they have gained an obsession with winning. We certainly saw that in the last match. We'll see if we can see it in this one. Up against Jupiter, Ponkotsu, Hagego, Milkreo, and Tensai. Jupiter spend a lot of time practicing their Brawl Stars every single day, with Hagego sometimes spending 10 hours practicing. Now that is dedication. Ponkotsu claims that as time has gone on, the team have started getting competitive with each other. And as a result, the skill of each player and the strength of movement within the team has increased. And so have their chances of winning. Well, Jupiter have certainly shown they can win. Let's see if they can win this one with Ark and Woody.
Thank you very much, Falcone, for that. And yeah, now things are going to start getting interesting as we see whether B-boy and Jupiter, who's going to come out on top here. What did you think?
Great question. And now that my mic is live, you can hear me loud and clear. We have got a huge match ahead of us. I think that Jupiter have definitely got the edge on this one. They are the reigning champions in this region. And it was a bit of a dicey win last match for B-boy.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently out on top, but Jupiter, like you rightly say, are definitely the mammoths here to beat. But Surge, speaking of mammoths, is the first ban on the cards, and Max as well. You know, Surge, we're seeing that ban a lot. Max was very dominant in a lot of the maps that we saw in the previous game, but the first Siege is up first, the first game mode in this particular matchup, and Factory Rush. So a much more open-spaced Siege map than what we've seen in previous rounds.
Yeah, Max is one of those brawlers that we see a whole lot with a really pretty high win rate that doesn't actually get banned quite as much as some of the other brawlers like Sprout and, you know, like Gale. So interested to see what is going to come of that ban in this match starting up now. We've already listened to the brawlers through interviews over the past couple of weeks and heard where they think their strengths lie. Brawl Ball is a clear favorite for a couple of the brawlers from B-boy, specifically Kenji and Slippy14. That teammate factor there really playing in to give them a little bit of an edge if they can keep their heads straight up on their shoulders. Where do you think that the advantages lie for either side on this upcoming match, Ark?
I think, you know, we might see some Piper. It's a bit of a risk on defense, but since the introduction of new gadgets, it has changed a lot when it comes to meta. You know, Homemade Recipe is very, very strong. Despite the recent nerf, it is still great at locking on at those longer range shots and just honing in on your targets. So we have seen a bit of Piper making a bit more of an appearance in Factory Rush recently, but I think range is key here. You know, and if you're going to go with something tanky, you've got to be really careful of your positioning and keeping a hold on that mid area. If those walls go down, it's going to make you more exposed to getting, you know, a lot of Piper shots aimed in your general direction here. So I think, yeah, that range and tankiness and the balance of those two combined with positioning. Oh, Gale as well. Actually, now I've seen Gale in the mix here is going to make a huge difference. And Herbal Tonic once again for the win.
Well, Saipon said that Siege is his favorite game mode, so even though most of his teammates prefer Brawl Ball, this is going to be an opportunity for him to shine as Barley this time. Excellent crowd control with a ton of area of effect damage being dished out by this bot. Barley is just charging straight forward and taking very few shots from the enemy team. They're instead focusing on Slippy and Atrophy. That's going to cost them as they have a level 3 bot coming straight for their Ike now, Ark.
Yeah, it's a really good start for B-boy. I like that takedown that Slippy had there as well on the Pam. There's a damage going in, which you don't often see, and that's just absolutely down to the fact that B-boy are just controlling this so early on. The Gale gadget jump pad going in. I don't think it's going to dwell well for Jupiter at all doing that strategy, as the control staying very much with B-boy right now.
No windbreaker at all for Jupiter as Ponkatsu gets obliterated in the center and Milkreo is taken out entirely. Slippy14 did an awesome job denying them access to the mid, and that is going to give B-Boy another massive bolt advantage. Take a look here now, 7-2, and they're going to grab even more in the center. I don't see any way for Jupiter to make a comeback happen at this point.
Yeah, B-Boy was so dominant in the previous matchup in Siege and is showing no signs of slowing down yet again. Great choice of comp as well. I think putting this continued pressure on Jupiter, who are just straight out of the gates and already struggling. And what a great start for B-Boy so far.
They've done an excellent job staying out of Hagego's range. They know that he is one of the best players in the game. In fact, Saipon said that if he could pick one teammate from anyone else in the world, they would want to pull Hagego onto their team. So keeping him out of the line of fire, trying to avoid shots from him, as you can see right there, taking down Saipon, denying Atrophy. It basically takes a 2-on-1 for them to be able to shut him down. But they've done it this time. They've kept their cool, and with that, the third Siege bot will be marching through for a B-Boy win.
I mean, if you're Jupiter, what are you thinking about mixing up? They're going to try some last-minute damage. It's not that much, nowhere near enough needed. I mean, they've got to rethink this a lot. I mean, B-Boy not only are warmed up, but they are absolutely using this comp to great effect. I think Jupiter might be maybe a little bit worried at the moment. They look pretty comfortable for B-Boy for me.
Yeah, that was an easy pickup there. I mean, both teams are playing both Pam and Gale, so this is a relatively similar matchup here. Just that little swap out for the mid-range damage, getting some more AoE coverage from Barley was pretty helpful there for B-Boy, and I think might not have been decisive, but certainly gave them a good edge. Didn't see a whole lot of value out of Penny's mortars there firing away. So when it comes down to it, I'm hoping that Jupiter go for a brawler swap here. I think that they realized a bit too late that they couldn't compete for damage in the midfield, and they're gonna have to find some other kind of sneaky way to either get a tank out in front and soak more of that damage. I don't even know how though, because I mean, Pam was soaking so many shots. I think that might not be the best strategy. Instead, they need to find some other way to dump the damage in there. What would be a brawler pick that you would go for to get that job done, Ark?
I absolutely agree with you, though. I think that Penny is not getting much value here, and that would be definitely the brawler to maybe focus on making a shift on. Jean would do wonders. We've seen that in Gem Grab. Being able to target someone and hunker down with your teammates to get that takedown. That might be the brawler to consider. Taking out Penny, swapping to Jean, or something that's, like you say, a bit more tanky and has a bit more of a positioning to be had on the map to apply pressure. That might do well here, but for me, Penny, not really meta enough right now. Has some good attributes with regards to her gadgets and being able to have some terrain damage, but yeah, not really working for me. They're actually not going to change it either, which is quite surprising.
Well, B-Boy make a little bit of a change here. They brought in Poco, and we've heard from the B-Boy players that they think that there's a lot of good things to be said about his gadget. That tuning fork provides 2,500 hit point heal over 5 seconds, which is massive when you're trying to stay alive in clutch moments. So we'll see if Slippy gets that big hit off when his team needs it most. He's doing a great job holding mid here against basically a 2, maybe even 3-on-1, but still has more bolts than the opposition, and that's going to get them once again another bot. Jupiter have yet to get a single bot so far this game, even though they get a little bit of chip damage off on the enemy Ike, pummeling away 17% off of it.
Yeah, I was going to say a bit of cheeky damage. I assumed then it must have been a Gale jump pad on the left-hand side potentially there, or no, it was actually a Penny turret, I imagine, then on the left-hand side, getting some little cheeky damage despite the push being aimed at Jupiter's Ike. They did actually get some damage off on B-Boy's Ike, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, and more damage than the Siege Bot was able to get on their own. So nice little bit of a damage lead here for Jupiter, but they're struggling once again to get back into position. This midfield is so hard to engage B-Boy with, especially when they're going to take great advantage of these walls, hiding around, juking into cover whenever they feel like there's a threat, and just really outplaying Jupiter for control of the mid. They're not going to get very much damage from this Ike, but they're on this Ike, but they're still holding that center position, and if they get this third and final Siege Bot, they'll be able to push all in. That's typically going to get them, dozens of percentage damage off of the enemy Ike, and will certainly be enough to close it out. It's all about this final Ike, Ark.
Yeah, it's going to be quite close as well, but if B-Boy can just make sure to stay on top of Milk Rear to make sure that he doesn't get any penny supers down. The Slippy winning side there is really important to get those bolts on the left-hand side. It was just that little drop of the ball when the penny turret was able to lock on, so as long as B-Boy can shut that down, they are going to get the push. It's about Milk Rear, great gadget there. Slippy used to stun there as well, so I think for me, despite a bit of damage, B-Boy should have... Slippy, what are you doing? Don't go down too early, bro. It's cutting it fine for me.
Playing very aggressively. A great jump in there from Jupiter takes the B-Boy Ike all the way down to 47%. Can B-Boy make the comeback happen? They're starting to fire away. 1% left. No! Oh my goodness. Jupiter have held on. That's going to be a victory off of 0 Siege Bots. Have you ever seen that before, Art?
What? That finale for me, and that's the thing, I gotta say, Slippy went in a bit prematurely, leaving him lower on health, which meant that he may have stayed alive longer had he been more patient on that final push. What an amazing climax to that game. I don't know what to say about that.
Oof size maximum. Jupiter's defenses are impregnable. A B-Boy squad that got all the Siege Bots but still couldn't penetrate to get more damage off on the Ike. That's really incredible. I'm not sure if I've seen that so far in any of the matches that I casted at all this year. The Brawl Stars Championship has a new storyline here, and Jupiter is rewriting the playbook.
Yeah, and it's just like I have this habit all the time of jinxing everything, because Penny there was actually the star player. Like it was the star moment for Jupiter massively. So they are going to keep it as well. This is the thing. Penny INTZ can be fantastic. It can be, as we saw in the last round, the thing that turns it around. But ultimately, if you're able to hold her in place and be very much aware to her presence and her super, and when she has it, making sure that you're not losing sight of her. That's what B-Boy failed to do in those pushes, was stay on top of where Milk Rear was positioning himself and that super. So as long as B-Boy do that and gain control, they'll be okay. But the first push is coming in, and it is going to be from Jupiter this time.
Yeah, we've finally seen some good value from that penny out of the side. The crossfire has been coming in hot. Got an early mortar off there and was happy to use it as a tank out in front to block incoming shots. Milkrail will continue to deny access to this left side, just firing away as Saipon's kind of trapped there in the middle, doing his best to defend against the Siege Bot that's coming in, but 15% off the B-Boy safe. And they've only got 1 bolt so far. Jupiter have finally found the magic formula to get that big midfield advantage.
They're going to get around. That's the question here. Is actually a bolt still get banked there. A Chappie can't do it either. And it's a bit of a scrap in the middle. It looks to be like Jupiter, yeah, going to get this push. And you know what? That might go in favor of B-Boy. If they got like 4 bolts in the bag, if they get early control the next round and can defend this push, it could be a decent outcome for them, but they've got to defend well, and Jupiter are not even going to push this. They're just going to stay mid-control for map domination. I think that's wise, Woody.
I feel like you jinxed it, Ark.
I do all the time.
Are coming back in style, holding on to this mid with another Siege Bot. I don't think that B-Boy did enough in that second round to be able to claim victory. And still, once again, Jupiter are holding on to the mid, getting some really lucky bolt spawns, keeping out of range as best they can, healing up. Ponkatsu is just unable to go down. He is a juggernaut on defense and is just finally finished off, but he's got such a big bolt advantage. I don't think B-Boy can catch up at this point.
Yeah, I think we need to rename my name to Jinx here. Like, it seems to happen on a weekly basis. Whenever I say it's the opposite is going to turn out to be the case. But yeah, what a turnaround. Jupiter, who looks by far to be struggling that first round, are going to take this first set with back-to-back wins in Siege. great to see them adapting and turning this one around.
Well, B-boy are no strangers to turn around themselves. They were down 1-2 against the new Artisans in that previous match. They certainly got that comeback spirit on their side, but Jupiter are a mighty force to reckon with. As we mentioned before, they're the #1 team in this region right now, sitting at the top of the leaderboard, high and dry, with a clear qualification for the Worlds at the end of the year. In fact, you know what? They're the #1 team on the global leaderboard. Let's not cut them short at all. 390 points is incredible. Take a look at the stats here, Ark. What's standing out to you?
49 bolts, Woody. B-boy had 49 bolts, and Jupiter were able to only have 30 and still come out with those wins. More kills as well on the B-boy side. Some really, really interesting stats there. Despite Jupiter winning, very much behind B-boy when it comes to numbers, and it just goes to show, right, how you make those pushes count is what matters most.
Yeah, nearly double the number of kills that Jupiter got, but it's PTO, play the objective. That's how you win in Brawl Stars, especially when you're able to defend so hard against such a big bot coming on in with brawlers like Pam. But we're switching it up. We're going to Brawl Ball, and we're going to give Slippy and Kenji the chance that they've been looking forward to shine. They say that they love this game mode, and they're going to bring their A game here. They certainly will need it against the Jupiter squad that took that reverse sweep in set #1 and doesn't seem to be letting up any steam, Mark.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what Brawlers are going to bring to the mix here, because we are starting to see a bit of a switch up going on with the meta. A few balance tweaks that we had in previous weeks and new gadgets coming to play. We might see Barley again here, I feel like. This map's quite good for that particular Brawler now, I feel, with Herbal Tonic being in the mix. We are going to see Barley on both sides. And Mr. P finally today, which has been one of the Brawlers that I expected to see more of and haven't yet. So a really nice, interesting comp variation going on here.
Yeah, a bit of a Barley duel on the left lane, going to be serving up some destruction, firing away, but neither side really getting much of an advantage, kind of pushing each other back, but no kills just yet. It's going to be an advantage for B-boy as they've been able to knock Jupiter back up into their own spawn zone, but no kills yet. There we go. Slippy gets a hit. He's going to take down Ponkatsu for the double kill. Milcreo has possession of the ball, though, and there's going to be no pressure from Achapi or Saipon. Instead, they're going to be playing it just safe and slow on defense, going to let that time tick down as Jupiter comes back out to try a second shot at regaining midfield.
I'm loving this play from Milcreo on the right-hand side, getting such pressure, and despite being double-teamed by B-boy, he was able to actually come out on top and continuing to rain down shots with pinpoint accuracy there. That actually gave Jupiter the control back and putting them now back into a mid position here. But Milcreo was under a lot of defensive pressure and able to come out on top, which I was really impressed to see.
A lot of blue fire raining down on the Jupiter side of the arena up top. B-boy, I think, have been winning in the kind of individual engagements here, but haven't been able to capitalize that and turn it into a shot on goal. We see so many obstacles standing in their way and no real way to block them down. It looks like B-boy's strat here is to just punish, deny access to their own goal line, and then just wait until overtime when they can get a triple kill and then just send the ball in for an easy goal without having to get through anything on the way there.
Yeah, I think if B-boy can make this work here and get this pressure secured on Milcreo, that super's going to make a big difference, allowing Saipon to hit home with shots. If B-boy can just make this count, it's a great time to do so. But again, they're not able to do so, and Jupiter will start to push back into the map, and they're in a dangerous spot now, going closely towards overtime here, Woody.
Ponkatsu playing very defensively, though, sets up his Roboporters in his own goal line and was forced to drop a gadget use there just to keep B-boy out of contention. Achapi's taking a lot of damage and he's being forced to pull back, and it looks like Jupiter have finally found their chance to strike here. Time is running out, and as we go into overtime, all these obstacles are going to explode and give easy access to the enemy line. Here we go. Saipon gets a great kill, and it's going to force Jupiter back up to the top side. Ponkatsu and Hagego may not be able to hold on against a Slippy force that is just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it was a fantastic play from Saipon on that last minute play. He's going to get shot here. It's saved at the line by Milcreo, but Achapi here is a great opportunity to start to be MVP. It's in! A last second pass to Achapi, who gets the finish. Great plays from B-boy, who looked to be under a very difficult circumstance going into overtime. Turned it around. Got to hand it to them, right?
Yeah, that busy B was right on task, did his duty, picking up that ball right before he went down. A kill from both of those Jupiter players, able to just wipe out the B-boy line of offense, but not before they snuck it. They pulled a sneaky on him, Mark. Pulled a sneaky on him, got him right past in there, and finished off with the only goal of the game.
I was worried. I've got to say, I was genuinely kind of worried there because the comp that Jupiter were running was, for me, the better of the two in terms of like the pre-overtime game. But in overtime, Chappie was able to hit home with a lot of shots, getting that stun on the Barley, I think, and sort of focusing on getting takedowns, staying alive as well. A massively important thing for a Chappie to do in that situation. And as a result, got the pickup, got the goal, and putting pressure on Jupiter now, which is great to see.
Well, it's the same thing that we saw in set number 1, and then Jupiter pulled off the 2-1 reverse sweep. Are they going to go back to the drawing board here, adapt, improvise, overcome, and return fire with a massive force? Or will B-boy finally be able to get that tie-up that they've been looking for against a Jupiter squad? Sitting up top, looking strong, very hard to overcome.
Yeah, we might even see some brawler switch-ups. You don't know. I mean, I did like the Barley picks, and I think that might deter some players from going down the tankier road. But we might see some Slimies coming in. It's a pretty good map for it if the terrain's there. But like, if you do bring in like a Frank or something which can break walls, then being up against the B, I don't know how I'd feel about that. B can absolutely pack a big sting.
Well, she sure can. I think that you're right, though, that maybe being able to bust down a wall would present a bigger threat earlier on. But it's always a balance between whether or not you want to try to play the early game or the late game. Snipers like B and Piper can deal a massive amount of damage from a very long range, but if there's obstacles in their way, it really neutralizes their advantage. On the other side, though, Barley gets some awesome value early on by being able to hide behind those obstacles. So having a team that's well-balanced can play to your advantage, but having a team that can really drill in early for a quick kill, there's also a lot to be said about that. What do you make of these brawler swaps out here, though?
I find it quite funny that Jupiter have gone with B, and it's going to result with a quick goal to B-boy as a result of that control, and that was bringing me to my point about Chappie playing Sprout. Like, Jupiter were hoping, I guess, and banking on the idea that B-boy would continue to play B to go against that mirror combo, but Chappie swapped out to Sprout, who's now able to successfully continuing win his lane and put pressure on Milk I gotta say, I like the Sprout pick here, and I think that's going to make a big difference to how Jupiter are able to defend this, or not defend this, as it seems to be the case.
Yeah, the pressure cooker is heating up for Jupiter as B-boy have gone all in on the early game advantage. Achapi and Slippy, both playing throwers, are going to be hiding behind these walls and just dishing out a massive amount of punishment to a Jupiter squad that hasn't really seemed to be able to connect yet. Saipon doing some awesome work over on that right side, applying some great shots and just keeping the Jupiter line of fire kind of mismatched. The angles are not working out for them at all right now, Ark, and I think that B-boy are going to be able to pick up this win. They just need to hold on for another minute or maybe even go for a quick goal here. Achapi's looking randy. He's taking a shot.
Saipon may have been able to commit there, but I think actually, with Milk coming up into the spawn there, definitely a tight spot. I think the damage would have been probably too much to be able to cope with that. But let's see what happens. Slippy is running Sticky Syrup, the Barley gadget, not the latest one, Herbal Tonic. So it does dwell better in terms of a defensive position. But I think at the moment, a Chappie and with support there might be able to deflate this. But it's going to be close.
He takes a shot. Achapi defends, but Milkrayo survives. Slippy finishes him off, and that's going to be the last of that Jupiter attack. I don't even know if they'll get another chance in the next 15 seconds. B-boy's defenses have held strong, and that could be all she wrote for set number 2.
Sticky Syrup mixer for the win. It came in so clutch on defense there, and I was looking out to see whether it would, and yeah, a great game for B-boy. That's going to take them back into the sets and into the running here with an equalizer then, and bring things 1-1.
Yeeted and deleted. Toss these guys out because B-boy have got some of the best throwers in the game, and they will not lose their chance here in set number 2 to tie it up against a Jupiter squad. Congratulations to them. They will be advancing with that 2-0 set score. Jupiter I think seemed a lot weaker in that Brawl Ball match. It certainly shows off in the scoreline, but with barely even getting any shots at all against the enemy goal, I think that not only did they kind of come in a bit weaker, but they failed to adapt. B-boy once again picking up twice as many kills on that scoreline. So was Jupiter's set one victory kind of a fluke, or are they going to be able to do something new and surprising here in this set? Have B-boy really just picked up pace? And am I asking you too many questions, Ark?
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head. The next map will be Minecraft Madness. Gem Grab will be the game mode. I think you're right, though, in everything you say. I think that Jupiter are not, for me, showing as much sign of a willingness to adapt and to kind of think through the brawler picks. And whether they're just getting unlucky with that or whether they're just not doing it enough, we'll have to wait to see. But they definitely need to be considering more what they are selecting and what they're choosing and their kind of game approach here. That to me is the thing that B-boy are absolutely always seemingly on top of. They're thinking through what is going to be the best counter, what is going to be maybe the comp that Jupiter are least expecting. We need to see a bit more unpredictability, I think, from Jupiter, or just some sheer signs of aggression and dominance in that respect.
Bill Creo says that Minecart Madness is his #1 favorite map. A little bit of a tweak done to this map in the past couple of months allows you to fire over those stanchions standing out on the left and right side of the midfield, but still can't walk through them, so keep an eye out for funneling that your opponents may do here. We're going to see a really heal-heavy comp this time from Jupiter, bringing both Cam and Poco. They are singing to each other and keeping those heals high and strong with that healing turret set up right behind that bush over there on the right side, Ark.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that actually Jupiter are not going to go with Gale. I think that Gale here is a great brawler, being able to push your opposition around and force them into the minecart or into places where they don't want to be, slamming them against the wall as well for that additional stun, as we don't tend to see any of his alternative star power here. I'm actually surprised to see that the gems are relatively closely matched, considering that for me, B-boy have got the more in terms of control. Look at this, the way that the game has gone side to side here, William. As my head turned on its side, it's a rare thing to see Minecart Madness being played out horizontally.
Side to side, is this an Ariana Grande song? I'm not used to seeing this sort of setup here, and it looks like B-boy are going to continue to take advantage of this kind of weird setup to push hard left on Jupiter. They're doing their best to keep the Overton window within reasonable range and making their argument pretty well here. Jupiter are going to grab the 10th gem, though, and have not been pushed out of action by a B-boy team that has once again fallen early on. Jupiter with 14 gems, the whole bucket on their side. Going to be going home happy as the countdown really finishes off, but Pakansu will have to finish with one more round here, Ark.
Yeah, they're going to reset the countdown. I was watching intending to see, and it was like just Akega that just managed to end the stun slightly ahead of his teammate. I wonder if this could be a clutch play here, potentially from B-boy. Double stuns, is it going to be enough? Not going to be enough, but my goodness me, we did see there why Gale can be such a dominant pick to have almost the turnaround. Not enough. Jupiter hanging on there and did get the countdown. Great finale there, but what an interesting game to see it played out in a horizontal manner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're playing back in the vertical days, but now that we've gone horizontal, I think that it was interesting to see them really commit fully to this horizontal game mode. Jupiter, with all the gems in their hands, strongly clenching their fist at the end there, even though, they dropped a brawler here or there. Just really far and away the favorites. B-boy had an interesting setup there going side to side, but couldn't make much use of it. What were they thinking with that like really aggressive strat, playing over to the right, setting up a healing turret and trying to flank an opponent that had double heals on their team? Art?
It was kind of bizarre almost. And I did think for me that B-boy had a better approach. They had a side, but also an underneath kind of a line of attack. I was really genuinely surprised that Jupiter were able to bank as many bolts as they did and control and bank how they did. But this could be a different story. Chappie going with Rosa here will early take down that right-hand side lane, able to lock himself in there and get this spawn trap in with the Jackie. That's going to play a big role. Dragging the Jackie through that brick wall is going to open up the map massively and actually not allow a Chappie to be able to forcefully hold down this spawn the way he would like. That's a really important play there by Jupiter.
Does a Chappie think that Jupiter has forgotten that he's there, though? I'm kind of confused. He's juking around in the bushes a little bit, but he hasn't gotten the enemy out of position, and that's going to be a big pickup there for Jupiter. 6 gems to 1 now, and it seems like B-boy have not really found any way to pierce past these defenses. Another massive pull, and the big tank from B-boy is down for the count. That's 6 gems for the Jupiter squad, and it looks like they're trying to grab even more.
Hagego's absolutely cracked right now. What Jupiter just did is insanely smart. By dragging in 2 successive super pulls through the brick wall, it's gonna mean that B-boy cannot lock themselves in and put as much pressure as they would like, although they are doing a pretty good job of it right now. Here comes the minecart as well. Oh no! It goes down!
And with that, B-boy have turned it all around, taking down Pam. They've got their own gem count up to 12 now. Achapi gets counter-pulled, but Slippy's going to be able to get the 10th gem, and it doesn't even matter.
Wow, I can't believe that turnaround. I was literally just in mid-sentence, again, the jinx effect of saying how actually Jupiter had a great strategy. They really did. They thought through how to counter this comp in such a great way by breaking down those brick walls to open up their spawn to allow their range to really take hold. And just as I'm saying it, Pankotsi finds himself out of position, gets taken down, and the countdown, as you rightly said, didn't even matter that it was reset because Sleepy with a nice little pickup of that gem kept the dream alive, and B-boy with a cracking turnaround.
Yeah, that minecart coming through like a freight train, chugga, and even though they were able to catch that enemy Pam out of position, losing Achapi was no problem at all. With so many more gems stacked up on their side, B-boy's Poco did exactly what you would expect of him throughout the entirety of the match. They're just holding court in the mid as the rest of the brawlers are just frantically scrambling around the outer edges of the map trying to get kills. B-boy was focused clearly on gems, and that's going to get the series tied up 1-1 on the set score, and this set is now tied 1-1. Whoever wins this one will be in the lead in a very dominating position at that. B-boy have come back from the 1-2 set deficit before, but it is certainly not a good position to be in. There's a lot riding on this next game, Mark.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, being in this position right now is where one of these two teams is going to make a big statement in terms of how they move forwards here. And, you know, Jupiter did great. I feel like they had a bit of a sore transaction in that game. I mean, they were outcomped at the beginning with the Slambulance, and they adapted. I give credit to any team that can adapt whilst being outcomped to turn the balance, and just got a little bit unlucky there. And I'll be keen to see what they switch up if they choose to or not in the next game to give them the edge now.
Well, it looks like they liked that Gene pick quite a bit. Slippy's going to be coming in with a Gene of his own now. Pankotsu grabs a couple of easy gems at the beginning here, but B-boy will be able to claim midfield control with that minecart kind of streaming through. It looks like Jupiter have been able to heal up and will be moving back into the mid. Can they take advantage of this minecart going through right now to try to trap an enemy? Get some damage in there. Saipon and Achapi are in an awful position. Dire straits here for this B-boy squad, but Hagego can't get the killing blow. Finally, he gets it off. But it's going to be an advantage for B-boy holding midfield with that Pam turret still up, Ark.
Chappie did great to stay alive there as long as he did, but Hagego does have pull now, and I'm looking. He's going to connect with Chappie at maximum range, drag through the wall to open up the side completely. Saipon with a takedown, but I'm curious to see how that map variation is going to change things moving forward, allowing more range to be dispersed on that right-hand side there as someone was slammed into the minecart with another pull there.
Yeah, Slippy just dragged Pankotsu in, and usually if you can get your opponent to step right into a minecart, that's a good result, but Pankotsu was just so tanky, so many hit points for him that wasn't enough to take him down, and That would have been a big turnaround if he had gotten the kill there. 6 gems held by that enemy Pam. It would be a huge reward to claim. Saipong with 8 now, looking healthy in the mid with that healing turret at full and just continuing to rain down suppressive fire. That Scrap Blaster is doing work here, Ark.
Yeah, watch out for Hagego. It's a great play from Saipon to keep Hagego low, but the gadget pop from Ponkotsu will heal him back up quickly, and that was a very smart play by Jupiter to allow Hagego to be able to pull and stay alive for these takedowns. That's going to play a big, vital role as the gems are getting ever closer. A bit of RNG more on the side of Jupiter will give them 9 if they can pick it up, but this one is going to come down to a gene pull, I feel here, Woody.
Big mortar blasts from B-boy are tearing through these turrets set up by Jupiter on the top side, and Ponkotsu is having a lot of difficulty with Achapi on one angle, Saipon on another. He goes down! B-boy have done it. They've got the 11 gems, and the countdown is raring. Jupiter have been team wiped, and B-boy with 20 gems in their pockets will be going all the way to the bank, taking that victory check and cashing it for a 2-1 set score lead.
What an explosive ending as well. Absolute domination from B-boy, not giving Jupiter even the luxury of losing with any kind of dignity there. What a great day it's been for B-boy. I mean, this is like, I've got to say, a rarity really to see a team go up against the might of Jupiter and really be holding their own, just as we are seeing from B-boy right now. So I've got to say, I'm super excited going into this next set, as it looks like it could be a really, really good month for B-boy.
Yeah, with PSG Esports failing to qualify this month, that kind of leaves only one candidate that even can hold a match to Jupiter. B-boy, the number 3 squad in APAC, is far behind on the point leaderboard, but hey, third place is third place. They've got the bronze position. That's not good enough for a world's qualification spot, but there's not really any other teams in APAC that could threaten Jupiter at this point that have made it this far. So let's move on and see if they can finish the job. They'll need a third set victory if they want it. Sandy Gems will be the playing field, and we've already got our match underway. Let's get into it, Ark.
Straight in, we're going to see some Gale on both sides of the team. Some Brock as well. Pretty much a mirror matchup for the most part, apart from one minor detail. I think it's the Bull and the Daryl pick being different here, but already look at the damage raining down on. Yeah, it's a bit of a base race. Oh, straight off the bat, these teams are not waiting around.
Swinging straight through, a bullish stance from both of these teams, feeling aggressive, and a reward at a 2% advantage for Jupiter, picking up the victory as they get the job done with that highly aggressive Daryl Milkreo, the MVP from that last game, getting that work in on the enemy safe. Only 2% separates them from victory and defeat in that last one, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, but do you think that was wise? You know, if you're B-boy in that position where, you know, one game away will put you on match point, do you really want to do it with a base race? I kind of feel like they could have been more controlling and a bit more cautious that time around, because now Jupiter can catch up. One more game of Heist in their bag, and they're going to take it to the 5th and final set.
Look, there's a reason Jupiter's at the very top, and B-boy might be feeling like this is the only chance that they've got at a victory. There's a lot of money riding on this match, and if they can get an easy snipe with a basically 0 downside risk to this Heist game mode loss, then I'd say go ahead and take it. It seems wise to them, and Achapi gets a beautiful push off of the safe. Milkreo and Ponkotsu are just too slow, and that's going to be a win for B-boy now, tying up this fourth set now with a chance at a match point victory.
What is this, buddy? It's like both teams have just decided to settle on a coin flip. I mean, it's rare, I've got to say, that you see base races happening consecutively. Normally what will happen is you'll see a base race, and then of the result of that base race, we'll see a kind of like a strategy form. Whereas both of these teams are just like, yeet.
Yeah, they're not going to slow down at all. B-boy and Jupiter are going back in hard once again. I got to say, having Gale on defense is extremely valuable in those base race moments. That super is going to push enemy brawlers off the safe, and that's especially strong if they've got a big old shotgun like Daryl or Bull has. But here we go again. Milkreo right on that safe. It's going to be popping away with a gadget and firing with both blasters. He's going to get a ton of damage here, but he is getting pushed off a little bit by Achapi. Both safes down in the 60s, into the 50s, the 40s Ark.
Again, we're just seeing both teams just decide, you know what, let's just let fate decide this one. But for me, Slippy's getting a lot of damage right now and has the upper hand. For B-boy is cutting it fine, but that's where my money is on at the moment.
Huge lead for B-boy. They get the chip damage in there from that incendiary rocket, and that's going to be all she wrote. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. B-boy have sent Jupiter packing with a massive win in match number 2. A huge upset in this region as they will claim victory for this month.
Yeah, B-boy came out swinging today and had some amazing moments, and I've got to say, I'm really impressed with how they performed today. Again, not going to make it to Worlds, but they can absolutely hold their heads high, take home some great prize money, and know that, you know, next year they really could stand a good chance of rivaling Jupiter. I've got to say, those stats for me as well, really, really good on the board. A lot of damage there from B-boy, who are our winners today. Let's head over now to Falcone to see this one out.
These are some great performances that we're having from the Asia-Pacific region this week. Some close games all the way through. But as Ark said, an upset as B-boy take this one down. And our MVP is going to be Slippy for this game. We saw Slippy do some very cool things. I'm going to go through it now. He started with Gale before switching to Poco, both times holding his own against Jupiter in Siege, collecting plenty of bolts. Later, Slippy switched to Brawl Ball and played as Barley and got so much damage in, enough damage in the first game for the game to consider Barley the star player. Much the same in Game 2, Barley's attacks were very suppressing and prevented the opponents from making any real progress with the ball. In Gem Grab, Slippy jumped into Gale's shoes before switching to Jean in the final game, and we all know what Jean can do now with those disgusting pulls in Gem Grab. And finally in Heist, it was base race territory. Slippy was the Slippy was the Brock that dealt that serious damage in the end with the incendiary rocket, guaranteeing that win, even after the Brawler was defeated. Here's the group now, where we see, as Ark and Woody said, B-boy have won. They are taking the first place prize for this group, which means New Artisans have hope, because if they can also take down Jupiter, they will be claiming the second place spot and a lot of prize money with that. We've got New Artisans up against Jupiter next. Response, Aaron, Elliot, and Carnage up against Ponkotsu, Hagego, Milk Rayo, and Tensei. This is going to be an insane match. With how close the group has been so far, I'm expecting some great things here. But let's take a look one more time at New Artisans. This is the first time that we're seeing New Artisans in a monthly finals. They're obviously not up for contention for global finals, but there's still a lot of prize money at stake as usual. Aaron particularly likes playing as Max and Mortis. They can move fast and come in clutch. He likes to use these brawlers while playing the sides to help pinch the enemy team in the middle. Well, there you go, a little bit of insight into New Artisan strategy. But let's flip on over to Jupiter, who are really, really confident, especially when it comes to Gem Grab. Ponkotsu said that he thinks that the team is particularly good on the map Double Swoosh. Gem Grab in Double Swoosh is coming up later this match, but not until set 5. It'll be interesting to see if we can put Ponkotsu's money where his mouth is on that map. 3 out of 4 members of Jupiter believe Surge is the strongest brawler in the game right now, with Ponkotsu believing it's actually Gale. We'll have to see which bands come in and whether or not they'll be able to put Surge or Gale to the test in this next match.
Hey, we're back. We're jumping into this next matchup, and it's New Artisans going up against Jupiter. And, well, this was not the expected outcome of the position we expected to see Jupiter in today, Ark.
Yeah, I think it was...
Do we need to do a quick substitution? I feel as though you shouldn't be here, Ark. It should be Woody that's in this one. Wow, switch it up. There we go. Roll him out. Get him out of here. get him out of here. We got Woody in instead. And we're going to have Woody in. So, Woody, Jupiter, not the dominant force we were expecting this month. Now, they have a chance to finish second place. B-boy are taken first. They've got to deal with the new Artisans, who dealt with B-boy a lot better than Jupiter did.
Yeah, sure did. I mean, close matches both times, but pick up for Jupiter seems to be on the horizon. If you ask me, I think they handled themselves pretty well in that last round. It was very close base races in that highest game mode. Could have gone to either one. But yeah, the bans here, Surge and Gale. Oh, I lost my stream. There it is. It's back.
You're right, Surge and Gale. Those were the bans. You didn't get that information wrong before the stream cut out. But yeah, so nothing really different from the first matchup we saw. Surge and Gale were taken away from that one. Didn't see a lot of other power picks coming in here that would usually be banned out. So I think we're in a good place right now. It's good potential for some variety. Snake Prairie is going to be our first stop, Woodrow.
All right, I'm ready for some fast-paced brawling action. These are my favorite brawlers for this map. Tara, Bo, end of sentence.
Usually there's 3 brawlers that come into here. I think you'd add in another.
Well, those are my favorite too. You can play whatever you want in the third slot, and it looks like
Mortis.
I guess so. Mortis on one side and Brock on the other. Yeah, but Bo can get some really great long-range vision with that star power, able to see through bushes far and away. And Tara, with that gadget, can see the entirety of the playing field, regardless of where those enemies are hiding in the bushes. Extremely important on a map like this, where it's basically entirely bush. You're going to have to get some great predictive shots when you will pull the lead off here. Jupiter have done so far with a 6-1 lead. Getting a little bit of damage though as Response moves in, dodging some blasts from Tensai. He'll hold on to those stars for only a +3 advantage now for Jupiter.
It does also mean that the left side is not one that's going to be passed stealthily. Might see a little bit of right side favor, but with those mines already placed down from the Bow, that's surely going to follow, and information is going to be provided to both teams when they cross over into different areas of the map now.
Yeah, busting through those middle bushes. It's going to be a big lead for Jupiter. They're going to hold a defensive line here and really force the new Artisans to play aggressively. They're firing into those bushes, but they are not going to get any lucky shots off this time. New Artisans playing very carefully here. As you can see, Response popping an emote there just to show his anger, his frustration. But I think that that's a bit of a feigned position here. He's got to be pretty happy with a 3-star advantage. Only him going down would be enough for the new Artisans to tie it up. Either other brawler, Aaron or Elliot, being eliminated would still be an advantage for Jupiter.
And they're waiting here, Woody. I think it's because they know they've only got one push to make this work, and if they come over a counterattack, they're going to be very vulnerable. They've wound down the clock to 15 seconds. Response has got his super online, as has everyone. This is the push for the new Artisans, and it's already gone sideways with supers being traded out to no success. Tensai has been found out to tie up the stars. They need to get Milcreo. Woody, they've done it! They just need to get out with their lives intact! The new Artisans, they throw it away at the end. Milcreo, by 1 star, gives Jupiter the first game.
Big yikes! You fool! You fell victim to one of the most classic blunders. You force them to come straight at you, and then you paint yourself into a corner that you can't get out of. Milcreo did an amazing job getting that damage back in, but he couldn't find any form of retreat, trapped in that little tiny sliver. Aaron finished him off, and that was enough to get the 1-star lead, Tridd. Congratulations to Jupiter. They'll take game number 1.
Still plenty more to come, though, and I like what New Artisans attempted to do there, Woody. They wind down the clock, make it all about one consistent push. Ironically enough, they didn't leave them. They left themselves too much time. If they would have wound down the clock a little bit longer, they would have got the final kill before the respawns came in. They were overwhelmed. So, yeah, some slight tweaking on that one, but I see what they were trying to do.
Yeah, good point you made there. You know, New Artisans seem to have a lot of trouble pushing into a lot of fire raining down from Jupiter. So very hard to coordinate the good timing that you need for a victory out on that one. It really just came down to seconds there at the very end. New Artisans could have very well picked up the win there, and it looks like, at least for the first minute of battle here in game number 2, they'll finally find a chance to take the edge.
Yeah, Milcreo was incredibly vulnerable on the left-hand side. He got 2v1. Once Response gets on top of the bow, it's not very good without support, especially when Aaron's there with the added damage. He was just going to get rolled over, and Response is looking to do more of the same. Jumping on the back line. Oh, the damage comes out with the super. Goes in for another attempt, but he's punished correctly by the Tara and the super, so that equalizes the stars out.
Tara putting the Sheik in Psychic, retreats with 16 hit points, but not unless you finish her off all the way. Do you get those crucial stars? Jupiter's going to be able to tie this game up now 3-3, and with suppressing fire through the midfield, that incendiary rocket is going to deny access for either team. Pop in one of the mines. Aaron is going to be able to blow through some bushes as well, and this is going to be a stalemate for the mid game. I'm wondering if either team is even going to commit any offense in the last 30 seconds.
I think we might see New Artisans go for it. Like I said, they wind down the clock. They go for this final push. Unhappy face from Response tells me a different story, though. They might just play for the draw here because they will have to make themselves incredibly vulnerable to pull this one off. So I think they are just going to call it quits.
Well, time's ticking down. We'll see if they choose to go for the risky play here. Response is up in the enemy bush line, but he's not going to go for it. He's just kind of teasing them there. A few more shots going off. The last super from Jupiter, and with a 3-3 draw, neither team will gain a lead in game number 2.
Coliseum audience is booing Woody. They wanted blood, and they're not going to get it. And they're very unhappy, and they'll begin to revolt. So congratulations to these two teams.
Fight.
But no, it makes sense though. You know, you've not got a safe path. You've got no incentive to put your skin in the game, so to speak, when you're in a drawn scenario. Might as well run down the clock, try and get an early advantage and play from a position of power. You can't fault it from the New Artisans to make that decision. And the same thing for Jupiter. They could have also pulled the trigger if they wanted to, but no team had the confidence and no team wanted to risk it.
Hagego playing very aggressively, pushes into the New Artisan spawn zone after they pick up the first star. Will they be able to hold on to it? So many hits coming off from Tensai, Milcreo, Hagego on all angles. Great kill there, knocking down Aaron. That's going to be 2 stars. Another kill on Elliot, and the triple for Response. That's going to be 6 stars for the Jupiter squad. 1 kill scored by the New Artisans, not enough to come even close. Jupiter's aggression has been paid off handsomely.
A lot of that came down to Hagego's use of the Tara gadget. Response was trying to weave away to safety and find somewhere to lurk in the back end, but whenever he's trying to move around and be incredibly mobile, guess what's happening? He's being spotted out. They know exactly where he is, and they're able to track him. While they're focused on trying to save Response, deal with the Tara, you've got these Brock rockets coming in from afar, and there's no answer from New Artisans. Now we're in a similar position we were in last round, difference being that it's Jupiter who hold the lead. So it's about the timing of New Artisans' final offensive that will decide whether they're able to force out another round.
Low going here, and the New Artisans know that there's mines over there in the right side bush. I wonder if Response is going to sweep into him and try to take them out before he has to make his final push happen. As we've seen in previous games, it's a really close, razor-thin advantage. If you can push in there deep late game, you need to not push too late or you won't get the kills. You need to not push too early or you'll get trapped and won't be able to retreat. But here they go. Response makes his charge in.
He's split off though. He went through the mines. Aaron and Elliot, they're not in a position to help. Hagego on the back line with the gravity shuts down any support for Response. And Jupiter clean house, taking set number 1.
Annihilated. A cataclysmic explosion right in the New Artisan's face, blowing up as soon as they started the race. That was massive malfunction on that attempt there. Great job on defense to Jupiter, holding the line. They are going to get the victory here in the first set and will continue on strong, denying a single win to the New Artisans in set number 1.
That was just a case of unfortunate pathing from Response and the rest of New Artisans. Like, it was. You just send Response over the mines. That shuts him off from the rest of his team following up. They're now split in a 2-1 scenario, and Tara has our super online. Gravity is great at dealing with multiple enemies at the same time. They are all going to get hit by your tarot cards. So when you have Response separated without the support, he's not going to have anyone to enable him. He has to do it solo. I know who I'd rather have when you're fighting multiple opponents, and it's a Tara rather than the Mortis, especially when they have vision of where the Mortis is. Everything just came up Jupiter there, and it started going wrong straight from those mine placements.
Yes, a case of unfortunate pathing. Sounds a bit like my path through life so far, Tridd.
Oh,
but nevertheless, we're moving in now to another heist game mode. Milcreo taking a punishment over on the left side by Aaron there, but doesn't go down. Great job just holding on to that sliver of health. No damage on either safe yet, but I think that Jupiter's got a little bit of an edge here. Hagego getting some big long bombs over there onto Elliot on the right side as well, but waiting for Tensai to move back in for the killing shot.
There's the speed boost from Max running on Milcreo, completely dodges out the Rocket Rain that was committed, gives him a line of sight on the safe. Aaron's here to drop his own Rocket Rain on trying to catch Hagego and the territory. Go to our base race cam because it's still Jupiter, mainly Tensai, giving them a lead, but they've equalized the percentage as they're now on defense.
That super from Max is so deadly, especially when you're up against a player like Milcreo. Or excuse me, like Aaron, rather, the other Brock player here. Aaron not able to get the shots off on Tensai, moving so fast. You can't hit what you can't see, and just like that, that's going to be a tied game for Jupiter and New Artisans, both in the 30 to 40% range here. The next big hit will finish them off.
Absolutely, and also using that super to enable Hagego on the Barley, a typically vulnerable and relatively immobile brawler, to just go turbocharged into position to drop this safe damage over walls. Milcreo gets that pick onto Aaron. It's going to open up the left-hand side. Elliot moves up but is forced away by Hagego, also on this Barley without support. Response dodging out the damage. Rocket Rain from Aaron to open up some sight lines. He should go down here. Gadgets over the wall, immediately into the rocket from Milcreo. He's got a beeline for the safe. It's all over. Jupiter taking it out.
Elliot, not enough damage to keep pace with Jupiter, and even though we didn't get to see the bottom half of that base race, that was a massive amount of damage dished in there in a very short amount of time by Milcreo, and I think Tensai was the one who dealt the final blow there. Max can really keep the DPS high when uncontested. If all the shots are landed directly there on the safe, you're not going to be able to keep that thing up for very long, are you, Tridd?
Not at all. So much damage coming out from Max, and Max is incredibly slippery as well with the super, able to reposition quite quickly. So it's kind of almost like a blink and you miss it. You take your attention away from that brawler at any one time. They could be on your safe dealing damage, and it's really hard to body block against the Max as well, because we've seen the super enables the high speed. It enables the fast movement back and forth to get those sightlines on the safe where you can't put your body on the line for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, Tensai had got to be at least 4 parallel universes ahead of the New Artisans at that point. There was no way to catch up, and with that, they'll take game number 1. We're into the second one now, in what has been a bit more of a muted play between these two teams. Not quite as much in the base race category as playing for midfield control. Hagego getting a little bit of damage in there, firing away with those Barley shots, and that's going to be an appreciable lead here for Jupiter. 19% peeled off without much of a risk for damage on their own save. A trade over here in the center as Elliot and Tensai take each other out, and that's going to be still a big lead for Jupiter. Tridd?
How is this damage consistently coming in? We're looking at the midfield. We're seeing where most of the players are, but New Artisans are consistently losing health. They're allowing these flanks and these damage to come in. They let Hagego get in position and just drop these fireballs for free on that safe, and they're just losing a slow war of attrition.
Yeah, you've got 6 long-range brawlers in this game mode, and it's really hard to keep track of the action all across the entirety of the field here, but Tensai can get a long-range hit in there. Hagego's got some awesome range, especially when he pops his super. Milcreo as Brock is one of the longest-range brawlers in the game right now. That's a massive amount of damage when they get just even up to the midfield and decide to open up on your...
Woody, it's 10% left. They're doing it again. We don't even see it. The observers can't catch it because it happens so fast. And we're at 9% HP. A final push from Jupiter will put them to match point.
It's super close here, and the next big push will win it all. New Artisans faltering on defense, though, and Tensai's done it. Jupiter will get the kill, and that's going to be a set 2 victory for his squad. Looking to close this out with a shutout victory. They'll just need one more set to do it, Tridd.
They were not happy with the way that our second match of the day went. Dropping to B-boy has clearly enraged Jupiter, and they've somehow got a buff from their anger. They're letting all that frustration out onto New Artisans right now with a dominant 2-0 performance on our second set.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget that the New Artisans took B-boy to a 2-1 lead. They lost the last couple of sets in that matchup, but they were going toe-to-toe against some of the best out there, a team that just beat Jupiter. So the fact that Jupiter has been so dominant in this third match of the day, I think just shows that you're right, that there is a buff that you get from losing. When you become enraged, you will, either make big mistakes or just play at your very best. And Jupiter is a team that has got so much experience at the top levels here that they know how to channel that adrenaline into wins. Is it adrenaline or is it adrenaline, Tridd?
Well, when they convert it, it's adrenalines.
Okay.
Junk Park's our third set. They don't, it's just adrenaline like everyone else. Junk Park's our third set as we head over to a siege type. Not going to see Brawl Ball or Gem Grab the way this series is going, Woody. Jupiter on pace to be able to just 3-0 this match and close out the Asia region quite quickly. But do remember, after the Asia region, we're going to have a second Asia final because we're going to check in on China, so be sure to stick around for that before we hit up Europe as well.
Oh, I will be sticking to this chair like a little piece of bubble gum on the underside. We're into Siege now, where it's all about grabbing those bolts, building up as big a bot as you can, and Barley is going to make his showing in this battle once again. Seems to be a favorite among the pros in pretty much every single game mode. Sprout making a comeback as well. Throwers seeing a lot of play in both Siege and Brawl Ball today, Tridd.
Absolutely, and we're going to see more of it now. Sprout's going to lock off those bolts in the middle, and it just made it impossible for Milcreo to get any to answer back. So a level 2 Siege bot to kick things off for the New Artisans. And Jupiter will put their bodies on the line to try and grab bolts, and Milcreo doesn't even get to bank that bolt at the end there. It means Response is going to walk away and make sure they don't get any kind of lead or some kind of control on this one. And that's a bit of value coming out for a level 2 Siege bot that you shouldn't see happening this early.
Tensai pushes the enemy brawlers off, and that's going to keep that damage at a minimum. Nice defense to him up there on the top. It's going to be only 11% off the Jupiter safe. They've got one bolt and are trying their best to push back into the midfield here, but Aaron is doing an amazing job denying both Hagego and Tensai here. We've got another super set up, but I don't think it's going to be playing to Jupiter's advantage now as Aaron's able to grab another bolt and another one. Stack them in there. It's going to be a tie for round 2, and it's all coming down to the third Siege, Tridd.
And with the advantage in the favor of New Artisans, Jupiter have to come out with some kind of bolt advantage, even if it's slight, to give them the opportunity to equalize the HP. Otherwise, they just lose by default. A draw here, when it comes to a bolt race, is a loss for Jupiter.
Jupiter have got enough bolts to open up a hardware store all the way up to 10, and that seems to be an insurmountable lead now. They are almost guaranteed to get that final bot unless NA can just open it up. And well, they've done a great job closing the gap, but haven't finished it off just yet. Jupiter make their way back into the mid, and it looks like with 12 to 10, they're going to be able to hold on to that advantage, Tridd.
Wait. New Artisans, they're about to do it. Oh no, Milcreo got that final bolt in there. I genuinely thought that the New Artisans had a chance of equalizing, but 14, a level 14 Siege bot for Jupiter. This should be going their way because they don't even need the bot to make a contention. They just need enough time for Milcreo to walk in and get some damage on that save. But he's been forced out early. This is great, but the bot is there, wailing away. Jupiter gonna walk away with game number 1.
Ooh. What, you said wailing away, right? That's the sound.
Oh, right, okay. We got a comedian.
A whale as in like...
we got a comedian today, have we, huh? Doing his type 5 for the comedy store.
My bad. I didn't quite get your meaning there. But yeah, on a map where there's no spring traps to just jump right into the enemy safe, you really do have to rely on that siege bot damage. And with that tie in round number 2, Jupiter had an easy win, picking up that massive bot for the final round, just pummeling straight through. I don't even think that they got any damage dealt by the brawlers. They just let that big boxing beast beat it up.
Yep, the Rock'em Sock'em robot coming in there, dealing damage to the Ike. And now we are at the actual match point, Woody. One more game win for Jupiter, and they close this out incredibly fast and secure themselves second place in the Asia final. Last obstacle for them, New Artisans. Although New Artisans, they still have the conditions to be able to come back and win this. They are not out of the series yet. It just looks very unlikely we're going to see them come back here.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Ever so slightly. Just a
possibility.
Bit. Yes.
If we call it a coin flip, they'd have to win.
It's not a coin flip. No, it would only be a coin flip, Woody.
6 in a row.
No, I was gonna say if it's a coin flip, this is if the coin is like shaved on a side, where 9 times out of 10 it will land on heads, which is what Jupiter has chosen. This isn't an even coin flip.
Jupiter have won the past 5 games, so we'll see if they can do the same again here in our last round of Siege. It's match point for our golden gods up top. Tensai gonna bubble up and protect himself as he grabs that first bolt, but will respond with a bolt grab of his own, takes out Tensai, and looks like New Artisans have picked up a little bit of a lead here. They've found a new patron, perhaps, supporting their artisanal attempts at victory. The level 3 siege bot will come to help them out first, Tridd.
Go back to your patron and ask for more money. You're going to need more of this to go through this series. Level 3 siege bot will enter the territory. There's a connection as there was in the last time. More damage being laid around on his first offense. And that is 45% damage from a level 2 siege bot, Woody. That shouldn't happen, ever.
Yeah, that's a lot more than you would come to expect from such a little guy. But hey, it's not about the size of the ship, it's the motion of the ocean, Tridd. That's what I keep on hearing so often from my, smaller friends, but well, I'll have to take their word for it. This time it did turn out to be true. 45% is a big ask of a level 2 bot, but they'll get a chance to hit back even harder with level 5.
Okay, so 45% with a level 2. What can a level 5 do for New Artisans? And Jupiter haven't been banking a lot of bolts while this has been going on, Woody. They managed to get themselves up to 5, so they got a nice lead for the final siege when that comes round. Bot sitting at around about 50% HP. It will make a connection and start damaging away. Hagego is the only person on the field right now. There is going to be such a large hill to climb for Jupiter with this final siege. They have to get at least a level 10 siege bot or some amazing picks in the final siege.
Hope you've got your 10-speed bike, because you have got to switch gears if you want to get that bolt advantage here and win it all right now. Only 6 in their hands right now, and they are going to have to turn on the magnet and pull every single one that they can grab onto. New Artisans know that they're not going to get this last siege bot, but they're just trying to deny as many bolts as possible to Jupiter. Level 9, probably not enough to close the gap, Tridd. What do you think?
Not enough when no members of Jupiter are on the field right now as well. They can't reinforce this bot at the apex of its push. How they're supposed to deal 80% damage, I have no idea. Sprout's blocked it out, bought some more time to deny and get rid of the HP pool. They have to go make a huge connection right now, but no one on Jupiter is alive to do it. The lead is too insurmountable. New Artisans take round number 2.
Excellent defense there to Aaron. That bot tiptoeing through the tulips, but not able to make it all the way to the eye. Gonna have to do a little bit of a turnaround there in Jupiter's attempts at the comeback. Late game were not rewarded. New Artisans tie up this set number 3 and are looking for the comeback of the century.
I love the reverb effect. We don't even have the production value to do that, but he just takes it on himself. What other sound effects can you do, Woody, huh? Is there anything else you can do with some trickery with your voice? I know you've got a very talented...
Don't test me, child! Don't come in here asking for sound effects. I'm not some sort of Muzak system that can just crush them out on demand. I got to see the action before me. It comes from within, you know. It's a deep guttural spirit that just awakens within me anytime I see big action on the screen. So let's hop right into it. Jupiter and the new Artisans are going back into it. One more shot at glory. Jupiter trying to close this thing out, but the new Artisans are going to have another chance to make this comeback happen here and now.
They've moved Tensai over to the Gene this time around, Woody. So an adaptation coming in what should be the final round of our Siege map type. A lot of control, can pull away the bot as well, breaks them down to these barriers. This is a good option to bring to Siege. It just lacks a little bit in the mid control when it comes to bolt collection, I feel.
And broken barriers bonded by the bomb beat. Big hit here for new Artisans as a level 4 siege bot will come barreling through. Milkreo, Hagego, and Tensai all damaged. So damaged. And not able to keep this thing off. That's going to be some more damage stacked up on their Ike as well now. How far can they push through? I don't know. It looks like the new Artisans weren't really willing to commit there. Instead, they're just going to hold the line up top and deny any exit to Jupiter.
Playing the long column, Woody. They want to get that mid control, get these bolts, and start working towards something more impactful. This time around, though, Jupiter did a better job at defending this first siege bot. It was a level 4, but they didn't drop down to the depths we've seen them off of these first pushes in previous rounds.
Response gets pulled by Tensai, and that's going to be another bolt pickup for Jupiter, but at what cost? 7 already in new Artisans' pockets, and here comes another siege bot. The reverberations of his stomping through the arena, Tridd. Moving in on that Ike, and he's coming in hot. Nice super on defense by Hagego will slow things down, but you can't stop the rock. Here it goes, drilling through and tearing that Ike to ribbons. It's below half hit points now, Tridd.
Yeah, it is 48%. It's still winnable for Jupiter, though. They have 4 bolts, but they need to get a bot on the field for this last siege to even have a chance at answering back. They also need to make sure that they're adapting, keeping their members alive so they can go in at the apex of this push. Aaron, keeping hold of that super, he knows that he's going to have to divert that bot if it comes online, but it doesn't look like Jupiter are going to get the chance. Tensai has to play extremely aggressive to even contest them, and they won't even get it. New Artisans have done enough, Woody. They're going to walk away with this set and force out a 4th map.
Groans and moans from Jupiter. The chores have been stacking up for the new Artisans, but they have come out with a mop and bucket, cleaning up in this set number 3 and giving themselves a shot at glory. Congratulations. This is going to be a 1-2 deficit for them, and Jupiter just need to get one more set. But new Artisans have finally got some breathing room and a little bit of hope for victory.
They need to keep that hope alive, like the warm kindling on a fire. They need to breathe air into it because it's not quite there yet. It is still just little flickers of a flame that needs to grow out of control. The new Artisans, they're at the start of their reverse sweep, Woody. They got a bit of a journey to go. Some great play there. I feel as though that Gene pick at the end lost a bit of control in the mid, and it just meant they weren't able to get that bolt lead that they required to even stay competitive in that final round. Weren't really able to capitalize on it either with any pulls when it came around to the offensive, and they died a lot when they had opportunities with their siege bot of their own. So yeah, I have to kind of fault the brawler selection in that final round a bit.
Yeah, they kind of seemed to just feel like they were going to walk it in there. The defensive strategy was to just try to get a few bolts and then not die, but then somehow die a lot. Jupiter have kind of like turned the light bulb on for this penalty kick round and get some big hits in here for set number 4. It's time to just end this thing. I think this region's just about over. Jupiter, can you put an exclamation point on the end of this one for us, please?
Yes. Well, it depends on who you ask. There's obviously going to be fans of the Asia region who maybe want to see this 5th and final set come out from this one and go the distance as we saw in our first set of the Asia region. Brawl Ball, let's see what happens. Jupiter should be able to close this one out. We keep saying that despite all of the new Artisans' efforts and despite the scoreline against B-Boy in the previous set, Jupiter are in the position of being the APAC representatives, or one of the 2 APAC representatives, because they have been so dominant. So we expect this team to still come out on top.
We are now in the action. We're going to see Max and Barley on both sides here. Carl rolling through for the new Artisans, and Jupiter have gone back to the Gene play, coming in so handy in many games before and getting those excellent pulls right when they need them most. Milcredo tosses up to Tensai. He
Oh, great catch.
Slides through with a gadget. He scores, Jupiter.
Okay, so they've started drawing the line of that explanation point, Woody. They've they definitely know what you want to be doing with this one. They want to close it out just as fast as you want to see it. So, let's go. We're going to have to move forward on this one. Aaron is going to grab control of that ball, move over. Great hook there by Milcredo to take control of the ball. Well, not exactly the ball, but to shut down the momentum. And Tensai will now move forward as well. Ball in the middle, looking for the recontest. Here is the speed. They move around into position. That ball just untouched right now. Great pull again by Milcredo. Aaron's left isolated. They've not finished him off though, Woody. He's going to start to heal and cause problems on this back line. He comes back. Great disengage from Milcredo, but Tensai moves forward. Shot on goal. He misses it. It bounces off the board.
Elliot, by the skin of his teeth, holds on and keeps that ball off the goal line. Big advantage for Jupiter, but it's not going to be a finish just yet. New Artisans looking for that return fire, and man, they are getting some great job, some great work done here with the suppressing fire. Huge hits from Elliot as they deny any opportunity for Jupiter to kind of coalesce on defense, trying to push back out. Hagego grabs the ball, and that's going to give a little bit of a positional advantage to Jupiter. But can they push back this defensive line?
Really struggling to do so right now. And the great puller once again breaks the barrier down. Aaron isolated once more. Response, gets control of the ball, pops super to do it. Milcredo is low, he can contest. They're bleeding all over the floor, Woody, as Aaron tries to move in. Oh, but the residual burn from Hagego takes one out. It's still enough for Elliot to walk it through the door.
They get knocked down, but they come back up again swinging. You ain't never going to keep the new Artisans down. In this fourth set, we have yet to find a winner, and Jupiter are doing their best to try to prove that, hey, guys, they're the big dogs on campus. They're the #1 team in the world right now. They've got the most points, the biggest prize pool wins of anyone. Why aren't they dominating?
Well, we now got to move forward right now in overtime.
No!
Great pass. Elliot misses the pass. They're in position, open goal. They're passing it between them. They kills. Aaron doesn't squeeze it through. Tensai gets control. Response is still hovering like a shark. Woody, he smelt blood in the water and he wants to finish it off, but the rest of Jupiter come back swinging.
Whoa, the whistle for offsides. Elliot was just streaming forward so fast that he was ahead of the ball. That rarely happens here, and it was an opportunity for new Artisans to score that they just couldn't close the gap on. Nice attempt to get that ball past the line, but Response couldn't get that little needle threaded in time. But there, he's done it! The new Artisans missed the comeback!
How did he get away with that one, Woody? I do not know what's going on there, but new Artisans take control of the first round. The rumblings of a reverse sweep are on the cards.
Oh, you can't say that, Tridd. You're going to jinx it, my man.
I'm touching wood as I'm saying this, Woody. I've got a wooden table in front of me, and my hands are placed firmly on it.
Knock on wood? Is that what you're supposed to do out in England?
Well, it's touch wood. Touch wood. And if there's no wooden objects around you, you say touch wood and touch your head instead. I'm not sure why it works like that, but...
Yeah, I've used that same line at the bar. It doesn't always work quite as well as I'd expect.
Yes. Well, if I was near you, Woody, and I would say touch wood, I'd be putting my hand on your shoulder respectfully right now, because it'd have the same effect.
In a platonic, friendly way.
In a platonic, in a respectful...
Not the way that Ark touches me.
No. Yeah, keep him away from you. Need to keep you two separated when we go back to having offline events. It's got weird over the online period.
Hey, the tension is building up. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. And Jupiter has been absent from the wins for a while now. New Artisan picking up the third set and now turning up the heat with a Game 1 win in set number 4. They're pushing Jupiter back into their topside spawn again. They are just out of orbit. Aaron, all the way at the goal line, takes the shot. He scores.
Oh, Woody. Jupiter, they're crumbling like cupcakes right now. And they get the speed boost onto Milcreo. They're trying to find someone. Magic Hand online, finds the pull onto Aaron. But Response is there with his namesake. With the bubble, the shield, the batting stance, and Milcreo is eliminated as well. I don't know how Jupiter are going to come back into this one. This is shaping up to be a new Artisan map and force us out to set number 5.
Response throws the ball away, not even trying to get a goal in here, just trying to get a sneaky past him. Sends it out to Aaron, tosses it in. That's it. New Artisans have tied up this match 2-2 against the Jupiter team that just seems to have lost their strength, their positioning, their everything.
I don't know whether it's because Supercell is a Finnish company that they understand the concept of all the rules of football that Brawl Ball is based on, because offside is a thing for a reason. And this is something that New Artisans play around so well with these back passes deep into enemy territory to go ahead and score these goals. That happened so many times and Jupiter did not adapt.
More damage dealt, but they couldn't get the finishing blows on those kills. Advantage there for New Artisans. And we're starting to see one of the big advantages that Jupiter has held claim to in the past just evaporate. The New Artisans are a new force to be reckoned with in this region. And hey, maybe we're seeing another reverse sweep happen here and now. I hate to jinx it, Tridd. You know, I don't like bringing these things up, but I have to remind the folks at home who, you know, may have a little bit of a short attention span or weren't really fully paying attention to this match so far, that this is the match that you want to be watching right now out of any Brawl Stars game in the entire world. New Artisans and Jupiter are going the distance for your viewing pleasure. Let's get ready for set number 5.
All right, double swoosh, gem grab to close it out, and Woody, what a Herculean effort right now from the New Artisans to go up against Jupiter, who've been mainstays of APAC, and these representatives from Japan has just been here forever, and New Artisans in their first showing give B-Boy a run for their money, looking to take down the top dogs in Jupiter. What a fantastic debut for them on the monthly finals.
They see an ancient god standing up against them, but is it Jupiter or is it Hades? Hercules, the demigod, on the bottom, failing to get these gems on his side. He's really got a big task ahead of him. Is he God or is he man? Elliot, the guy in the center here, tossing his briefcases out, but he hasn't made his case yet. Knocked back, and Jupiter have a huge 7-0 lead, Tridd.
And this is the Jupiter no talk me Angie buff once again, as they're just clapping New Artisans with zero resistance after that loss. They've got 10-0 on the gems, Woody, and Milcreo can back off. He's relatively safe to do so with 12 seconds on the clock. Jupiter do not want to lose this series.
New Artisans begging, please clap. But it's not going to happen. Jupiter have held court on this first game of Gem Grab. That is going to be a really big needle in New Artisans' foot, stepping into the hornet's nest as Jupiter have come back swarming through and playing to their best advantage. If you thought that the New Artisans were going to rewrite the story in the last moment here, think again. Jupiter have got a crushing comeback here. Is it Revenge of the Sith or Return of the Jedi, though? Up to you whether you think Jupiter is the squad to admire, the victorious champions marching home with another win, or are they the toughest team that just doesn't seem to back down, even when our scrappy fighters from the New Artisans are doing their best?
I think as it's coming down to the final most effective trilogy, if you will, Woody, this is more of a Rise of Skywalker, so hopefully the quality is a little bit better, but we'll end up closing this one out. Jupiter now moving into position. They are going to be running out with something similar, I believe. Response still sticking on this Tara, as you'd expect on double switch, because it is so potent. So it's a complete mirror for both teams.
Advantage for Jupiter now on this match point opportunity. What can New Artisans do to get back in this game. Milcreo and Tensai are just so oppressive with their attacks in the midfield, and the vision here from Tensai just getting them all that they need to see right into the enemy bushes. Now Elliot is going to have to fight on 3 fronts as Milcreo, Tensai, and Hagego are surrounding him on all angles. Aaron, in response, not doing what they need to do to give this gem carrier the room he needs to get that count up. Finally, Elliot gets up to 2. He's going to grab 3 and 4 in the mid here and now, but even with a big pickup right there, it's still tied against this Jupiter team.
A lot better of a performance right now from New Artisans, able to stay neck and neck with these gem counts. Milcreo will just walk forward and take an early lead in this one, but because the gems are so close, Woody, it comes down to an issue of control rather than kills. Taking control of the mid is going to be so important as we move closer to gems number 10 and 20.
Close game so far. It's neck and neck as another Mr. P gadget gets used there to try to bring Jupiter a little bit further ahead, and that's just exactly what they've done. A massive big black hole opens up and the event horizon sucks in all those New Artisan players. Milcreo just has to stay safe from Aaron, and he's done it. The countdown's on, Tridd.
Oh, it's 4 seconds remaining, Woody. 3, 2, 1. Jupiter close out our final match of the day. They will finish up in 2nd place. But New Artisans have had a fantastic debut to our monthly finals. They will walk away with 3rd place.
Is this a 27% Rotten Tomatoes movie? Because I feel like I am watching Jupiter ascending right now. Congratulations to this team from Asia, a squad that has been on the top of the region for so many months now. And even though they took a big hit from B-Boy, they came back strong to hold their own in the middle position of this region. They are going to be going to World Finals with their heads held high and a nice purse to drag along behind them.
Do you know what New Artisans' mistake was? They were able to make their initials NA, and we all know that North America never wins anything when it comes to Brawl Stars. Let's throw it over to Dan, who's going to break down that series.
Well, that started like looking like a complete shutout, but New Artisans did start to hold their own before getting defeated eventually. We are going to award MVP of that match to Milcreo, who was vital in Jupiter's win across the board. Let's go through it. Starting with Bo, we saw some excellent suppression where he was able to take that final star for the win in the first set. In a heist, we saw Brock once again deal major amounts of damage, recurring damage with the incendiary rockets to the safes. Then in Siege, Milcreo switched over to Barley, where we saw those suppression techniques locking down the center of the maps, but things did get a little bit dodgy at that point moving forwards. But eventually in Gemgrad, Milcreo took the reins one more time, took control of Mr. P, and was able to comfortably deal that damage, collect those gems, and get away with them unscathed. A comfortable win, sort of, in the end for Jupiter. Let's take a look at the group and see how things have shaken out. New Artisans are going to end up taking that last place spot, but still a really fantastic performance from them, I'd say, considering it was their first time here. But it's going to be B-Boy standing tall as the victors of the Asia-Pacific region. Let's take a look at what that means in terms of prize money, though. It's what we all want to talk about. It's what we all want to see. And B-Boy taking home the lion's share with $9,000 going between the team. Jupiter taking $6,000. And you know what, New Artisans? You qualified. You did great. Here is our $4,000 consolation prize. Not too bad to be them after all. But here's the leaderboards. Jupiter sitting on top with PSG. That's not going to change. They are locked in. We will be seeing them at Global Finals. B-Boy is still earning their points, but it's not, unfortunately, really going to be going anywhere. We've got our finalist for this region, and I cannot wait to see them throw down in the Global Finals. But you know what? Someone else that I'd like to see throw down is actually the China region. We spoke about China a little bit last month. I showed you this wonderful stage, and we talked through what was going on. Well, today, I actually feel like casting the China final from July. And Ark, you fancy coming on and joining me for this?
You know, Falcone, I think I might just do that. That's okay with me.
This is I've been looking forward to this arc. China is going to be, I think, quite different from everything else that we've seen. Obviously, the game hasn't been out for very long in China, so we don't know what strategies have evolved. They do things differently out there. As you can see, they're on this wonderful stage. It makes me miss our experiences back in March in Katowice arc.
I know, this year has absolutely flown by, and you know, that's one of the things that was out of our control. I think the trumps to the production team to do what they've done under the pressure, but this was the dream. We wanted to get players in the studio. We wanted to see NA versus EU and set all those beefs and discussions of the meta, and yeah, I've got to say, I do love the way that they've approached launching the game in China, and bringing new regions into competitive is only ever a good thing for Brawl in my eyes.
Absolutely. The more players all over the world that get to play, the better. We're going to run through the players now on screen. You can see we've got two teams. We've got Nova and we've got TIG. These are the teams that are the top dogs when it comes to China, and we're going to be seeing them throw down in their final here. Again, this is gameplay from back in July. And even since then, Brawl Stars, the meta, and even some of the gadgets has changed a little bit over time, hasn't it, Ark?
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a couple of changes since this was aired. So a couple of gadgets that were newer to the mix, I think, will not be seen, like a tripwire. I think, for example, I think this was around the time where I think Survival Shovel, the Mortis gadget, had just come into the game. So prior to the most recent balance changes as well. So Surge was pretty prominent around this time, and Mr. P as well was a big player. As obviously Gale as well is still strong today. So I expect to see quite a bit of that, I would say, in the mix. Yeah, I'm keen to see Nova perform, because obviously, as we know, Nova last year did go on to win at Worlds, but they kind of restructured, they changed their focus and looked more to mainland China as their area for the future. And the team which did win last year was Nova, now basically the tribe team for 66% of the players. So, you know, keen to see whether we might see some battles between them in the future as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Nova, as you're saying, Nova are a team in Brawl Stars that have so much renown, and although maybe it's a completely different roster in a completely different region, you know, they are carrying the weight of that name behind them, so they are going to want to do the best job possible. We've got on Team Nova, we've got Today, Mike, Captain, and Easton versus TIG Infinity, Z Team, M Team, Cannon, and plus Gia.
Yeah, Nova trying to go straight in with the Surge ban. TIG Infinity going straight in with the Gale ban. Like I said before, two brawlers which are very prominent regarding the meta, so no surprises there to be seen. As far as I can see, I think pretty good bans for the most part. And going in as well to the game modes and maps, slightly different in China, actually worth mentioning. So going to Gem Grab is going to be our first game mode, but the map rotation will be slightly different, going from Minecart Madness and then off to Hard Rock Mine, and then coming back to Minecart Madness for the map in the third game if we get to that stage.
Yeah, it's super interesting actually. So game 1 and 3 in each set is going to be on the same map. But look at that, we are getting straight into things. Nova running in with the tick, placing down those explosives and grabbing that first gem, getting a nice little bit of early control over this first game.
Yeah, so one thing straight off the bat that I remember distinctly was that this was prior to the balancing, so look out for Piper's homemade recipe gadget. That will have the old range of, I think it was an additional 25% on that. So I think Piper could be a real force to be reckoned with on this particular matchup.
All right, it's, yeah, definitely worth keeping that in mind. The battle for the center is truly underway, and yeah, absolutely, Piper is getting a lot of damage in, keeping that serious range that she is so good at. And M Team is struggling to get into the center of the map with Pam, where she'd love to put up the healing unit. Unfortunately for TIG, it seems to be Nova. Again, they're creeping forward that little bit more with Mr. P taking control of the right side. Oh, no, now Pam is pushing him back a little bit.
Yeah, pretty good control for the most part, I would say, from Nova so far, and forcing back Cannon, who's the golden Piper, the true gold Piper skin, into effect there, I think is quite key here. I've got to say, I do worry for Mike. I think that Tick mid is definitely not the brawler that I would choose to go to. I think in the kind of like the EU metas and NA metas, we would expect to see Sprout mid there. But I do remember watching and actually casting some of the China finals when I was watching them on my Twitch channel, and and I gotta say, tick mid seems to be a common theme in mainland China. I'm not quite sure why it's become such a prominent gem carrier and mid controller, but it definitely seems that we'll be seeing more of that in the future.
Quite like the idea of tick as a gem carrier, at least, you know. If you can creep in there, grab those gems, the way that you can retreat and sort of cover your tracks by putting those explosives behind you, it does seem like a pretty good strategy. And now if Mike can just get those last 2 gems that actually Canids Piper's picked up, and then on the retreat, this is getting really close, but the Piper goes into the minecart.
Yeah, and bit of pressure there and a few slips, and Nova straight onto the countdown as a result of that. And I think this is where Piper is going to struggle when it comes to resetting this countdown. If Nova can just kind of like keep this pressure on with the tick shots and force back the nanny, Peep is still an option here, but it's going to be close, I feel.
This is extremely close. If TIG can just get 1 more gem, oh no, it's gonna have to be 2 more gems now. And it looks like Nova are on the retreat. Is this it? Have they calculated that this is the victory? It seems like that's the case. There's 1 more gem still required to stop the clock. TIG, oh, they did it just as it spawned.
Reset the countdown in this game mode is no easy feat. It's going to be said now. Actually, a great advantage for TIG if they can hold this mid control and get some shots. But I've got to say, the Piper shots for me were not quite connecting. We'll have to see whether that comes back around to haunt Nova, as today's very low has to be forced back. It's pretty neck and neck, though. 13 gems, a bit of RNG onto the side of TIG. Actually goes down. Today goes down. That could be devastating for Nova if TIG can capitalize here.
Yep, Nova have lost all of their gems now. Pan gonna try and collect those, but they need to do more than that. They need to try and take down someone on TIG. Pat Nova today is going for it. Gets the healing unit up, but it's not good enough. TIG are gonna take that first game, and you know what, Ark? This is what we can expect from the rest of China. I am excited for this series.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how China have adapted so quickly towards Brawl Stars, because, you know, I think it's very easy to watch it and feel like, you know your favorite back in, EU or NA or like, LATAM regions are performing better. You've got to remember the game has just been released there. They're being forced straight into the deep end, and I've got to say, some really commendable plays and awareness to Brawlers. I think the meta maybe will take a bit of time to potentially evolve, but even so, I think for me, I am keen to see different Brawlers coming into the mix, because there can be ideas which can be taken and adapted, and I think we will see that China will continue to blossom as the year progresses.
I hope so. I mean, again, you've got to keep in mind that this is gameplay footage from a couple months ago now. I would imagine that even since then, the meta has evolved a lot. These players have improved. Again, they haven't had their hands on Brawl Stars for all that long. It's going to be really exciting to see how the top China team have progressed by the time we get to Global Finals, where we can really put all of our teams to the test up against each other.
That's exactly it, and I think this is a great platform for China to get some experience in a studio as well, because I think that's often overlooked when it comes to Brawl competitively. A lot of teams have got the upper hand in that respect, and having played on stages for the past couple of years, it's definitely going to go into their favor. So giving China a good, decent opportunity to experience that pressure that many underestimate coming into effect. Nerves can play a huge part, the lights, the people, the teams, a lot of moving around and hectic environments can be on the stage, so those things have got to be taken into consideration. In this particular match, a much more, I would say, meta comp actually here being ran, the kind of Slamulence and Mr. P as well. I think this for me is a better comp than we saw previously in Minecraft Madness, both of these teams actually.
This is definitely more standard, like you said, that what we'd expect to see with the Slamulence comp. We got, that Rosa staying in the bush and just ready to pounce on Mr. P on the right side. Not quite getting the kill in, but maybe being able to back off and keep hold of the gems. Again, Nova seem to have even better control of the center now, as long as they can do something about Z Team wandering around in the middle. In fact, it doesn't even matter. Nova have got the gems. They're on the retreat.
Yeah, countdown in motion, and Michael with a quick heal there out to Captain. Not sure whether it was the right timing for the heal. Could have maybe held it a little bit longer just to kind of make sure to get maximum value. TIG going in really aggressively. I'm not sure whether it's going to work out for them. It is the takedown there. That will reset the countdown, and also a kill, but forced back out of the spawn. Okay, but Nova, yeah, exactly. Nova was able to keep hold of 8 of the gems. So while that looked like it could have been a complete comeback because they weren't quite able to secure that,
again, because of the position being in spawn, they've not quite locked in the win yet. And in fact, we once again see Nova on the front foot. They just, there you go, there's the 10th gem. And once again, they're going to be on the retreat. This time, Jackie storming the enemy spawn, getting an elimination. This is looking even more comfortable than last time.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. There's not going to be enough taking down. There's going to be Cannon going in for Mike. I don't think it's going to find him in time. So it looks to me, yeah, Nova will survive, but barely just. I mean, TRG had a great opportunity in that spawn. I think they could have got out with a couple of gems, actually. I think the poker spawned in, and it might have been an ideal time to capitalize there. So that may have come back to haunt TRGs just a little bit moving forwards.
Yeah, regardless, that was all in all a much better played game from Nova. I don't know how much of that was down to the improved comp. Again, the Slambulance, like you said, double tank Poco, much more standard. Maybe ditching that tick worked in Nova's favor. What do you think?
Yeah, I think definitely a tick mid is definitely not a brawler that I would go to, but again, I expect that we'll see it moving forwards. I did see a lot of the China teams actually using tick mid, and we are going to be going back, it's worth noting, back to Minecart Madness for this decider round of gem grab. So I expect to see that coming back again, and yeah, Piper was another brawler which was quite dominant, so I wouldn't be surprised to see her making an appearance, maybe even the same comp as we saw previously, but both of these teams pretty close for the most part. It's just a couple of questionable choices of brawler, but I think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's nice to see a bit of variation and a bit of difference when it comes to metas across regions.
Absolutely. I mean, even today in the APAC region, we've seen a lot of variations, and as I pointed out before, Response played a different brawler in almost every single game that they played in today. And we are back to the tick, Mr. P, with a Brock with today. That's very interesting that they've swapped back to the less successful comp, but I guess they think this is a better comp for Minecart Madness.
Yeah, I mean, since the map changes, having the rope fence, Brock's been more viable now, and especially with Nani too. Nani's been seeing a lot of play on Minecart Madness. Definitely a common go-to pick for both European and NA regions as well. So no surprises there, really. People can put a lot of pressure. You can teleport with that gadget as well to kind of get behind your opponents and really wreak some havoc. Pam is a very, very common pick too. So definitely for the most part, a more familiar meta that I would say in terms of brawler picks, but again, tick mid, I have to leave that to the Twitch chat to decide as to what their feelings are on that one.
Well, it seems to be working out again this game for now. Mike has been able to hold on to 7 of the 10 required gems. There's another one, but I don't know if he's going to be able to edge forward and grab it. With the help of the turret and the super, yeah, it looks like they have, and they've got all 10 required gems. Mike barely alive there with 140 health. So this is looking like it might be the end of the setup.
Playing on, yeah, it might well be the Mr. P portals go down, and there's the homemade recipe, that additional distance to be gathered there, but it looks like a pretty clean takedown for me. Nova are going to take the first set, and the emotes would display the fact that they're happy about that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the first set, that's pretty important for the team to have gotten. You know, you want to get that early start because it relieves a little bit of that pressure. And this is a very high pressure match. Again, we're only showing you the final from the July finals for China. So this is about as big as the matches come. It's a good one, and again, a good start for Nova. I love these images, by the way. We've got sad TOG Infinity relenting their defeat on the huge backdrop behind them. Oh, I miss big stages.
Yeah, the opportunity to mold your appearance to whatever kind of like a brawler pin that you don't want to see in the game. Like I love to see the winning poses, the losing poses. It's great to see everyone enjoying themselves. They're definitely a much more reserved feeling, I would say, for the most part. Again, like you rightly point out, that you have to remember that these teams have been battling for 2 days to get to this point in time, and definitely the focus around the task at hand playing its toll, some nerves as well as the pressure mounts. It's very easy to forget the setting that leads up to this kind of environment. So definitely both teams will be feeling the pressure as we go into the next game mode. Going to be going into Brawl Ball next.
All right, awesome. Well, already today, grabbed hold of that Brawl with Max, and oh, interesting play there. Goes for the shoot and the gadget to rush forwards, but does end up getting eliminated. And now things look like they're falling apart for Nova. Jackie storming, and the goal is undefended.
Jackie was a really dominant brawler in this particular meta, and no surprises there. A really quick and decisive goal taken down by TIG, but we'll never return this with a pop of the max speed dash. Let's see whether they can make something of this or whether TIG might be able to close in here. I do like their positioning, and Jackie, for me, is a brawler which I think Nova are going to struggle with in this matchup.
Again, TIG with the Slambulance comp against Nova, who have more of a quick and dirty comp, if that makes sense, you know? Like today, the Max trying to rush for it before, not quite getting it together, and now they're kind of just scrambling, trying to find a way to get a good position up against TIG. It's not working out. They are truly on the defense there as Poco gets in that huge heal. I don't know how Nova can pull this one back.
Yeah, well,
that'll do it.
Sprout. Well, that might be enough to do it, actually. I mean, that is a really good amount of value covering that entire goal. And look at that, TIG forced back as a result. And the max speed dash is smart to get the ball out to safety quickly. I think, you know, all things considered, a pretty reasonable defense. But now TIG on the return. And the suck is great. That's going to be a goal for TIG. A really nice, calculated response to what was actually a pretty good defense under pressure.
That was a filthy Sprout super there, just completely defending the goal for such a long amount of time, but ultimately it did not matter as TIG. There you go, they're looking a bit happier in their photos now. Look at that.
Great poses, and yeah, good to see all smiles. Bit of relaxation as well now creeping in. You can see a couple of smiles from the team as they discuss kind of like how they felt, and yeah, Nova definitely don't look very happy about that at all. Definitely feeling that defeat may have cost them. We'll see how they return in the next round, and whether they can sort of pick themselves up, make a few changes potentially to see whether they can have a better luck next time round.
I love it. I love the photos. I love the poses, and I love Jesse's turret there at the side of the stage. Did you see that?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, the artisticness of the stages we see time and time again with Brawl, and it's so great to bring in just extravagant props and things into the studios. And you know, we've seen in the past like giant Nita bears and giant spikes in Korea, and yeah, having a stage would not be complete without an oversized Brawl Stars weaponry of sorts, would it?
Absolutely not. We're going to have a similar comp from over here with Piper here now as well. But oh, is Max going to do it this time? No. Poco did take the.
Look at the ball there. It seems to feel like it was a bit of a dash, and TIG on the return, instantly trying to return the ball, taken off the line by Mike. A few slips on both sides of this game, it seems so far.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really interesting start. We could analyze that for hours, but we don't have time as the game continues. And now Mike is trying to take control of the middle with Piper's shots, even going to super to destroy some of the obstacles. Mortis getting all up in everyone's face, but is taken down by Mr. P. And now TIG are really trying to push. If Poco can keep Jackie alive, no, they're not going to do it.
Yeah, chance for Nova to push back. I mean, for me, Mike's playing a bit of an interesting game, taking down that right-hand side layer of boxes first, and that's breaking their own defense. I'm not sure about that one. The idea being at the beginning was to make sure the cannon could be shut down by taking down, instead of the goal line of defense, the preliminary first layer. This is going to be struggling, surely, for Nova now to retain this defense with that gaping hole in the middle of their defense.
Yeah, that was a really odd super from the Piper earlier. Not exactly sure what was going on there, but it looks like Mortis just going to be able to walk this one in. TIG taking the first goal of this game. Things looking a little bit better for TIG than they were in the last set.
Yeah, it's TIG going with the aggressive Mortis plays that I really like to see, and look at this Z team going in with no chill whatsoever. Mike's pushed back and nicely played by TIG. So yeah, looking to not give Nova an easy run of this, it seems.
That was a desperate super from Mike there, and it was not meant to be. Obviously, you never want a super in a way that's going to destroy your own base, but you know, push came to shove, and it just wasn't enough. So a big win for TIG Infinity, tying up the match.
Yeah, they're definitely looking a lot more confident now than they were in the previous rounds. The smiles still continuing to go. Now, I wonder whether the pressure's going to start getting to Nova now. They definitely are focusing. They are like no smiles at all and no serious faces. So we'll have to see whether they go into the next game mode with a bit more zest in their step. It's going to be Siege up next, so maybe the more control-based game modes as we saw previously in Gem Grab might fare better to their playstyle.
Yeah, possibly. Again, like you said, pressure is definitely on now. Getting that early win doesn't mean anything if you get tied up. And these players, they're competing for a lot. They're competing for their place at the global finals. We're going to be dropping into Junk Park next. And I'm excited to see how this goes with Siege. These have been some really good games so far. Brawl Ball was quite quick, though. Let's see if TIG can continue the momentum.
Sprout mid for both teams. Sandy as well making an appearance as an interesting pick. And yeah, let's know in the chat if you notice any differences within the game as well. The one that I would say stands out the most is the when a team or a player take some damage, they will glow with a slightly white aura. That's a slightly different tweak to the game mechanics in China. Also, I think there's one where when you die on the map, you don't leave a kind of splatter residue on the map. So if you notice any tweaks and changes, let us know in the chat if you're watching a live stream. But no, it had a great start. Emotes flying around, and they are going to take the stronghold position here as TIG are going to be trying to force back and collecting some of these bolts, but it's not looking great for me.
Oh, I mean, Nova have got complete control over the center. They got the first siege bot, and now they've got 5 bolts versus 2. It looks like this next siege bot is going to belong to Nova as well. Although that doesn't necessarily spell the end. If TIG can get a good defense here and get that final siege, it is still possible for them to win, but that's going to be no easy task.
Yeah, an uphill struggle, it seems. Again, continuation pressure from Nova. And yeah, this is where Sprout comes into his element. Great shots from today as well. And TIG definitely looking like they are struggling a little bit in comparison to their previous rounds of Brawl Ball. It would seem that Nova have a better hold over the more controlling game modes like Siege and like we saw in German Grab as well. So TIG gonna have to up their game. It seems we're going to what could be the final push. And it's not looking like it's going to go Nova. Well, it might go Nova's way now with a bit of area control, a few emotes. They might get a push here, yeah.
TIG would need to do some serious work now to get that bold lead back. That's going to be it. Third and final siege bot goes to Nova, and that is going to be game over. Assuming we don't see any crazy Gale plays like we did earlier in the APAC
yeah.
region.
That was pretty exciting to see, like the effectiveness of not having a bot and how that can turn around, but not going to happen on this one. TIG definitely need to up their game moving into the next round because Nova might be on a bit of a streak here.
Yeah, Nova seem to have their juju back, and things are looking good as we're going to head into the second game of Siege. And again, just to remind everyone, we're switching between maps every single game. So while that was nuts and bolts, we're now moving to Junk Park. Apologies, I got that a little bit mixed up earlier. And it's going to be interesting to see how the comp changes yet again as the map changes. Do you think maybe the different map is enough to cause a dramatically different comp, or do you think that Nova are going to go for very much the same thing?
I kind of like something about going to a different map, actually. I think the format's interesting in that respect because it's not just about the kind of like rock, paper, scissors of the comp that the teams go for. It's also shaping the map kind of adds a new variant to that. So it's definitely an opportunity. It just depends upon whether teams get it right on the day. And but it's definitely interesting to have. I think it could maybe confuse viewers a little bit to follow because I think there is something that's very like simplistic and unique in that respect to follow the kind of like the formats in the West, but at the same time, it's definitely going to provide an opportunity if players, get it right at that time. Switching up broad comps and being, unpredictable is always what I say a great, difference to the outcome a lot of the time. So.
All right, well, here we go. It's time to find out. We've still got the Sprout, but we've got Carl and Barley for Nova this time versus. We got Daryl, Tick, and Sandy. So they're really liking their Sandy in this region.
Yeah, we did see Sandy played a little bit in Siege in like the earlier part of this year, but since the balance changes, he hasn't seen that much play. We've seen some really clutch plays. I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it could have been Jordan, or it's definitely one of PSG that had a really clutch moment in our first monthly finals in Katowice, and that star power of, I think it was Rude Sands.
Rude Sands star power.
Yeah. So there are some great Sandy plays to be had, and I think that there is some ability to mask your team behind that super, which can force back your position just simply because they don't know where you are. But for the most part, I would say that Tick Sandy, for me, probably the weaker comp, I think arguably so here.
That was a very strong first siege bot for Nova there. Already got the TIG's Ike down to 39%, and they've got 4 coming into 5, make that 6 bolts ready for the next siege. I do not know how TIG can defend against this one.
Yeah, I think that for me, Nova are in their stride right now, and TRD definitely struggling. The weaker comp, the control, which has continued to not be to the same standard, and I feel like this is kind of already done and dusted. Nova definitely looking much more confident in Siege than they were in Brawl, for sure.
Are they gonna lock it down with this siege point? Is that gonna be enough? Yep, 5-3.
Big push, yeah. I'd be surprised they didn't. Yeah, there it is, done and dusted. And yeah, I gotta say, Nova are definitely showing signs of awareness to the meta. I would say more so than TRG. It's still a very unique and different meta that we're seeing in mainland China, but I think that Nova have got a bit of a firmer grasp over it than TRG at the moment, and maybe some cracks forming for TRG in that respect.
They're going to be feeling a little bit better now, once again with that set lead. One more set, and that will be the victory for Nova. And yet we see the defeated TIG one more time. They are down, but they are not out, as we're going to be moving on to Bounty next. Game 1's going to be on Canal Grande. And now this is going to be interesting. We've seen some interesting Bounty sets over the last few months. Are we going to be seeing slow play, maybe some draws here and there, or do you think we're going to see some heavy action?
Yeah, I think like Sprout definitely seems to be a kind of a favorite in mainland China, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Sprout making an appearance here in Bounty, locking down that mid and kind of like mixing things up in that respect. And you know, we see a lot of Jackie, but whether we'll see that from these teams, we'll have to see. It's definitely going to be open to both range and close quarters, so it's going to be our first insight to seeing kind of like, well, at least with these teams, how they approach that. So they are going to go with like a Jackie and Tick again seems to be a definite favorite in mainland China. They're going to go with Rosa as well, so a bit of both, bit of aggression from the short range and a bit of range as well from TRG.
Oh, right, the earlier limbs all going to TIG here. Rosa pushing down the middle. Look, wow, look at Z Team go. Just about surviving that thanks to popping the super. But yeah, they've got those early 3 stars required. If they can stay alive, that's all they need.
Yeah, they can hold this position, and this is where Tick can be good, because, you know, being able to throw over the walls and just kind of like have area control combining with teammates with both range and close quarters is a pretty good spot to find yourselves in. If Captain can start to move his porters up the map, they'll put a bit of pressure on TRG here, but for the most part at the moment, I think they're in a pretty good position here.
It's looking good to me. They're staying in the center of the map, maintaining control. Weren't able to get any damage with Cannon's super there, but that's okay. As long as that Jackie doesn't come in and deal too much damage. Rosa pops the super, and... oh, okay. Piper eventually able to take the Jackie down, securing even more stars. Nova need to do something in the next 40 seconds if they want to win this.
Yeah, pressure being applied, continuation pressure from Captain on the left-hand side, just holding down Z-Team, but he will be healing up in the bush with that star power, so Nova are going to be cautious of that, but the pinch coming in is pretty good for the most part. Mike going to drop down a super, the force out of the super from M-Team is there, but look how weak TRG are here. If Nova can tap it, there's the draw.
Whoa.
So they are able to tie the game, but they're not done yet. Today going in, gets the lead. 15 seconds left, and Nova have turned this one around, it seems.
Yeah, amazing, amazing, completely turned around. 9 stars to 5. TIG need to do something, but they're not in a good position to do that. Nova have completely retreated. That is going to be game over. Yeah, they get the elim on the tick, but that's just not enough.
TIG with a clutch ending there. Nova had a great opportunity, which they just didn't seem to hold on to enough there. And that might be something which Nova need to be taking more into consideration here. They've got to be cautious and not get overconfident. I think it's quite easy in Bounty sometimes to get overconfident, and especially in those final seconds when you think that you've got it under wraps. You can drop your guard. It's something that we see often, and teams might retreat too quickly or make a mistake which they didn't kind of anticipate coming. So I gotta say, a bit of a drop of the ball there from Nova.
It was close. They almost had what they needed to take that one back, but it was a little bit, some risky plays, some hasty plays coming in, meaning that they did lose those valuable stars to TIG. And now TIG are in with a shot of making it to this final set. They can continue their comeback. This match could continue to heat up. We're moving on to Snake Prairie next, Ark, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, Snake Pro is going to mix things up massively, and I'll be keen to see whether these players kind of notice the effectiveness of the bow totem gadget and cycling the supers, as we do a lot. We're going to see bow, yeah. So it's actually quite traditional European, North American meta here. That makes sense to me. Straight off the bat, we're going to see Tara gadgets popped for the visibility, and Nova, a quick pickup on that right-hand side will take an early lead.
That was a very quick pickup. Even grabbing the star in the center there. That's all Nova need. Now, if they can play a good defensive game, they could come out on top and find themselves on match point. We're going to have a little bow fight in the middle with Zed Team getting a lot more damage in than Captain. Captain now having to retreat at the back, but that's fine. They've got what they need. They can just chill. It is on TIG to make the push. Ow!
Mike goes down there with a shot. Nice observation there from TIG, but I feel like Nova didn't really lock down the map as quickly as they needed to, really. The bushes were left a lot of areas open for attack, and they're going to break it now, but I don't know how. Well, they are in the lead, so that's probably the wise choice of Mike to break that right side. They can now start to lock down, but Captain's not sitting inside the radius, and he hasn't knocked. Also, it wouldn't fare against him to sort of go between. He's starting to do that now, but definitely some seconds, some valuable seconds there missed of gaining super for Nova, but in control for the most part, I would say, in this position here.
That team trying to find the push on the one bit of land that is not exposed, but there you go. It is now completely exposed. There is no way that TIG can push without revealing themselves. They are going to have to do something, and fast. Zed Team gets completely almost eliminated by the enemy Piper. Really low on health there as TIG, the bow is able to take down the gadget. So that's no more endless super generation for Nova.
Great super from today, got the pickup as well. Cannon coming in though, Michael's the threat, but a snipe from Mike is good, and a takedown from today is there as well. I was curious to see whether those mines would come back to haunt them. It's 10-10 now on 3 seconds. It's going to end in a draw. I think a bit of a slip from Nova, because they didn't. I saw them actively not trigger those mines, and I was thinking, well, if they're not going to trigger, they've got to make sure that they are aware that they still remain. And maybe a bit of a slip. They had plenty of time to trigger them, but just chose not to in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Tara coming in clutch for TIG with that super. Again, being able to get those final bits of damage in for those eliminations, tying up the game. That was vital. And now things get interesting, because again, we have seen bounty matches in the past where it's tie after tie after tie, and it's going to be a question of which of these teams can finally break through and get that next win.
Yeah, in Snake Prairie, it's been mixed up a little bit. We tend to see more ties in Snake Prairie than most, simply because of the bush coverage. When you're not too sure what lies in your wake, you just tend to be more defensive as a result of that. And Tara's gadget can reveal you, but you only have 3 of them per game, so it makes sense to kind of go for the tie in Snake Prairie more often than not. And whether these teams will go more on the aggressive to get like an early lead and then go on the defensive, or whether they just kind of are relatively close throughout. I think whatever they choose to decide in terms of their strategy, locking down the map earlier is absolutely something which I think both of these teams need to focus on going into the next round. But it's going to go back to the Canal Grande next, actually. So, oh no, sorry, it's a draw. Yeah, sorry, Snake Prairie.
I guess when it's a draw, they keep the same map. That's really it. I wasn't sure about that either, but there you go. Now we find out.
Yeah, so today popping gadget as well as Cannon will reveal, and that's not what we tend to see. An early gadget pop from Tara definitely helps to start this early decider, but it's going to be TIG to take the early takedown. Returned by Captain, back and forth right now.
Back and forth right now, but vitally it is Nova that have that extra star, so it is them that have the ability to play defensively. There goes the mines with Bo, eliminating that first little patch of grass, and now Captain, assuming there's someone on the left, suppressing fire when there isn't actually anyone there.
Yeah, that's the joys of Snake Prairie. You're kind of completely in the dark until we see either some gadget or the map being locked down. And Mike actually does connect there with Zed Team on the right-hand side. But again, the mine positioning that Nova have is not enough to lock down that left side. There is a bit of a weak spot there. And the right side as well, still very much open. And again, I feel like these teams are not focusing enough nearly. There's a side lane super from Captain to lock down the right. But Mike should be really trying to position himself in that left-hand side now to break that side. And he's going to go for it now. He might get lucky. Yeah, it's going to be okay. It was a bit tight, the timing there, because it actually did leave a bit of a spot for TIG to sneak through there.
Oh, okay, there goes the Mines once again dealing with the Gadget. Again, we did just see Nova's Bow get an elimination on the Tara, which means they are significantly ahead. It's going to take 2 eliminations now for TIG to catch up, but it's definitely possible. Except Mike getting that damage in on the Bow, meaning that Z Team is going to have to retreat. So low on health and only 20 seconds remaining. Now is the time. TIG need to push.
Yeah, Today and Cannon both have super, so it'll be interesting to see which of them show it first. I think Today's going to go out and it's going to connect with Cannon, but Cannon able to survive here. The pressure's still on Nova. 10 seconds left.
Looks like that's going to be... Oh, wait, 8-6. Final moments for TIG to get some damage in. It's not going to happen, and Nova are going to take the second win of the set. And what a big win for them that is. So close to just winning the entire match right now.
Yeah, they started to pick themselves up a bit and focus on the task at hand, and it was definitely cutting it fine because TIG there had a great opportunity to bring this to a close, but or to the final set. But now Nova going into Canal Grande, that'll be the next game mode for Bounty with a great chance now, turning things around nicely.
I mean, that last game was so close. The struggle that took place at the end. We saw something very similar earlier today in the APAC region. I love it when a game of Bounty gets to that point with one team desperately trying to push and get those last few stars. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We see a very different comp here as, wow, today pushing, getting that star, and then retreating as Brock going to try and keep the other team away now.
Yep, so we're seeing very much a control comp from Nova with Mr. P and Tick. With TIG going with the more aggressive stance with Rosa, but I do like the position that Nova have already forced back upon TIG, forcing them right back into their spawn, and Rosa's a great pick here, but down goes Cannon, giving Nova even more of an opportunity to capitalize. They can just hold mid now, and as long as they keep Z Team back, I think they're in a really good chance to be able to seal the deal right here.
Yeah, and that's something that Mike is going to be fantastic at doing as Tick, if he can place those mines in the right place. Though Z Team is doing a great job of dodging everything to an extent, but eventually does get taken out by Brock's super. Nova are so far ahead. Ark. TIG are going to... Wow, and another elimination on Piper. TIG are going to need a miracle to come back from this.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a real uphill struggle for TIG, trying their best, but I've got to say I really like Nova's positioning here. I like the choice of brawlers. I think they've gone with a really nice balance between range and control with throwers and Mr. P porters and general things that are going to cause TIG a problem, and this looks like it's just going to be an onslaught. Nova showing no signs of slowing down.
Over, just creeping further and further and further ahead, but they do have the stars above their head. If TIG can make a comeback, which it looks like they're pushing and trying to now, here comes M Team, getting some serious damage on the Brock, but they need to act now. They are 12 stars behind.
Yeah, 12 stars that I can't see it happening. In 15 seconds, you're going to be looking at an entire team wipeout, followed by some respawns for good measure, and today just hopping over the river out of harm's way. Nova showing all the signs of smiles now, despite their composure and their calm. They will take it victorious in the mainland China region.
Wow, what a series that was. It didn't quite get down to the final set, which I'm going to be honest with you, Ark, I was kind of expecting it to, based on how close some of those games were. But this was a really insanely exciting final. Are you happy with what we saw from China?
Yeah, I think it's great. The teams are showing early signs of adapting to meta, and again, we've got to remember that these teams are fresh to the game. We saw it last year, and a lot of people underestimated last year the Korean and Japanese teams when they came into the competition, and I wouldn't be surprised if teams do that again this year with mainland China. Nova looking to be quite a dominant force to be reckoned with, 90 points way out in head, and definitely the leader for me right now over TIG Infinity.
All right, Ark, thank you so much for casting that with me. I'm going to get back to my station and continue hosting. I'll catch you again later. But yes, as you said, Nova China looking like they are on top for now. Next month, we'll be continuing with our coverage of China. As we get closer and closer to the global finals, we'll be able to find out for ourselves which team it is that's going to be joining the others there. But let's get back to today's matches. We've got Europe coming up next, and let's see what's going on with Europe so far with the leaderboards. And things are spicy here. Right now, CODEMAGIC Purple, Qlash EU, and SK Gaming have all qualified, but Tribe Gaming could put a stop to that. Now, the only team here that are guaranteed to be in Global Finals are actually CODEMAGIC Purple. Things get a little bit more interesting when you look down the rest of the list. As there you can see, Tribe Gaming, if they win today and win next month, they can get up to 330 points, which would be more than SK and Qlash currently get. But if Qlash win today, they'll end up with 340, which is more than Tribe can get. SK aren't even playing today. But if they win next month, they will end up with the 330. So on it, I'm going to be honest with you, EU is a little bit of a mess, but I cannot wait to see this mess unfold and see which team is going to be joining, or which teams are going to be joining CODEMAGIC Purple in the finals. Will Tribe be able to make this ultimate comeback that they've already started? Well, let's see. They will be competing today alongside CODEMAGIC Purple and Qlash EU. Qlash back and at it again. We have seen Qlash win the entire region several times after qualifying. Will they do it again? It's time to find out. We've got our first match of the day, or of Europe, coming up. It's going to be Tribe Gaming up against CODEMAGIC Purple. Tribe Gaming, who have everything to play for right now. They want to qualify, but they need to be winning. If they come last place today, even if they win next month, the very best they can do is tie for third place. So they need to be getting these wins in. Tribe, Spen, Tom, and Semantic. Spen's favorite brawler is Rico, apparently, and this hasn't changed over time. It's always been his favorite, and by the looks of things, it always will be. Semantic says his teammates' biggest strengths are being the previous world champions. Yeah, that is definitely quite a strength. Can they do it again? It's time to find out. Let's move forwards and check out CODEMAGIC Purple, the team that have already qualified. We've got Cursed, we've got Twisty Twig, and we've got Sun Bentley. These guys are guaranteed to get through. We will be seeing them at Global Finals, but they now stand in Tribe's way. Sun Bentley told us that he practices every single day for 6 or more hours, but Twisty Twig told us he only practices for 1 hour. I don't know about them, but for me that's not even long enough to do my quests. Either way, let's see if that low amount of practice pays off in the first European match of the day.
The entirety of Europe is indeed a hot mess, Falcone. Thanks for queuing up this first one, and boy, have we been looking forward to it for a long time. Also, Ark, what is on your head?
I have no idea. I see nothing at all. I cannot wait to see how Tribe perform today. It is a super, super close region right now, coming to its peak. Tribe Gaming straight off the bat, banning Gale, and the ban for CODEMAGIC Purple is gonna be Surge. So what we'd expect to see, what do you make of those bans, and what kind of thing do you think we're gonna see both of these teams doing with those on the cards?
Well, I think they've called in the meteorologists because they don't want to see any gales and they don't want to see any surges on this field of battle. Nuts and bolts is the siege game mode that we're going to be going into first. This map has got a lot of open area in the mid. We've seen Barley play particularly well in this game mode before, so expect to see him back at it again. Maybe even some Sprout as well with him. What do you think, Ark?
Yeah, I think the choices of comp today mean more than they have in previous months. Tribe under so much pressure here. We've seen this back and forth rivalry between Tribe and CODEMAGIC Purple month after month, which has shown absolutely no signs of slowing down. So today the picks are definitely going to make the biggest of differences, and I think both teams are definitely going to be thinking through a bit more carefully than they perhaps would otherwise do, because it means so much more. Tribe cannot take many losses today. They've got to be consistent if they're going to be staying in the battle for worlds.
Yeah, CODEMAGIC Purple has the upper hand in this region. They've got 380 points on the leaderboard, up against Tribe Gaming with only 270. That leaves them in 4th place in the European region and a need to win every single match if they want to stay in contention. Qlash EU also qualified for this month, and they're in 2nd place right now above them on the leaderboard. It's going to be a tight fight. Let's see who squeezes out for the victory.
Yeah, both sides running Barley with, again, that herbal tonic new gadget being such a prominent gadget to come in new and fresh to the game, and it's rare to see kind of a gadget. We saw it with kind of Bo's Tripwire coming into the meta competitively so soon, but we are going to see both Barley being played out here. It's definitely going to be CODEMAGIC with a good 8-bolt lead though, so it looks like they're going to get the first push here.
Yeah, purple is the color of royalty, and CODEMAGIC are the kings of Siege. Big advantage for them right now. 20 seconds until the second Siege comes in, but of course it'll be the first one since we had a tie on round number 1. CODEMAGIC Purple are holding court in the middle, but gotta hand it to Tribe Gaming. They've made an impressive comeback in the Bolt score. I don't think that they're going to get the lead for this round 2, but they might have a chance at coming back even harder for the third Siege bot. In fact, it seems very likely that they'll get that Bolt count up to 12. My goodness, that's pretty high.
Wow. What an amazing defense. And they got 12 for the next round already. Spen didn't even need to place down a Sprout with that defense. They just shredded the bot so quickly. This is an outstanding performance from Tribe. As Semantic gets pulled in, he's even going to get the takedown. He'll drop a bolt, but nevertheless, this is going to be a monster push for Tribe, having just taken a really big bot on defense.
Tribe on the warpath, and with over a dozen bolts now, they are definitely going to get this third and final Siege bot. It's all a question of how much damage they can stack in on that Ike, but 13% is not a very high bar for CODEMAGIC Purple to have set, and with the ability to go all in on this final round, it seems like Tribe Gaming have got this game to lose.
That wall from Spen was... it forced Cursed into the path of the bot for the takedown, and what a way to go. Tribe on fire in this first round, but can they continue it forwards into the next round?
That's the question on everyone's mind right now. A Tribe Gaming squad that has been on the ascendancy in the past several months, but still just a bit short of qualification. This is the tightest region that we've seen out of them all, Ark, with just several, dozen points separating qualification from relegation. Tribe Gaming have really got to prove their mettle here and now. SK Gaming did not qualify. They're the third place ranked team in Europe right now, but still 30 points ahead of Tribe, and every single point is precious at this point. Tribe knows that CODEMAGIC Purple will not be an easy team to beat, so they've got to hold on to those wins and be happy with every single one that they can pull down.
Yeah, exactly that. And Qlash, who are competing today as well, have not qualified for next month's monthly finals. So Tribe are the only team alongside CODEMAGIC Purple that have qualified for both this month and next month. And that's going to play a big factor here. Despite being behind on points, if they have a good week this week and a good month next month, then it's going to make all the difference. And they are showing already a great sign of doing just that with this early push. And oh, look at the damage raining down, Woody. This is the first push from Tribe.
Yeah, cheeky little push there from Semantic over on the right side, able to fire away at that Ike and stay safe himself. Up at full health, he's going to pull back now, even in this 2-on-1 against Cursed and Twisty Twig. He's holding his own, down to 8 hit points, and finally gets taken out. Nice defensive super there from Cursed. We'll keep that Bolt safe, and they're going to start stacking him up on the top side. CODEMAGIC Purple down in the Bolt count, but catching up ever so closely. Can they get the second Siege?
A really important takedown from Cursed there on Spen. Semantic will pick up with Tom. Will they bank in time, though? I'm not sure. It's going to be a push from Tribe. And CODEMAGIC Purple have got 4, maybe 5 bolts in the bank for the following round. So Tribe only 3 behind this push. Well, maybe even 2 now. So it's pretty close for the most part. But that early damage from Tribe, I think it's going to make a big factor here, Woody.
Offense from Tribe Gaming takes CODEMAGIC Purple down to 31%, and they've only got a 2-bolt advantage. This is going to be a really tough call for them. I feel like I'm watching r/Wall Street Bets because they are really going on the YOLO attempt here, but it is not paying off whatsoever. The tendies are flying out the window, and CODEMAGIC Purple have lost their shot at this Siege. They're charging back in as brave as they can be. Twisty Twig grabs another one out the right side, but Tribe Gaming have done it. That big pile of bolts has paid off for a third Siege bot, and they will take this set easy, 2-0.
Yeah, a dominant performance, and Sven with the Jing crying face. I know he was looking for a Jing crying face for a while, so I'm not sure whether he picked that up from this week or in previous weeks, but he didn't have it last month, that's all I know. Great performance from Tribe early on. They definitely need a good weekend. It's the start of that, but can they maintain it? And how these the next matchups and Brawler Comp's going to come into that? That's the question now.
Tribe Gaming pick up the win on set number 1, and that is a big one to hold against a CODEMAGIC Purple team that loves knocking them in early and holding strong throughout the entirety of the match. This is a squad that, just like Jupiter in the APAC region, has been at the top of the leaderboard for so long that it almost kind of seems like they're taking it for granted. They've virtually guaranteed their qualification for Worlds, so they definitely will be moving on regardless of what happens this month. But you always want to be moving on undefeated and reigning supreme. When Tribe are able to take such a big chunk out of you, more than doubling your kills in the set number 1, that doesn't bode well for your trajectory going into the finals in a couple of short months, Ark.
Yeah, really strong stats. Like, Tribe definitely came in all guns blazing, and Stonefall up next is going to be our next map. Gem Grab, of course, will be the game mode, and it's a more it's quite similar to Siege, to be fair. And Tribe do fare well in Gem Grab. They do like Stonefall. I've watched them play, and they are going to go with the bow strategy. Tom is going to play with bow, and both sides Sun as well. But it's going to be Curse who goes in with the early mid control. I like Spen's pick of Sprout as well. This, for me, is pretty much a solid pick of brawlers for both of these two teams here.
CODEMAGIC playing cautiously along those edges, but an aggressive play up the midfield. Curse grabs those first 3 gems before Spen can find his positioning. Sprout's going to do some great work here. He can fire on either left or right side, and with that super has blocked off access to the mid. This is a great place to be if you're a Sprout player, but oops, just stomped on that Sun Bentley bomb, and he's going to take a big hit, forced to pull back, but he can continue firing away. That's the big advantage of throwers, Ark.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw there as well, the advantage of Mr. P's porters is that they can detonate Tom's mines, causing a bit of difficulty for Tribe, getting those triggered much to the way that they would not like them to be done so. But for the most part, I'd say Tribe are doing a pretty good job of controlling this. Curse is pretty low here, and with a bit of help from Semantic, actually, no, that's a really smart drop of the healing station from Twisty to prevent those shots. But I feel like Curse is definitely a disadvantage here in this matchup against Spen in the mid here.
Very aggressive placement on that healing turret by Semantic, but it looks like it's going to pay off here, not pulling any fire from CODEMAGIC Purple. Instead, they were trying to go after one of those enemy brawlers. Spin and Semantic both staying healthy, though, have regained control of mid, and it looks like CODEMAGIC Purple are in dire straits once again. Tribe Gaming have held control of the center, and there seems to be no way for CODEMAGIC Purple to break back in. Sun Bentley crosses the midpoint, but is routinely taken out by Spen, and that's going to be a 3-2 pickup for Tribe Gaming. They are going to hold on to all the gems, and the countdown is underway. Doesn't seem like there's anything to stop it this time, Mark.
Yeah, Semantic just went in there just to try to delay the proceedings, and it's Sun on the left, but I don't think he's got any support there to be had. It's going to be Tribe again that will take the first round of Gem Grab, and off to a flying start. We've seen very close games between Tribe and CODEMAGIC Purple over the months. Is today going to be not that? It looks like it could be even a sweep here, Woody.
Yeah, brilliant outplay from Tribe Gaming in game number 2. They have really found their groove and are rocking to it. Ben LC as the gem carrier there. I don't think he fell a single time, and with so many heals thanks to that Pam right next to him, he was high and dry through the entirety of that match. Game number 2 is going to be starting shortly. What can CODEMAGIC Purple do to turn this thing around, Ark?
Something aggressive or a Tara for the gadget to reveal the bushes. A Rosa would be a good shout. I mean, I don't know whether they've gone for it. I can see it on my side, but it's something aggressive. I think they've got to get some more control there. They're going to go with the double heal. So we've seen this a fair bit. And again, I'm still on the fence about it. Poco and Pam, it seems to be a common flavor right now in the metas in the communities, but I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'm kind of still on the fence.
It's a lot of lasting power, and it seemed to work right there in the midfield. CODEMAGIC Purple trying to take the center control, but not able to stay alive long enough, and yet Tribe failed to capitalize on this opportunity to grab those gems. Looks like CODEMAGIC Purple will get 4 of them to start off with, and with those healing turrets down, are going to continue to hold court against Spin LC and Symantec, trying to get the corner advantage, but not finding the angle that they need to push those big healers out of the mid.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is that Tribe are definitely going with what they feel comfortable with. Symantec, as we know, likes to play Pan. We've seen him time and time again playing some fantastic plays with Pan. Tom can put a lot of pressure down as Carl, and Spen often holds full as Bo. So Tribe today definitely seem to be going with what they feel comfortable with and not taking maybe too many risks. And, you know, we'll have to see later whether that comes back around to be playing maybe too safe. But at the moment, they're not showing any signs of slowing down. Tom going in with a smash. Tribe on countdown.
They've been tricked, backstabbed, and possibly bamboozled. A team wipe of the CODEMAGIC Purple squad sends Tribe Gaming far and ahead. These gem carriers are just playing so well, particularly Spend LC of Tribe Gaming on the bottom there, holding on for the entirety of the countdown, and that's 4 games in the bag for Tribe. The second set claimed by our upstart possible future champions. Can they keep their heads on straight and make it to Worlds off of this qualifier here and now?
It's the best start they could possibly hope for. I mean, CODEMAGIC Purple, you know, have already got a place in Worlds, so that could come into play here, but they've absolutely proven themselves to be a dominant force. You know, whether they've already qualified and therefore maybe are not too worried about how they perform could come into play here, but at the moment, Tribe, it is Tribe. 16 kills to only 2 from CODEMAGIC Purple, 22 gems to 19. Tribe right now are absolutely on fire, Woody.
If you had told me that CODEMAGIC Purple would only get 2 kills throughout the entirety of a set, an average of 1 kill per game, you would have met a big surprise on my face. I don't think that there's any way that we would expect CODEMAGIC Purple to have faltered so significantly, especially when they're playing double heals. You'd expect them to be able to stay in the mid, continue firing away, and at least get a few pop shots off on the enemy, but Tribe Gaming have really just had their number looked up the entire time. Can they get a big turnaround in set number 3? Brawl Ball is a favorite for some of these CODEMAGIC Purple players. We know particularly Sun Bentley and Cursed both really like playing it here, so maybe they can get the turnaround to start finally happening.
We'll have to wait and see. It might be too little too late for CODEMAGIC Purple, but Curse is going to dash. He might get an early goal here. Tribe come back to try to defend, but it's not going to be enough. And maybe a glimmer of hope is starting to occur within CODEMAGIC Purple, because they've got to start to turn this around now. They're going to be behind on the prize money, Woody.
It's incredible. CODEMAGIC Purple have finally found it. They knew that Backyard Bowl is their strength. They answered that on their surveys when we were talking to them before the match began, and hey, they know where they play best. They have already got the first goal here, and Tribe Gaming haven't seemed to be able to rebound off of it yet. They're just being oppressed down into the bottom side of their own goal. Tom barely staying alive, but with that healing turret, he is able to push back. Spin LC with a little bit of a speed boost is challenging for a goal position now, but can't find his angle in there just yet. They're going to have to hold off a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think a bit of Spell was considering a trick shot there. I mean, that's what I would be thinking of, a 1v1 scenario like that. You know, you might be able to ricochet off the back wall there, but definitely choosing to play the more sort of conservative approach here as we approach the 1 minute mark. The pressure is on Tribe, but they definitely seem to be able to show those displays where they get a team wipe, and they just got to make that lead in towards a goal, really. And Tom will win side here against Twisted. This could be the chance that Tribe are looking for here.
They've got another minute left to close the gap here. Tom's making his way on in. He's at full health. Can he dribble it past? Yes, he can! Twisty Twick, even with the scrap blast right in his enemy's face, cannot take Tom down, and that's going to be the equalizer Tribe had sought.
CODEMAGIC Purple have got to tread super cautiously here, because Spen is playing B as well as Sun, so overtime not really a problem for either one of these two teams, to be fair. And, you know, at the moment, I've got to put my money on Tribe going on to match point here, because they're performing so well. Even when they're down, they're collecting themselves and working together as a team, and I just can't see them dropping the ball here, Woody.
Tied up, we are going to see these obstacles falling down very shortly. The pillars of salt and pillars of sand that built up an empire. have seen it come crashing down. CODEMAGIC Purple picking up a lead in the beginning of this game, but not able to hold on to it yet. Tribe are rebellious and rambunctious, looking for this win, but can they hold defense against a squad that has got the team wipe? Not this time. Cursed gets the goal, and that's going to be a win for CODEMAGIC Purple in the first game of this set.
And, you know, that just goes to show, if you want a team to win, just tell me to just announce that there's no way they could possibly drop the ball, and then the opposite will go and happen. As always, the jinx is strong today. You know, there's a lot of an uphill struggle now, it's got to be said. You know, CODEMAGIC Purple with a glimmer of hope, but, you know, it's still a long, long battle to come if they want to, you know, be in the chance of earning big money this week.
Yeah, well, big money on the line. This European region has got some of the highest prizes stacked up for these teams, but it's those qualification points that Tribe want even more. We've got a $1.5 million prize pool we're building up to this year for the Brawl Stars World Championship, but the bulk of it gets handed out at the World Finals. You gotta be able to beat the best if you want to stick with the rest. So let's see if Tribe Gaming can get the win in game number 2 now. A CODEMAGIC Purple team up on defense up at the top, hiding behind these boxes and kind of struggling to keep pace with Symantec so far.
Bit of discussion in the Twitch chat about this, the reverse sweep coming. We've seen it. It has happened. It's been a bit of a kind of haunting fact in this journey towards Worlds that Tribe have gone through. A couple of reverse sweeps along the way, and CODEMAGIC Purple have definitely been the culprit to a couple of them. So they've got to stay composed, and they've got to make these opportunities count. This is a much better start, and putting CODEMAGIC Purple off to an early defense here.
Spicy pepper to chew down on with their backs up against the wall. CODEMAGIC Purple comes storming out, but aren't able to keep pace. This Tribe Gaming squad gets the team wipe and sends the ball past the finish line. That's going to be a goal.
1 minute 25, plenty can still change, but right now, Tribe definitely feeling that victorious feeling from that goal. And can they continue this then on as CODEMAGIC Purple are pushing? It's going to be Twisty who's the first to go down, and now pass out to Tom. This is great from Tribe. The momentum I can definitely feel rising within these players as Curse under pressure, hanging on, but then both teams, both players for CODEMAGIC Purple go down, leaving just Twisty all on his own here.
Just like lightning McQueen, Symantec is speed. Popping those gadgets and zipping all around the map with that big, fast super. He cannot be caught. Thanks to those epic heals from Pam as well. He is staying top off, nice and safe. Spin LC on defense now, hidden behind the box. Can't be caught out of position. Curse doing his best to try to keep pace over on this right side, but has been knocked apart. CODEMAGIC Purple lose their last chance of getting a goal here, and it looks like Tribe Gaming will be able to equalize this set.
Wow, it's still going down to the wire. 20 seconds remain, but right now, Tribe look to be in control. Curse is going to get ditched attempt, but Sun's so low on this right hand, on this left hand side, goes down. In fact, that could have been the moment that Curse needed the helping hand potentially to go between there, and I think Spen with the clearance. Tribe looking strong right now for me this month.
Solid effort there to CODEMAGIC Purple, trying to make the comeback happen in the last few seconds, but Cursed couldn't get past those defenses. Great job there to Tribe, holding on to that 1-0 win in game number 2. We are now at a match point opportunity for our Tribe folks. Fans, let us know in stream chat who you're cheering for. Where do your loyalties lie? Are you going to be a fair weather fan of the CODEMAGIC Purple squad, or are you cheering on the victorious march of a Tribe Gaming team that is in their last chance spot for this world qualification?
Yeah, I've got to say, for me, Tribe and the way that they've continued to battle on, they were very late into this competition in terms of getting in the points, getting in the qualifiers. So, like, I've got to commend them so much. They are continuing to fight. Like, we don't often see this. I don't think we've ever seen, in my opinion, a team perform quite like this under this much pressure. They are doing it. They are keeping the dream alive when it matters most.
Back on the field, an aggressive play from CODEMAGIC Purple as they take the mid. Curse is going to play defensively against Tom, hiding behind that wall, and he'll get the kill. Pops the super, grabs the ball, tries to get it past. Spin LC, the last line of defense, will hold on to his barely his life. It just even by a bit. A thread hanging on for the defenses here on Tribe at the bottom.
Yeah, Kerr's trying to find Twisty in that goal opportunity there, but it's still CODEMAGIC Purple with the pressure here on Tribe and closing in. The jaws getting to Tribe. I think it's going to be a walk-in. Yep, Twisty will walk that one in, and it's not over yet. Tribe behind now on match point, but lots to do in this game.
Advantage for CODEMAGIC Purple. Great job wiping through and tearing down the defenses there. It seems like neither team is really looking to change up their brawler comps at all, just confident with what they've got and needing to find that crucial opportunity to get the most out of the skills that they've been practicing for so long. With some of these players on these teams practice for 8+ hours a day in the big matches leading up to these Worlds qualification events. Tribe's Tom there on defense takes a walloping blow from Twisty Twig and Cursed. They're trying to juke around the other edge. Semantic on defense, grabs the ball, but can't. Oh my goodness! Twisty Twig with the epic hook shot, gets it in!
Oh my goodness me, the slowdown as well just made it even more tense to see what would happen. What an amazing finish to that round. Wow.
Don't get it twisted. Twisty Twig on offense is so tough to handle. Gets the double kill on the defenders, and even Tom blazing out of the gates isn't enough to stop him on that corner shot there. Great angling by Twisty Twig. Keeps CODEMAGIC Purple's dream alive. They've made more difficult matches happen in the past. Can they get this reverse sweep off of their Brawl Ball win? I don't know, Ark. It's going to be a lot to ask of them. They love playing Brawl Ball, but they barely eked out victory there in that third game, and I don't know how much more we can expect of them.
I've got to be careful with what I say because obviously my jinxing today is on form, but we have seen this similar pattern before from Tribe. All I'll say is they really need to wrap and tie this one up in Bounty because reverse sweeps have definitely been a thing which they've struggled to battle alongside with, and at the moment CODEMAGIC Purple with a bit of momentum on a game mode where they can control a little bit more. Both sides going for mortars. We rarely see Tribe playing mortars. We've seen Cursed and Twisty playing mortars, but I don't think we've ever seen Tribe play mortars.
Super aggressive, and wow, what a reward they get from it. Smiles from Spin LC as they get the 6-1 lead in this bounty game. Tom has just ripped through the competition and has been digging graves left and right. Nice job to him and Semantic as well with the double kill so far this game. An 8-1 advantage for Tribe is so difficult to overcome, and CODEMAGIC Purple on defense again, running away. Cursed and Sun Bentley are unable to fight close range, and they are just completely outclassed in this game number one.
4 stars separate them. We've got to be a little bit cautious on the Tribe. So they're very aggressive, which is obviously a great thing in Bounty, but you've got to balance that aggression with being cautious because 1 kill here, and I'm looking towards Semantic with 4 stars will even out the balance here. And Twisty doesn't gets the kill though. Forces towards Sun as well. This is great from Tribe. 13 to 4 stars. My goodness me.
Right when you think CODEMAGIC might have a chance to strike back, Tribe gets another few kills on the board, and with an 11-star advantage, one of the largest we've seen in any bounty game at this level of gameplay. Semantic will continue to charge in, baiting out a shot from an opponent just to give Tom another little chance to run havoc on the top side.
It's great to see Tom play mortars. I don't think we've ever seen Tom, maybe once, but it's great to see Tribe mixing things up and keeping every team on their toes this week. This is exactly what they need to be doing.
Finally, they take Tom down, and Semantic with the aggro blast just throws his stars away. But even with that, a 6 advantage for Tribe, 21 on the board. Huge victory for them and puts them in another match point opportunity against CODEMAGIC Purple.
Going straight out the gates in Bounty with aggression is never a bad thing, but the next round can change drastically, and I think what these players choose to play in terms of their brawler comps is going to make a big difference to this outcome. But, you know, one thing's for sure, Tribe need to win this next game. They need to wrap this up quick. If they continue to give CODEMAGIC Purple chances to claw themselves back, they're going to find themselves in the 5th and final set, and that is not where they want to be this week. Of all the months, that is not the week this week.
Mortis is just such a fun and aggressive pick and viable to play on a bounty game mode like this, especially when your opponents love bringing in those long-range throwers. But when two teams both bring Mortis, it's the one that can back him up with even more firepower that's going to take the win. Last time it was Tribe taking Jackie into action. That's a ton of close-range damage that just can't be stopped. We're going to see a bit more long-range action now as both teams pull back a bit in their approach. CODEMAGIC Purple are going to be... Actually, I take it back. They're not really pulling back at all, are they? They've got Jackie, Mortis, and Poco here. They're looking to shove it right into Tribe Gaming's face.
Yeah, I mean, Tom has dropped the Mortis for Tick, and Twisty is taking Mortis away from Cursed. I gotta say, I like CODEMAGIC Purple's approach here. Tom is going to be an absolute target for Twisty, and it's going to be about how Tribe defend Tom, but it definitely feels to me already like a Tribe on the back foot in the respect of their brawler comp, not just the score here.
Yeah, it is super hard to take down a combo like Jackie and Poco, even with a lot of damage coming in from Spen, Symantec, and Tom on the bottom. They got those big thrower hits that they can set up all around the arena, but CODEMAGIC Purple will hold on to the slim lead now, 5 stars to 4, and are going to be continuing to play defense in the midfield here, trying to not give any additional room to Tribe Gaming, picking up another win now against a very aggressive Twisty Twig. Now the scales are starting to tip back in Tribe's favor.
This is incredibly smart. What Tribe are doing is they are using the minds of Symantec with Tripwire and having Tom stay within them. It means that Twisty, when he goes to kill Tom, gets stunned instantly because Symantec will trigger it, leaving them with easy pickups of stars. It's a great and there it is! Again, this is really smart from Tribe, and they have turned this game on its head just at the pinnacle when it matters most. I didn't see it coming, but now I get the strategy, and this is so smart, Woody.
Amazing, show-stopping, and incredible. But one last chance for CODEMAGIC to turn it around. They get the kill on Tom, pull ahead on Stars, but can't hold on to it. Tribe Gaming with 13 will eke out a victory in this match, tearing CODEMAGIC Purple a new one and getting the victory on a 3-1.
What did we just witness at the end? We saw two teams in sharing the same space, and it wasn't even enough then. Tribe coming out on top with, I've got to say, for me, a fantastic display of strategy and seeing what they were trying to plan to do now and how it worked out in their favor. Really great to see from them, and they've obviously been thinking this week through so much. It clearly means that much to them, and just check out those stats, Wally. What stands out to you there?
Twice as many kills for Tribe Gaming. That's all you need to stack on there for a bounty game mode. More damage, I mean, more stars picked up. The stats just show the exact story that we watched in a quick encapsulated format there. So congratulations to Tribe getting the pick up there. Game number 1 and 2 both going back to back for our team who have got their last chance now. This is their only opportunity to qualify for Worlds. They have to keep on winning every single game.
That's exactly right. Let's head over back to Falcone now to see what he thinks of that start to the European region.
Thank you, Ark. That was insane. Tribe are amazing. This is the redemption story of the year. Tribe starting slow and now really making their comeback. They are a true contender for globals. But let's take a look at our MVP. It's going to be Symantec, who, you know what, you gotta go fast when you're playing Brawl Stars. Symantec started with lightning speed with Max, and the first set was a dominating performance. They were able to completely keep control of the bolts in Siege. Later, switched to Pam for gem grab, controlled the center, and then eventually actually charged into enemy players because he didn't have any gems, so that was an attempt to slow them down. We saw some really interesting games across the board in Brawl Ball, which went a little bit against Tribe, but ultimately, At the end, we saw Bounty, where the Tribe were able to completely dominate. Semantic as Bo, dealing that damage, placing those mines down, as we see Bo doing in Bounty. What a win for Tribe. A well-needed win, too, as we now see the bracket. Qlash have 2 games to play. If Tribe can take down Qlash, they will be tied with SK, which means the final month is going to be this insane head-to-head over which will qualify for global finals. But first, let's take a look at this next match that is coming up. It's going to be Tribe once more against Qlash. It's the next big game of the day. Qlash, who are also in contention for global finals. They are trying to make it through, but it is no sure thing yet. We've got Tribe, Spen, Tom, and Semantic. Several members of Tribe Gaming previously played for Nova, who won the Global Championships in 2019. Now, Tribe fights for their tournament lives, determined to once again get that spot in Global Finals. Semantic tells us he believes the team truly excels when playing Gem Grab. They have practiced this game type more than any other, and their callouts are flawless. Let's see if that pays off in this next match against Qlash EU. We've got Guille, we've got Chaos, and we've got Muniz. Qlash are back. They are ready to play some Brawl Ball, which is their favorite game type for the team across the board. Muniz claims that the greatest strength of the team is that they can play any brawler on any map. The example he gave was that he could play Spike on Heist, but then his teammate could play Spike on Brawl Ball. I guess that means the enemy team will never know what to expect. We'll see if that serves them well or badly. The next match is about to start. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Dan. We're about to jump into our second match of the European region. It is Tribe going up against Qlash. And these are 2 teams that are duking it out for that 3rd place finish, which, as of right now, Woody, is being held onto by Qlash. So, really, this is a bit of a grudge match as well, because they're fighting for that last ticket over to the World Finals.
That's right, Tridd. CODEMAGIC Purple out of reach in 1st place right now in the European region, but contention for 2nd and 3rd place is strong among Qlash, SK Gaming, and Tribe. Today, we are going to have the pleasure of watching Tribe versus Qlash. These 2 teams both need to keep their heads above water, but only one can emerge victorious in this match number 2, Tridd.
Absolutely, and Tribe have already given themselves a great start, so if they beat out Qlash here, they will go and take that 1st place finish in the group stage today, or the effective round robin of our monthly final, and give them the maximum point value possible, which is going to help them in that long-term race to the World Finals. We're going to jump into match number 1 and keep this going real fast. Brawl Ball coming on your screens right now.
My body is ready. Send them in! Qlash EU up top are going to bring in Frank for the first time that I've seen today. Guille is getting ripped apart, though, as Tom goes for the spin to win. Carl knocks him apart, and that is going to be a huge advantage for Tribe Gaming now, looking for that triple kill and maybe even a goal.
Frank's threats just comes purely from being able to chain off of his super, but if he's never allowed to charge it, never allowed to get it off online, he just becomes a walking bag of HP for you to fill your super meter up with. Ball in the top right corner in Qlash's court right now as they're pushing out and keeping them at distance. Spen unable to land that magic hand he so beautifully used on Guille earlier. Misses the super, and now Tom goes for the spin on top of him.
But there was a gadget from Guille, kept it out, and that's once again going to be an equalizer in the midfield. Qlash not able to keep their defenses able to deny Tribe access, but Tribe can't get that ball in there either. There's so many hit points up top, Tridd.
Absolutely, and they just can't break through it all. They're able to dash away from Guille's damage. Tom once again spinning through Qlash, opening up as a 3-2-man advantage, but that HP pool unable to go through. Guille not going all the way back this time around. He's going to super pull Tom into range. The ball still left untouched while all this carnage is happening.
Blood on the ball and all over the wall. Guille tearing a big new one into the Tribe Gaming line, but they have fought back and are holding on. That's a team wipe, but all 3 players from Tribe are still not enough to be able to go after that ball. They tear another one into Guille, finishing him off. Can Semantic make it happen here and now?
So much tearing, it's going to turn into tears for one of these teams soon. Tom has the ball in the midfield. They can get some clearance now. They got it out that corner in a great spot. Super unable to land. Tom jukes it with the speed from one of his own as they avoid out Guille's damage. Qlash have now found a way to break it up, but with Guille going down, it's going to stem the flow of this push. They dodge out of range of Chaos' Super, but the ball is now in Tribe Gaming's court.
Tom does not know his own strength, ripping through the weight room and giving some big punishment to this Qlash squad. But hold on, with him out of the picture, Semantic finished off. Guille about to get the overtime pop. Here he goes, super right past the goal line. Qlash EU hammered back throughout the entirety of the first minute and a half, but during overtime, they have come back swinging. Great goal to them, and Tribe Gaming are being sent back to the drawing board.
The position error in there, Woody, meant that even if overtime wasn't ticking away, and even if overtime did trigger and break down the environment, Guille had his super, and he's lined up. He could have taken out all the obstacles in his path and had a clear line of sight onto that goal. With Frank's HP pool, after breaking down the territory in the way, I'm fairly confident that Guille could have just walked this in, even without the overtime.
I don't even know how that happened. Tribe seemed so dominant for so long in that game. The first couple of minutes was just them getting team kill after team kill. Carl just swinging through and ripping them apart. But you can tear them to ribbons all you want. If you don't get the ball past the line, you don't get any points. Qlash EU played to the objective and were willing to make a risky play when they thought they had the upper hand. And boy, did they. Slamming it right down in Tribe's face. They pick up the 1-0 lead in this first set.
1 goal was all it took in that previous matchup as we went down to the wire. Game number 2 should be coming up shortly. And I think we won't see Qlash run out on the Frank again. I think it is a bit of an unconventional pick. We did see it earlier in the Asia region where we had a Frank mirror. But for the most part, I think we're probably going to see them deviate away from him right now.
Yeah, not too popular of a pick, but we do see him come out sometimes in these brawl ball game modes, occasionally in Siege whenever you just need a big body out in front to block and deny access to those bolts. But hey, it worked well for Qlash the first time. Can Lightning strike twice, or will they make the swap out? Looks like they're not bringing Frank back, instead going for those more traditional picks. Barley up top this time from INTZ. We've seen him work really well in virtually every game mode. He is certainly a meta brawler at this point, especially with Gale and Surge out of the picture.
Absolutely, we're removing those 2 potent power picks, and Semantic going to move over to catch up with Spen. Get some healing away from him before going back into the fight. Guille has a HP advantage, got the ball off the inside track. They've eliminated him. Guille's got open line of sight. Can't force forward into Spen. Once they remove him, he's got a shot on goal. And Guille puts it in the back of the net.
Funnel it in and dilute their chances at winning. Tribe Gaming in an awful spot now for the first set. Qlash EU are the dragons roaring into action now, breathing fire throughout the countryside. Trogdor is burninating this team up, and Tribe have only got a minute and a half yet to salvage their shot in this first set.
Kill's still going away of Qlash. The almighty dragon keeps consuming Woody. As the ball still remains in the middle of the map. Tom has to take a detour to avoid the last call with Spen. Follows up with a kill off the back of the magic hand. Keeping the ball in the middle. They got the speed boost from Semantic. Force it into Qlash's territory. They're the ones who need to find a way to push this into the goal line. They got 1 minute 15 to equalize, or they will lose control of this map.
Well, as Shrek taught us, if there's anyone that can take down a dragon, it would be a wise ass. Is there someone on the Tribe Gaming team that can live up to the hype from their match 1 victory and get back in action here? Less than a minute remains and there's no time to wait for overtime. These walls aren't going to come tumbling down. We need a corner kick and a punt straight pass right now.
Ball needs to be found. They need to get in there. Tom's going for the clearance. He's taken out one of them. Last call's going to box him in. He can't go anywhere for the time being. And this gives them Qlash time to get these kills. Tom won't be able to escape. The ball still under the control of Qlash. 30 seconds remaining. I think Tribe are only going to have one last shot at this one, Woody.
back to their own spawn point. They are trying their best to fight their way out, but Qlash's defenses along the midpoint have held up. 15 seconds left, and even if Tridd broke through, I don't think they'd be able to get that ball past it. Here he goes, though, for one last heroic effort. Tom being pelted with bottles left and right. Can't get it out. Spen knocked down, and Guille for the win will send in the magic pin. Qlash EU takes set number 1.
I love the punish from the Barley. You have to essentially give your life to go and get the ball and put it back in play. Those long channels are just punished so easily by dropping a last call on that channel. You look at the damage Tom has to take in the replay package just to get out. He knows he can't go through it. He has to pass the ball out. But while he's there, he's not engaging in combat. So it's an effective 3v2 if no one's dead already for Qlash to win an engagement and shut down all reinforcements for them. They played around that abusive channel so well.
You don't even have to predict where they're going. If they're funneled out through walls and have to make their way toward the goal, all you gotta do is just start tossing bottles right at that little bottleneck, and they're gonna have to walk through it. A massive amount of damage freely taken by Qlash EU on a really great brawler setup for that first set. Hats off to them for taking the first round, but Canal Grande is going to be another thing coming to him. Tribe Gaming had the damage advantage, had the kill advantage in that first set, and if either of those two will hold true in set number 2, Qlash EU has got their work cut out for them.
You got that right, Woody. If Qlash pull out with a victory here and also a 3-0 fashion, well, does put them in a great position as they go into the final match of the day against CODEMAGIC Purple to walk away with a first place themselves. Still plenty of time to go, though. We're moving on to Canal Grande. They got a Slambulance going up against something that wants to keep them at arm's length.
Tribe Gaming throw away the center star, but INTZ is going to be caught out of position now. A little bit of a sandwiching effect here now as Tribe Gaming tries to get a kill in here, but not playing as aggressively as they need to get a kill off the bat. It's going to be Guille rotating over to the right side to support INTZ, but two really close range brawlers from Tribe Gaming, and neither one of them really making the commitment to push in there and try to get a kill. Maybe for the best against so much damage being dished out. Oh my God, Tom, how did you get caught that far out of position, mate?
He opted into that. I don't think he was tracking where iChaos was, and he just walked too far forward. A tick going point blank range against the Rosa, you hate to see it. There's no way you survive that.
Must have had tunnel vision against those guys over on the right side, and Tom is seeing red now. Starts firing away those bombs at iChaos, trying to force him back and teach him a lesson. He's all the way up in the enemy spawn zone now, and they are really doing a number on this Qlash EU team. They're painted into a corner now. This right side is going to be an awful spot to have to break out of, but there he goes. Chaos on the return rampage, strumming straight into Tom, whose gadget is all he has left to save him as he slides into safety.
It doesn't matter how much paint you throw at a wall, Woody. The first thing everyone's going to notice is the spot you failed to paint over. It's going to be, the issue is that they're not getting any kills right now. Chaos and the rest of Qlash are able to regroup and get away and play the distance game against Tribe Gaming. They can't...
Hold your tongue, Tridd, because they are actually getting kills after all. And with that super, they're going to put Guille and iChaos in a cage. But can they finish him off?
The healing there was so good to keep MENA alive, and he backs back around, 10 seconds remaining, and Qlash, they've still got a 1-star lead. Spen might go down here, but Photosynthesis keeps him up. With 1 second remaining, they won't find it, and Qlash take the first game.
Seemed very greedy, but they'll be rewarded for it. Congratulations to Qlash picking up those 3 stars right off the bat. Even though they take a loss here, Guille playing very aggressively and forced back there by Tom going down. That kill is not enough to equalize, and Qlash EU off the set 1 win will get the first game of this bounty match.
This is becoming dicey for Tribe. The early lead once again for Qlash in the second set. Still got a couple more maps to play on this one, but they could be walking over to match point after this second set. And Tribe Gaming, they've just lost all the momentum they had from that previous series against CODEMAGIC Purple. It's been thrown to the wind, and now they're starting from a position of weakness once more.
Well, they're going to get another shot here. That's why we have these best of 3 sets. Tribe Gaming back to the drawing board and trying to pick out maybe a different brawler setup to use against this Qlash EU squad. They picked up an amazing win off of CODEMAGIC Purple, but that was a team that didn't really seem to have any skin in the match, having already qualified for Worlds. Qlash EU is another story entirely, and they are fighting tooth and nail to keep their chances at victory high above that of Tribe Gaming. Game number 2 sees another good start here for Qlash as they grab the center star and will not give up a single inch to the enemy.
Pushing away, Guille goes up into the face of Semantic. Early lead again for Qlash. Guille even going to get away with this one. Takes an unusual path to try and throw off Tom's bombs. He doesn't have the vision. But he will force himself away, using the gadget to speed himself up to safety. He wants to go back in for more. It could be punished here by the head first. Nothing to stop it. But Muniz picks up a kill from Semantic again to make sure that Qlash maintain the lead.
That's going to be a 5-5 draw now as we try to find one team worthy of victory. IMUN forced to pull back a little bit and try to get cover with Guille over here on the right side. They don't have as many heals this time around, Tridd, and that might be costing them the advantage that they need. With so much damage dished out by the Tribe Gaming squad, it's hard to get close range there, and even with some artillery firepower provided by iChaos, it just doesn't seem to be enough long-range damage to compete with a bow, a sprout, and a tick brought by Tribe.
Yeah, they're playing a lot of this through Muniz. I didn't catch what the star power they brought out on side the Gene was. Is it the extra damage, or did he go for the heals instead? Because that's the only source of healing. A lot less than what they were getting from the Poco, as you said, Woody. But they're looking more on this magic hand to get a clutch pull and try and force a 3v1 engagement in their terms.
Yeah, it's just no man's land in the center of the map here. Neither team gonna be charging through here anytime soon, especially with those bow mines set up. You know that Qlash must have noticed that, and they are not gonna be taking a risky play here, especially with the lead in this set. They'll let this thing tick out with a 10 seconds left just at the 5-5 draw. Don't expect to see Tribe making any aggressive plays here either. They do not want to risk a 3,000 damage put in the wrong spot that would cause them to lose game number 2. Match is over now with a draw, and we'll be getting another chance here for one team to pull off a victory.
Very wise here from both of the teams to play for the draw in that instance. It makes no sense to enter into that effective no man's land when you have a tied scoreline. You don't need to risk it, because probably if you're going to fluster yourself and go on the aggressive path, you probably end up making a mistake that costs you the game. So why not just play for the time, let the draw happen, and then try and recontest this when you do get that position of power earlier into the game.
Aggressive play here by Qlash, bringing back Jackie. I'm kind of surprised that neither team is going to be going with Mortis. Phenom CR in chat made the point that that would be a pretty clutch pick against so many throwers being brought to bear here. Might run into trouble with Semantic as bow, but not this time around. IMUN takes him down in the 2v1, and that's going to be a 3-star advantage now for Qlash, having picked up the center star once again and seemingly always able to take the early lead in these bounty matches.
So Muniz is taking the magic puffs, which is providing that healing to his team as expected. Not opting for the extra damage on this one. It's still not going to be enough for them, but they're able to output more damage than Tribe anyway with the Sprout. Guille is a bit of a non-factor in this one. It is only there to stop Tribe from rushing in or potentially catching them when they run through these brushes. Because other than that, I don't see Guille actually managing to deal damage to this Tribe lineup because of the distance. He has to go aggressive though, using his gadget. It does force Tom away, and I think that's the primary use, just zoning away these units.
Oh, a big super from Tom will get the kill after all, and we are once again in that 5-5 drawn position thanks to the aggression from Spin LC and brilliant defense by Semantic and Tom at the left lane. That is a big problem spot for Qlash EU as they're now painted into a corner and cannot break out. Tom is dropping bombs left and right, and there is no chance even for the Magic Puffs to top them back off. What a huge pickup for Tribe Gaming, now in the lead for this second game.
EA got caught by a stun as well. Tribe have taken the lead. Only 20 seconds remaining. He's going to go aggressive to try and find something, but they're too far away. Muniz doesn't have super online, so they can't look towards the magic hand either. They've got it online. It has to be big from Muniz.
Boom! Another kill from Spin LC. This man is unstoppable. Along with Tom, they have got their star count up to 9. 12 now. Match over, and Tribe Gaming have really hit their stride.
And you saw how much pain and anguish there was for Qlash. They were flustering Woody when they tried to get back on the board. Muniz unable to find that magic hand. Rapid chain crowd control coming in for multiple members of Qlash and shutting them down for the picks to come in for Tribe. What was a small deficit that was surmountable quickly became a horizon they could just never catch up with. And Tribe will equalize this set, forcing us up to game number 3.
Still an advantage for Qlash EU, and it's kind of a bummer to say it for any Tribe Gaming fans out there because they performed so well in that last game, but Qlash hold the first set win. They got the first win in this game mode, and this could easily turn into a 2-0 set score for Qlash EU. Tribe don't have any breathing room yet. Just with that little bit of a win there, they have still got to keep the pace up against a squad that is fresh and ready to face anything you can throw at them. They just seem to have faltered a little bit there, but don't expect them to be showing any more weakness as we go into our 4th game of this set. Off that Game 2 tiebreaker, we have got another really close draw that has got to tip one way or the other, Tridd.
Absolutely. Bounty is one of those matches that does enable us to have draws. We've seen it force out this 4 for game, and I wonder if the adaptations are going to come in here. I don't think Qlash are enjoying the lack of heals they have. I see them reverting back to a Slambulance composition. They seemed a lot more confident running the 2-tank healer setup against Tribe, especially when they have the aggression to move over. And as you have mentioned, highlighted from someone in the chat, the Mortis pick against so many throwers could be incredibly effective if they want to take the gamble with that.
Yeah, this was a key component for their competence with that last comp switch. Having those heals is extremely important when you run a heavy brawler like Jackie out in front. She takes a beating, but if she can make it to the enemy backline, that can result in a complete team wipe. Staying alive the entire time, though, is tough, and with that Poco heal, that's often the difference between victory and defeat right there. We'll see if they make that swap to include him once again as the game is now underway. And yes, they do. Poco is back in action for Qlash EU, going to be supporting a Jackie and a Rosa once again, the same comp that they got their Game 1 win with.
They're going to use the brush to shut down the sightlines. Chaos pop in that gadget early to make sure he's obscured for longer. They can fix that with a few explosives from the Tribe lineup when they start getting their supers online. But for now, Chaos wants to abuse it. He's by himself and going quite aggressively to try and create space for Qlash to move forward and help him even more.
Just a 1-star lead for Qlash EU as they've grabbed that center star, as they always do. Tribe trying to make most of this long-range action, but unable to push past these bushes in the middle. Qlash EU are holding on to their defense and just getting a little bit closer and closer to victory, edging out against a Tribe Gaming squad that is going to have to focus on 3 enemies at all angles. Big super here from Tom is going to push Chaos back, but Qlash EU haven't been killed yet.
Playing this one nice and safe. They go push in. Chaos goes down low. This could be disastrous. Tribe turned around some damage and nearly got it, but he's not able to find anything as Chaos keeps pressing forward. Muniz gets locked up by the stun. He's unable to support him, and Chaos goes down. Tribe take a lead again.
Chaos breathing hard on his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th win. He's finally finished off. Just not enough heals from Guille this time. He was forced to try to decide between healing Muniz and Chaos and was left unable to keep them both up. That's going to put Qlash in a tricky position now as they need another kill to equalize. Spins caught out of position. Can Chaos get the killing blow? No! 20 seconds left, Tridd.
Oh, they're going to push in for this one. They've got a pincer on the go. Nowhere left to go. Muniz is going with the super. He's going to find the connection. It's a clearance for Qlash. They clear them all out. 8 stars to 2. 10 seconds remaining, and they're struggling to find the kills on the exit. Qlash have got this one in the bag, Woody.
Just as J. Robin Oppenheim said about Vishnu, Qlash EU has become death, the destroyer of world. Finals hopes for Tribe Gaming, a 2-0 advantage now, and an insuperable finish. What a dominating showing there from Muniz and Chaos, pummeling the competition and not even going down on the respawn. So much damage dished out by Tribe Gaming, but not enough.
That is the problem with Canal Grand. That is the issue with Canal Grand. If you do not pay attention to both lanes when you play against the tankier compositions, you will get pincered. What you have to be able to do is stop that from happening by attacking the weaker side of the opponents, in which case you need to send all 3 members at the Jackie who was solo and move them away before the pincer comes in. Because once it starts and you have 2 tanks in your face with Poco heals, it's all over. You have the super come in, you from the Jackie to pull them all together. You then have Rosa in your face with the shield and the melee range damage, plus Poco just in there for the mix as well. It's too late once that already happens. You're already dead. And now we move on to Heist. Tornado Ring could be the final stop of this match, and the last one that Tribe plays at this monthly final.
They start rocking the boat, and the rhythm back and forth seems to get them lulled into a false sense of security. When you bring a comp that's designed to win in the last 10 seconds, whether it's Brawl Ball or Bounty, you can really surprise your opponents with a shot straight up the gut. That triple kill is massive value for Qlash EU, and with a 2-0 set lead now, they just need to get one of the next 3 on the board. Can they make this tic-tac-toe happen and get the 3rd in a row against a Tribe Gaming squad that just picked up a win against the #1 team in the region and is eager to get a 2nd to keep their World Finals hopes alive?
X and O's, but there's no hugs and kisses here, Woody. It's all a lot of animosity between these 2 teams right now. They're fighting over finals placements, where you said the lion's share of that large prize pool for this year will be earned. Chaos's box spent in the corner enables Gia to get some free damage onto the safe, but they have got the man advantage now for a counter-attack.
The meta game for these heist battles is all dependent on the map. We've sometimes seen base races or sometimes much more cautious slow plays from middle control. Seems like the latter is the way that this one's going to play out here, with these 2 teams picking brawlers that are much more focused on getting that midfield advantage. iChaos gets a double kill, and it's going to give Guille the exact opportunity he was looking there to get 25% off the Tribe Gaming safe. A small lead as Qlash EU takes one on the chin on their own, but only down 9% in total. Tribe Gaming are much worse off for the wear.
Oh, that's so bad for Tribe. They allowed Chaos to linger around. As soon as the Sprout wall dropped, he deployed his super. That bubble got multiple bounces between the safe and the backboard. Nearly got another one off there before going down, but he'll save it for the next offense, and it's really eaten away at the HP pool of Tribe Gaming safe. Now going to reset, get the reinforcements in, because Chaos, he's in position, there you go, drops the bubble back, gets the angle, the subsequent bounce is just providing so much value, and it was all done from safety for Chaos.
Chaos running around the backside, uncontested. Chaos reigns on the safe and no one to stop him. Swinging away with 18-20 damage per hit and a huge advantage on the base race here. 60% on Qlash EU safe, but iChaos at full health and starting to whack away at spend now. It is open season now for these Tribe Gaming players, and iChaos is doing a great job keeping his team ahead.
If you have a man advantage, guess what that means? The respawns are coming in fast, and when respawns happen, there's an invulnerable shield, Woody. How are you going to win the trade on the safe when you've got indestructible teammates respawning to defend it? iChaos had no contest, and he was able to deal damage, and he's in position to do it all again with 10 seconds remaining. It doesn't matter about your offense, Tribe Gaming. You're already going to lose your safe. How are you going to out-damage this? 6% remaining. You can't deal 39% that fast. Qlash EU take us to the ultimate match point.
iChaos, the star player and arguably the MVP of this match against Tribe Gaming, does it again. Qlash EU with the 2-0 set line have got to the match point now against a Tribe Gaming squad that have put up a valiant effort on multiple games in this match so far, but have yet to be rewarded with a set point. We thought Heist might be playing to their advantage and give them a chance to make the comeback happen. The dream of the reverse sweep alive in the hearts of many Tribe fans out there, but you have got to send them all your energy here and now. Tribe Gaming behind and on their back heels. Will they be knocked out with one final punch, Tridd?
Oh, they hate to see it, especially against Qlash. They're one of the ones they have to contest against for these final spots, and Qlash, they're shaping up quite nicely to finish up with a first place position and lock themselves up in one of these last 2 remaining slots. We are running out of monthly finals before the World Final, Woody, and they're running out of opportunities for Tribe. They're going to roll out on the Bo, Carl, and taking out the Spike again. But look at this, Guille's moved on to the Daryl. That's a lot of beefy members to get through.
Sakura Spike looking like a snack for Symantec, making an aggressive charge into the enemy line of fire, but iChaos is not going to have any of it. Knocks him back, and Spin LC on defense can't hold on. The pressure is too great, and it's heating up on the Tribe Gaming safe. It's a little bit of a base race as iChaos on defense at the top side has to do some cleanup of his own, but Qlash EU will get a slim advantage out of the first exchange here.
Muniz not going for Tom, instead going for Spen. It does free up Chaos to get onto the safe. Stunned up, but it's an easy clearance for Symantec. But now he's got Guille in his face. How's he going to deal with that one, Tom? Maybe had a beeline for the safe, but Guille uses his barrel roll to get back in position.
So many weeks of training, hours of preparation every day, scrimming against the best of the best just to try to survive. Qlash EU are doing it. 37% on this safe separates them from total victory over Tribe Gaming. 29% now as the base race narrows even closer. Qlash take a few hits on the chin, but they will hold a 6% lead. Can they keep their defenses up and long enough to get that last hit? Symantec might finish it off. There he goes.
Oh, he gets in there just in time, Woody. It came down to 40% versus 29. That's only an 11% difference. That's the closest it's been for Tribe to be able to come back into this one. They're able to close it out and stay alive on Heist. We're going to have one more game of this map. And it's still that match point for Qlash EU. One of the things I've been noticing that Tribe have been doing is that I feel like they're making beelines for targets that they maybe shouldn't do. They're getting stuns on targets, but they're ignoring the ones that are making the run for the safe and allowing free damage they could stop. That target's stunned. You're still going to have your man advantage. Deal with the Rosa who's about to hit your safe when you could have killed them in 2 autos.
You make a good point there, but I think that the real win for Tribe Gaming there was picking that Spike. That prickly pear is delicious, playing so well on both offense and defense, denying access to enemy brawlers who just want to wail away at the safe. And then when there's a single opening, an opportune moment to get the damage in, dropping a super, gnarling so many balls at the enemy face that they just can't deal with it. A lot of damage stacked onto that safe in a very short amount of time toward the end of the game there. Qlash EU holding on a grim damage lead, but not able to keep it above water with a Tribe Gaming squad treading ever so close to defeat, but finding victory in the smallest and least hopeful places.
Taking their time getting into this third game, Woody. They probably want to make sure they're not making any mistakes going into this one. Tribe is still fighting to stay alive in this match. They've got a long way to go to pull off a reverse sweep on this one. And don't worry, I am touching wood as I say that because we don't want to be jinxing anyone right now. Let's have a look as they jump into the third game. Comp changes coming in. Looks like Tribe are going to bring out a BB of their own.
More fast-paced action here, but they have eschewed the Spike instead. It's going to be a triple tank comp from Qlash EU. That's going to put Tribe Gaming on the defensive now. They've got to play for midfield control and deny access to these big heavy hitters up on the top side because one breakthrough could be the end of them. Great job of the first kill there. Tom takes out the Rosa, and with another couple of clever swipes is going to get the team wiped. Can Spen get maybe a little bit of damage in over here? He's hiding in the right side bushes and is instead going to use that ambush to strike away at INTZ. Gets the kill on Guille, but can he stay alive?
Gonna back away from this one. Symantec moving into the fight. He's in melee range of Muniz. You don't want to be there, my friend. Nice bubble from Tom. We'll find out Muniz on the back end of that one. Chaos staying alive with 70 HP. Has a bubble. Immediately shreds Spen. He can't move forward anymore.
take a big chomp out of that. Guille uses his super, and that's going to get him closer to the safe. Takes a little bit of damage off there, and another great bubblegum shot from iChaos is going to get it down to 85%. Qlash EU have played boldly, and they have been rewarded greatly for it. INTZ is able to get another few punches off, and that's 76% on the bottom. Tribe Gaming finally getting a few shots in there at the enemy safe with Symantec blazing through with his super, gets it down to 85%, but they are both playing so cautiously in this game.
Yeah, it's going to get another bubble off on the safe. Every time that bubble goes through, it takes around about 2.5 to 3% of the bubble, the health off. What you have to pay attention to is the fact that every time that the bubble is being used for Tribe, it's used either defensively or to find a kill. I have not seen Tom put a bubble on the opposing safe yet, whereas consistently Qlash are saving that all-important super to just shred through the safe, and that damage has been the difference maker in this fight. They're losing so much of this race to take out the safes, Woody.
Tribe Gaming standing on their principles, not able to rest on their laurels though, just like Giles Corey, find more weight pressing down on them, and it's more than they can bear. iChaos, INTZ, and Guille from Qlash have done it. The 3-0 shutout sends Tribe Gaming packing.
Tribe Gaming now put their fate in the hands of CODEMAGIC Purple to decide the final standings. They can allow Qlash to essentially get a 2-0 finish here and lock up first place, putting and extending the lead or the gap between them when it comes to the overall rankings of the year. You look at the story of the stats though, damage being dealt by Tribe consistently higher, but it's not converted to damage on the safe as well as these kills coming in. So, of course, Qlash ultimately going to come out with the lead. Let's throw it over to Daniel. I'm sure he's got some thoughts on that series.
I'm going to be totally honest with you, Tridd. I did not expect quite as dominating a performance as that from Qlash. We just saw Tribe take down CODEMAGIC Purple. I've seen Qlash take down Tribe. This next match is going to be interesting. Our MVP of this match is actually going to be, it's going to be the Max player. It's going to be Guille. And again, straight away in that first game, we really saw Max go full speed ahead and reach their full potential in Brawl Ball. We saw some very sneaky goals coming in there. And we also saw Guille play as Frank in the first game as well, as you just saw another goal being scored a moment ago. Guille continued to dominate in Bounty before moving on to Heist, where he played Max again, speedily getting to that enemy safe while able to defend their own. And then later switching to Daryl and causing some pretty hefty damage. But that's going to be the second match in Europe. Let's take a look at how that shakes up the leaderboard, as now Qlash and Tribe both have a win. If CODEMAGIC can take down Qlash, then we are going to end up getting a very close group indeed. But if Qlash continue to dominate, we may see a big old sweep coming from them, and I believe that would secure Qlash in their qualification to Globals if that happens. Let's take a look at the next and final match coming up for today. It's CODEMAGIC Purple against Qlash. We've got Cursed, Twisty Trick, and Sun Bentley up against Guille, iChaos, and INTZ. Whilst it's time to go through the players one last time. We got CODEMAGIC Purple, and according to Sun Bentley, there are two incredible gadgets in the game right now that everyone must have if they want to be one of the best Brawl Stars players. Surge's Teleport is obviously one of the best gadgets in the game, but they also really like Brock's Rocket Jump. Twisty Twix says that he believes an even better gadget is Gale's Jump Pad. We've seen what that can do in Siege and in Heist. We'll have to see if Gale doesn't get banned if that continues up against Qlash, who just took down Tribe very comfortably. When asked how their team have evolved over the course of the tournament, MENA confidently replied that as they've been playing together since beta, they have incredible team play. The whole team have experienced the highs and the lows of new metas and horrible situations together. They never surrender. He also pointed out that the team have the best communication in Europe, as they're the only European team on the top level who all speak the same native language. And that's really interesting to think about. We'll see if that makes a difference in the final match of the day.
Thank you very much, Falcone, and what an amazing final this is going to be. Today has had some epic moments, but Tridd were not able to continue their streak. Qlash now in a fantastic spot with the bans just about to come in.
Yeah, I was having a look at the leaderboard there for Elite. Yeah, of course. No surprise, Surge and Gale being banned again. Guaranteed to basically finish in first place, I believe, based off that scoreline. Qlash have always locked that up regardless of what happens here, because if CODEMAGIC Purple come in with a victory, they would actually have to free... actually, no, CODEMAGIC 3-0 Qlash. I think they actually end up in first place now just because of how this worked.
Yeah, 3-0 would be devastating, and you know, Tridd didn't really, they definitely didn't want to take that loss. That was a big factor here, and now that could have shaped what's to come. We'll have to wait and see going into the first map, and it could be out of their control at this point in time. And I honestly have no idea what is going to happen now. Today has just been blown wide open.
Yeah, CODEMAGIC Purple, if they can get a victory here, they would win the tiebreaker against IK, I also think. I think because they had that initial like map win against Tridd earlier in the day, it does mean that they end up with a plus. They're currently on like a -2, I think, right now. So if they win 3, they go to a +1 map differential, and it would put Qlash on a 0. So the goal here right now for CODEMAGIC and for Tridd, who are sitting on the sidelines watching, is to cheer on a 3-0 from CODEMAGIC Purple.
I mean, you know, it's far from ideal, isn't it? Like, you know, when things are out of your control, which is actually the position that we've got to remember Qlash are in the next monthly finals. They have not qualified, so they will be on the sidelines next month, and with things out of their control, that's why they are fighting so hard today. They want to capitalize and get every single point they possibly can today, because next month, they're not going to be competing. They're going to be watching from the sidelines.
They should be fighting a lot harder, though, Ark, because not doing too well in this map. CODEMAGIC Purple, 8 gems to 1, about to get gem number 9. Spawn is also on the go. That's gem number 10 to 1, about to drop onto the field, and CODEMAGIC Purple can start the clock and then go to the background. Muniz is isolated on the back line. Someone needs to go and help him, because Kirsten Sun Bentley, they got 10 gems and 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, IK's coming in though. The Tara, the M's super goes out. It's a bit of a mess. Anyone's
massacre. They're walking into a killing field, Ark. They had no chance of doing that one. CODEMAGIC Purple take game number 1.
Well, it's the start that I guess Tridd are hoping for right now, and you know, interesting comp. I gotta hand it to Twisted to play Ems, because Ems is a brawler which we've not really seen in the meta ever since that devastating balance change in the nerf that she received. She's been out of action, but actually getting a ton of value in that match.
Yeah, is this a couple of months ago where the gadgets got like, M's got the gadget change, and suddenly it's like, oh, we can play at space now. We keep them exactly where we want them. And M's just saw a lot of playtime for that 1 monthly final, and then we've just slowly seen it just like, dip off.
Yeah, exactly that. And she hasn't really been viable since, but actually Twisty's showing that she is, and can be really good, especially on double switch, being able to spot enemies that lie within the bush, a massive attribute to your team, and I can see why the pick. They're going to actually go over it again.
Yeah, just roll out of it. Any changes here? Guille going over to the Tara. So they're going to have that gadget. They're going to see exactly where Twisty Twig is hiding, but he reveals himself earlier by throwing out the gas clouds. And Muni's going to walk away. Tarakar's not finding any value. It's a little bit more competitive from Qlash. There's that first charge of the gadget from Guille, but might have been off more than he can chew, but the pull from Sun Bentley is good, and that shuts that one down.
Yeah, it's a pretty good early control here for CODEMAGIC Purple. Obviously, if Sun can get his pull ready, I guess prioritizing the healing station there was his thought process. The pinch coming in with Cursed. Sun low here, needs to get that turret down, but Muniz surely not far away from another one now. Cursed is so low here. CODEMAGIC Purple surviving on, but it's Qlash that are definitely causing an issue right now, right in the back of the CODEMAGIC Purple spawn.
What is Muniz doing? He just set up behind him, not letting him go anywhere. And now Twisted Twig can punish this one with his own super. And in fact, Muniz still turns it around. How is he alive?
In fairness to Qlash, it's kind of smart, but Muniz is staying alive here. The pull from Gear is really important. Muniz now not enough time to probably heal up to full health and can now be pressured. I think that the idea was great, but the implementation of that was not great from Qlash. And look at that, a team wipeout from CODEMAGIC Purple, off to a flying start right now.
Tribe Gaming I'm pretty sure that like CODEMAGIC Purple, they sent Tribe Gaming a PayPal link and they were like, please win this game, we'll pay you whatever you want. And now CODEMAGIC Purple are playing their hearts out and they completely shut out Qlash EU and they take the first set in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, it's such a competitive region right now, and there's so much that can change the outcomes here. At the moment, you know, definitely Tribe are praying that CODEMAGIC Purple can bring out the goods when they need it most, but Qlash, for me, I've got to say, did amazingly well against Tribe earlier today, so whether they're just off to like a slow start or maybe the confidence of that win now kind of seeping into the next game, they need to kind of just take a back seat and just kind of like start to like breathe a little bit, think through the enormity of what this game means to them as much as the previous. If they can start to kind of get a bit more grounded in that respect, I think they might start to bring this one back. But right now, CODEMAGIC Purple on the way to a potential sweep. I don't want to jinx it. I've done enough of that today.
Find some wood, quickly, find some wood, otherwise Woody's going to start spinning. Crossroads is our next stop as we move over to the heist game mode. And we've seen earlier today in the Asia region, we saw Sprout come on this one, Brock, bit of Max. So wondering if we're going to see some flavor of that from EU. But when we look at the lineup from CODEMAGIC Purple, there's no Sprout. And it's a clean Slambulance being ran by Qlash.
Yeah, Bull and Darrow is an interesting one, but look at this. CODEMAGIC Purple are left to defend this with just Curse and Twisty, and actually fair play to Curse. Gets the double kill. It's just him and Guille now to dance this one out on defense. Guille is getting shots, but Curse staying alive to his credit. It's a lot of damage, but actually could have been a lot worse there for CODEMAGIC Purple, in my opinion.
It could have been a lot worse for them. Their saving grace was that Sun Bentley was left uncontested. He's still being unchallenged. They think they can out-damage the Brock. But they've got a 2v1. All three of them are on the safe. This is a huge misplay from Qlash. They went all in on the Slambulance. You saw it on the first play. Sun Bentley just casually took a stroll into the other side of the field, uncontested, and dealt all this damage to keep them in. And they never addressed the Brock in the room.
That's exactly it. I mean, I gotta say, CODEMAGIC Purple were great on defense there. I think Qlash may have underestimated that a little bit. The amount of damage that Curse did, popping the gadget on the safe was also a really wise thing. A lot of pro players will do that to get every single ounce of damage laid upon that safe. And you know, CODEMAGIC Purple are looking really strong for me right now. I mean, like if they get one more game of heist, we could be looking at just the outcome that's just going to completely blow the European region even more apart. At this point, I don't know, Tridd. I don't know.
I just, my head's reeling. This is Spanish community is in flames right now. They're probably. It's not like. If it would have been close in the previous matchup and it would have been close today, like close in this match, it's fine. But because this is such much of a whiplash from this, it's probably everyone's caught off guard by what's actually going on right now. To be so dominant in that series against Tribe, to then start getting rolled by CODEMAGIC, this is a rock, paper, scissors group stage that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, exactly that. In a very much a kind of like a rock, paper, scissors meta as well. We are going to see a couple of changes, actually. I think Twisty going to go with Max. I can't remember whether he was playing Max in the last game, actually. I know that Kirsten and Sun were definitely playing Brock and Carl. And we're going to see a bit of a mirror comp coming from Qlash, actually, as Muniz swaps out to Carl. Gear left alone here, getting some damage. Actually, gets almost Sun stays alive there, Tridd, on the left-hand side lane.
Great use of the gadget with 56 HP, but I'm pretty sure Muniz is going to clear him out now. They were able to get 23% on the safe, though, so they've opened it up a little bit in their favor. Curse is under fire. I think he's going to end up going down here, but he will respawn to be able to play defense. Chaos is having his shots body blocked out. He uses the gadget to go over. Rocket Rain actually used on top of him to clear out bodies while they sent Guille and Muniz to deal damage to the safe. Meanwhile, Sun Bentley left unattended against the Qlash safe again, and it allows CODEMAGIC to pull ahead.
Curse is playing a fantastic call for me right now. The amount of defensiveness that he's played and lining up his shots so well, definitely playing a key role here for CODEMAGIC Purple staying alive. But now Qlash might have an opportunity here as they start to advance on. Let's see what happens here. There's not much damage left to go over the 50% mark now. This could be a potential game match-changing moment here, Tridd.
Oh, no. Sun Bentley's tanking the rockets to try and keep that deficit the same, but there's been an equalizer here from Qlash. Their safe is under fire. It's a bit of a base race. Qlash versus CODEMAGIC, and Qlash pull it out right now, coursing us out to game number 3.
My goodness me, the first sign of fight from Qlash, and is it going to spur on from the back of this a bit of a win streak? You know, I think I don't know how this is going to go. I feel like if I comment in any way, then I'm going to jinx it and I'm going to annoy someone. So I'm just going to try to stay reserved here, Tridd.
Wait. Ark, someone giving an opinion on the internet angered someone else? No, never. That never happens.
In the history of ever. But, you know, for me, CODEMAGIC Purple are playing really well. They are picking the right brawlers. We saw Qlash starting to imitate those picks as well to try to give themselves the mirror matchup. So now I guess the question is, will CODEMAGIC Purple swap out their comp? Will they keep it the same? But for me right now, Curse is doing a fantastic job of just kind of minimizing as much of that damage. But, you know, if they mix things up and take Curse away from Carl, how about that affect things? I think they'll probably keep him with that, but a lot of things can change in this next game.
Oh, absolutely. Let's have a look at what the comp's going to roll out with then as we head into our 3rd game. Looking awful similar to me, Ark. No real changes coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be the same again then, and it's going to come down to the skill. And look at this, already a shredding Gear in the mid lane, and that might leave things as Twisty's on the safe as well. So this is a great start for me from CODEMAGIC Purple, but shut down. Gear shuts down Twisty on low health as well.
Muniz not in range to find any damage with the pickaxe there as well, so an early lead of Sun Bentley will use these rocks to stay in cover. Finding shots where he can on IKaos, creating the pressure. He has the HP advantage. Twick and Curse. Great defense there to clear out the aggression. Muniz has the super. He can play clearance on Twisty, Twick and Sun Bentley. He might have to at this rate because there's no damage on the CODEMAGIC safe, but 40% removed for Qlash.
Great position for Curse. They're getting continuation shots off. The damage that keeps raining in. But this is where Qlash is dangerous. They are pushed up the map now, waiting a little bit for the Carl to catch up with the max speed dash. And now, what will Qlash do in this opportunity? Will they falter or will they thrive here?
They're making a beeline for the safe. They don't want to risk it. IKaos has to stay around here and deal damage. But they know if they go for a base race, chances are the Qlash will end up losing that one unless they can clear it. But they cleared out all members of CODEMAGIC. They've equalized the damage on these safes.
Now it's anyone's to play for, but it is CODEMAGIC Purple doing the push, and Guille going to sneak down on the left. No, he's going to come back. That could be costly. Muniz is going for the safe, and Chaos going in as well. Damage starting to come down, but with no Brock super. But one goes out from Sun, and it connects with Guille.
Right, they shut down one of the attackers right now. Chaos dropping the rocket rain. They have to clear him out. They can't land going there. Gadget over the wall, and he finds it! Qlash take the set and equalize the match.
My goodness me, I gotta be honest, CODEMAGIC Purple were in a great spot at the beginning of this matchup, and in the early stages of Heist, saw no signs of slowing down. Now the fight begins, and if Qlash can turn this around and have the ultimate week, it might leave them in a fantastic spot to qualify at Worlds.
Absolutely, they're getting themselves into position to finish first, get the maximum amount of points. A replay there, Chaos just gadgeting over the wall. He had one charge left in the tank to make that happen. He pulls it out. Having a look at some of the stats as well. CODEMAGIC with a huge damage advantage, not quite matching out on the safe, but the kills just flow in the way of Qlash. They were much better at clearing out the offensive line of CODEMAGIC when it came round to this particular round of Heist.
Yeah, they are good in Heist from what I've witnessed over the time that I've examined their gameplay. They do favor Heist more often than not. So it is a game mode that they do take to nicely and do a lot of practicing and scrimming over. Siege, we'll have to see. I mean, Olive Branch to me is a map which can go either way, to be completely honest. So let's wait and see what the broader comps are going to be. I would imagine some Pam Lane would be probably my go-to choice on this one.
The timer is just wrong, Ark. Like, they're not even taking any breaks between these matches. That 30 seconds is meaningless as we're jumping into the next set fast. Muniz and the rest of Qlash have moved forward. Chaos is on the hunt for Curse, but he's boxed in. Will pick up a bolt, but won't hold on to it for too long. Level 3 siege bot for CODEMAGIC.
CODEMAGIC coming in with the push, but it's worth pointing out Guy does have super. Will he use it for the stun now? Will he reserve it for coming back in to get the control that he needs for his team? We'll have to wait and see. Twisty laying down the healing station. Chaos is super low to be able to really make much of a push in. And actually, the majority of Qlash are quite low here. This looks like CODEMAGIC Purple are going to be doing a lot of control here. Chaos pops the gadget for heals, but now Guille in a good spot to smash down. Connects with Twisty.
Yeah, Twix off to the side. He's going to get rid of the healing station as well, but didn't have enough follow-up damage from his team, so ultimately will not end up securing the kill, but removing some of the terrain to play around, which actually, I think, ends up hurting Chaos and Guille more, because they're basically melee range. They need to get in close, and they're going to take so much damage on the entry now.
Yeah, level 6 coming in. Is there enough bolts in the bank for Qlash to do much next round? I'm not too sure, to be honest. They're going to have to get some control. They can't just kind of take a round to sit back. CODEMAGIC Purple, if they continue this, it might even be over here right now, to be fair. Curse going with the super 30%, 20%. This is enormous pressure. I mean, CODEMAGIC Purple could finish this mid-round here, Tridd.
Potentially, they can move forward on this one, but the terrain of this map does make it difficult to get free damage off. You are heavily reliant on the siege bot, more so than other maps, just based on the geometry. But we've got some bolts coming in for Qlash EU. They've got 85% to clear out. Even if they get a level 10 bot, that sometimes is too much of a tall order.
Yeah, this is what Qlash needs to do. They need to get some bolts banked mid-round. They got level 10 out of it. So it's going to be pretty much a one push here. You know, MENA is staying alive there, which is good. Guille's on to the right. Has Super's going to be coming in right now. This is actually a really, really strong push, potentially for Qlash, if they connect here.
It's a strong defense as well. They whittled down the bot so much before it even got in. 50% HP before it entered Ike range. And it's not Guille! You've got to do it! Come on! Come on, Guille! Oh, 1%! The HP pull from Frank was enough to pull it out. That push with any other brawler would not have worked.
I cannot believe how insane that final moment was. It was literally down to the count of Guille's hammer there. And what value did he get from that final moment? It was all eyes on him. What a way to finish that first push. Qlash under pressure, but not faltering to it.
That defense was incredibly good for a level 10 siege bot as well. I was trying to make it out before Guille just out of nowhere. Before the bot got into Ike range, it was already at 50% HP. They did so good at clearing it out. And it looked like it was CODEMAGIC's round to take, but Guille just unfazed by all the things being thrown at him, able to find that damage, inch it out by 1%. Wow, we're moving on to round number 2.
No words, no words. I mean, you know, you got to remember the effectiveness of Frank does stun the Ike as well, which will prevent that, you know, damage going and raining upon your teammates. So, you know, a great brawler. We're not going to see it this time around. However, it is. We do see Frank as more of a shock pick. It tends to be one of those brawlers where if you're expecting it, you can kind of prepare, but if you're not, it can be a real threatening thing to see. And the first thing this time around to note is that it's actually going to be a Qlash push early on.
Yeah, nice flip of the script that we saw from the previous round. Already going to make that connection. A little bit of damage coming onto the Ike. Nothing too substantial, but it's 19%. It's nothing to scoff at. 3 bolts in the pocket of CODEMAGIC, but the mid control is still in favor of Qlash, so they should be able to equalize quite quickly.
3 bolts then. CODEMAGIC Purple could get a chance of getting a push here, but not if Qlash bank these, and Chaos and MENA's got bolts in their hands as well. CODEMAGIC Purple looked like they were on track, and now it just seems that they're just maybe getting a little bit slack or just dropping the ball slightly. And if they don't get a couple of bolts of this round to put pressure on for the following round, it could be Qlash that starts to take the lead here in terms of sets.
Okay, bot coming in. It's only a level 7 one, so there's a little bit of power behind this one. It's like a medium rare, shall we say. It's almost there to being perfect, but not quite, as he moves in. Starts wailing away on the Ike as expected, drops it below 50%. That's a good position for Qlash to be in as we head towards what is going to be the last siege. They're in a 2-bolt deficit right now, but they still haven't let go of control of this mid. So they should be able to still catch up and potentially eke out a last siege here. But this is still winnable for CODEMAGIC if they can wrestle back bolt control.
Yeah, this is a great spot actually for CODEMAGIC Purple. They continue this pressure on this right-hand side lane and win the side which they have. It could be a level 10 coming in here. If some banks in time, he will.
Oh, they're going to get it.
So
they're going to get a level
10 coming in. Yeah, this is a great chance for CODEMAGIC Purple finally to get a push.
No level 11, that's unfortunate, but level 10's good enough turning it in. It's going to be Purple as it runs up the channel. In the mid position, BB gets the knockback as expected, but has to keep attacking, so will not be able to get that batting stance to knock them back again once more. Make connections there, already below 50%. They've got it below the line. They've done it. CODEMAGIC Purple are going to take away round number 2.
Keeping it alive. So the next game then, the next game is going to matter so much for both teams. You know, anyone's chance to go ahead now. And CODEMAGIC Purple getting some fight in and getting some better plays towards the end. It just goes to show, right, that the first pushes don't necessarily matter all as much as that final one and getting a big bank ready for it. And level 10 seems to be the number of the day. It's worked out well for Qlash and now working out well for CODEMAGIC Purple.
Alrighty. They've got to do this all over again. Round number 3 is going to be on your screens shortly. Both teams have equalized the series. One of them will eke ahead towards match point. And it's a good position to be in if you're a Qlash fan, because you were looking very shaky after set 1. I'm going to be honest with you, it wasn't looking good.
Not looking good, but now in a really, really good chance. They've got to learn from their mistakes. There was a couple there in that previous game which they're going to have to rethink through and consider brawler changes. We haven't seen many brawler changes, to be fair, against the European region today. So whether they stick or stay, we'll have to see. But definitely a few things to consider when it comes to rounds and the control they need to get the pushes that they need.
All right, back into the mid. No comp changes, really. Still keeping chaos on the BB. I mean, Bentley has to be cautious of these angles. Going to move into the center to get some clearance in there. Finds great value. Only one bolt being pocketed by either team so far as the mid wrestle continues. A speed boost going to help get them in the position to clear out the healing station. That's going to give CODEMAGIC the Purple the advantage in the mid control. There's a siege in play for now, as it's a tie, and no one will walk away with the first one.
Gie forced back then under pressure. Cursed getting some shots as well, but Gie popped the gadget there, sneakily staying alive in the left-hand side lane. As a result of that, he will stay alive to get 2 bolts in the bay, maybe even 3 here. But look at this. Twisty pushing through does manage to force Gie back. It's going to be 7 bolts, a much different start to the round here. Getting that early tie in. So now Chaos getting pressured, banking as well. But CODEMAGIC Purple could have a monster round, but if Qlash defend it, it's going to come right back at them.
Alrighty, they're going to keep it up. 11 bolts to 7. Not going to be caught back up by Qlash, but they're in a great position for the final siege. They just need to defend this one, and they should be able to finish it off in the last siege. Here it goes, level 11 coming in. Cursed and Bentley are in position. Last call is going to try and clear out the defenders rather than the Ike itself, but now Cursed in position to start throwing bottles and maximizing the time he has, sitting on the healing station as well. One last bottle on the exit, 38%. It can be achievable by Qlash. They already have 10 bolts. They need to lock in the last siege.
I think what CODEMAGIC Purple really need to ensure here is towards the end of the round they start to secure some kills, because if they can deflate that push early on and give themselves, buy themselves that time to get the damage needed, and there's a takedown from Twist on the left, Munis is low as well, they've got to get the damage in early on, and the more Qlash players there are to prevent that from happening, the harder it's going to be to defend this incoming push.
Level 13 siege bot coming in. Here we go. They didn't get those kills, as you said, Ark. No early deflation, as the bot will walk in with a full-powered unit. They have to get 72% worth of damage on the safe. It's a race against time for them. The defense is there. It's looking strong, but the bot does not falter. And Qlash will do enough to take the map. They go to match point in this series.
What a month to do it. I mean, you know, talk about cutting it fine. But I've got to say, Qlash today are bringing the best game they possibly can. They're a bit of a slow start against CODEMAGIC Purple, granted, but now it definitely feels, at least to me, they're starting to get their stride and starting to pick up the pace here and the pressure. I can feel it raining down on CODEMAGIC Purple right now.
It's going to be problematic for them if they continue to play like this. Qlash, once again, consistently, CODEMAGIC out-damaging Qlash, but Qlash performing where they need to. They didn't even bank more bolts than CODEMAGIC. They didn't get enough kills as CODEMAGIC. They didn't deal as much damage as CODEMAGIC, but they still win. Ark, that's a level of efficiency we're just not seeing from their opponents.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it is all about that. You know, wins is what matters. Wins is what we remember. And that's what Qlash are doing at the moment. And going ahead now at such a crucial time. I mean, this is looking like it's... I don't want to say it. Let's just look at the game mode and look at the map. Triple dribble, brawl ball, and we're going to see how this one plays out.
My arm's gonna be tired from all the wood touching I'm gonna have to do this broadcast. The amount of times we're trying to negate curses that we're trying to impose on these teams. Qlash, CODEMAGIC Purple, 2-1 scoreline in favor of the Spanish Titans. As we're now looking towards set number 4. We already know it is, I believe we're going over to a bounty map type. Correct me if I'm wrong. Bounty's our next stop, Ark.
I think Brawl Ball's up next.
Distracted.
Dribble.
It's Brawl Ball. I was too busy touching wood because of your slanderous curses you were throwing out.
Don't look at me. Don't blame me. I'm just speaking the truth, and it's just sometimes it tends to go the opposite way. I mean, that's not down to me.
Triple dribble, then Brawl Ball. It's going to be as our next stop. These teams are getting ready to move into it. Set match point in favor of Qlash. 2 rounds of Brawl Ball could see them cinching themselves a first place finish today, and making that possibility of a Qlash World Final performance all the more real.
Yeah, and gotta say, straight off the bat, an interesting lineup of brawlers. We are gonna see, again, an early display. I think it may be quite a premature display of healing tonic there from Sun. I don't know whether that was intentional or not, actually. But nonetheless, I do like the Barley mid. I like the B on this map as well. It's going to come down to Mr. P versus Spike, and I've got to say, Portis in Brawl Ball are really frustrating to deal with.
EA is very offside. So is Muniz, actually. What are they doing so deep in the CODEMAGIC camp? The ball's untouched this entire round so far. They're playing a deathmatch right now.
Yeah, I think to be fair, why not? You know, holding position and almost, taunting your teammates, I guess, with pressure. I think showing that you're able to withstand the heat and just take your time can be a scary prospect, because the pass to Chaos almost led to an opportunity which he didn't quite go to see. I think he saw Cursed maybe could have shut him down and hastily retreated. But that goes out some more healing tonic from Chaos and keeping his teammates in position here to continue this pressure on CODEMAGIC Purple.
Bottles over the top right now. Basketball traded into the half for CODEMAGIC. Gear getting the kill on Twisty Twick, and he's going to follow it up one onto Sam Bentley. Finds Cursed as well. That's free for Guilles. He makes a beeline for the goal. Twisty Twick's back. He's got the damage past the Muniz, and he finds the goal. Qlash take the early lead.
Wow, if nothing changes in 1 minute's time, then Qlash are going to be on match point. This is absolutely shaping the European region and how things progress as Sun finds Twisty. Can Twisty make something of this? He's on his own. He will go on to score, and that is going to tie up the goals.
Well, 30 seconds remaining. And it's a tied up round. Overtime will more than likely take into effect, and that's when things will start to get spicy.
Yeah, and, both teams have a B, and that is going to come very much into play in overtime, unless it's all finished beyond then, as Guille and Chaos are getting a really nice angle on Cursed, and they are all alive in a very advantageous position in the final 10 seconds.
5, 4, they've not got control of the ball, they haven't got enough time, no! Overtime is there, and he mistimed it, bouncing it further up the field. That was their overtime goal, hammed into them onto a platter, and Chaos slaps it out the waiter's hand.
Absolutely not the result that Qlash were looking for there, and the ball ends up further backwards than they started. But now look at this, it's got to be over here. Yeah, the goal is there. It didn't matter in the end, but yeah, it could have been done with a little more finishing style, shall we say?
Yeah, they slapped the platter off the waiter's hands, and they just ate it off the floor anyway. They weren't really bothered about how they consumed that meal. They still had it all the same. Qlash make the round, and they go to ultimate match point right now. They just win one more game of Brawl Ball. They secured themselves that first place finish, as we've talked about already. And make sure that they have a 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, but as we approach the what could be potentially the final game of today, a huge hand to Supercell, to ESL for putting on an amazing production under the COVID situation that we have, and not an easy feat. To everyone watching on the live stream on Twitch and YouTube, thank you for tuning in. If you're not subscribed, however, you got to make sure that you click that icon and do so, because next month it is going to be even crazier than this one, if that's even possible to comprehend, Tridd.
Do you know what I want now, Ark? I just want CODEMAGIC to come back now to make your thanks.
Reverse sweep? Sure. Reverse sweep? I mean, I got a tendency to...
Yeah, it's not a reverse sweep. They've already got a set. It's not a reverse sweep because they have got a set, my friend.
It's still a big way to go.
It's a bit of a way to go. Couple more games of this, why not? But just wanted to make your thanks and your pseudo sign-off premature. That's all I'm looking for right now.
String it out. I might do it again. I mean, I'm down.
Who knows? Go ahead. Knock yourself out with this one. Going into that next round of Brawl Ball, Qlash have the lead. One more round will give them the victory here. They're rolling out with the Sprout this time around. Barley and Mr. P. No real changes. They're getting the kills early, Ark, and they're moving forward. Muniz dodges out the shots. Twick has a slow from his super, able to get it past there to Chaos, but the respawns have come in, so they have to back away.
Qlash in a great spot here early on, and Sun forced to throw out the Herbal Tonic yet again for that healing for his teammates, and that's going to be one less to use later in an offensive position. Qlash are in a great spot to continue this pressure, and double thrower against Sun. Wastes the super as well. It's pressure and warning signs for me. CODEMAGIC Purple starting to feel the weight and the enormity of the battle ahead if they are going to be able to do anything about this onslaught.
Can't even walk out of their own goal line at this point. They're just boxed in. Super past the Chaos. Oh my god! They never saw it coming! They were blindsided by that one. And that is goal number 1 of 2 needed to send Qlash to the victory position in the first place podium finish.
Threading the needle, and look at this. This could be it. Muniz pushing up on Sun, the takedown there. Shooting past the Chaos. He can walk this in. No, curse off the line.
He tried to style on him, Ark, and that's what happens. Guille gonna box off the entry, bounce it in the back corner. Instead of going for the flashy plays, they're gonna slow it all down and keep this ball away from CODEMAGIC.
Kaz, a little light-hearted emote with a thumbs up. I guess, you know, he's already got his ticket to World, so he's not too worried about how this goes. But right now, it is Qlash, Qlash, Qlash. As the shots continue to rain down, Sun goes down twisty, pinched between Muniz and Guille, like a rock in a hard place. Curse goes down. This is shot.
They're gonna go for it.
That is it. Qlash are going to Worlds with a absolutely phenomenal day to wrap up the European region.
First place finish locked in. It now looks even less likely that we're going to see Tribe try and repeat themselves. This roster wants to go to those World Finals again, those World Championships again, under a different name. It's still possible for them, Woody. Instead of fighting with Qlash, who have now put themselves up in an ivory tower, they need to go down into the trenches against SK Gaming.
Yeah, it is going to come down to Tribe against SK Gaming next month to see this one out. Look at those stats, though. Qlash with 37 kills to 6 only from CODEMAGIC Purple. 4 goals to 1. What an amazing day for Qlash. They absolutely came in all guns blazing and came out victorious. What a day for the European region.
It's been great, Woody, and we're going to send it to one man, and one man alone to close it out. It's over to Dan.
Qlash completely dominated today. One outstanding victory. As Ark said, they have now locked in their place to global finals. We'll be talking about that in a little bit, but first, MVP for this match. It's going to be iChaos. iChaos dealt so much damage to that safe in Heist as Brock, both with the star power and also with Rocket Rain, dealing in those chips of damage where it really counted, vitally destroying that safe. Later on, as BB in Siege, Chaos was able to control the center, knocking back the other team, collecting those bolts and eventually getting that win. Chaos stuck with Barley in Brawl Ball, where he played extremely aggressively first to even grab the ball in game 1, healing teammates while moving that ball forwards. But finally, as Mr. P, Chaos was able to sneak in a cheeky little goal straight away. Not able to get that second one, but still able to help his team achieve ultimate victory. And now let's take a look at how things stand. Qlash were able to win both of their matches, meaning that Tribe Gaming came second with that 1-on-1 store. And CODEMAGIC Purple, who are our regional champions so far, really dropping the ball today. We'll see how that progresses moving forwards. But now we know Qlash is through. Things are interesting for Tribe. Let's take a look at prize money, though, and see what the result of today is. Qlash taking home the whopping $9,000. Tribe, hey, not too measly 6,000. And CODEMAGIC, this is a pretty low payday for them. They're used to doing a little bit better than this, but $4,000 either way. We're going to look at the leaderboard coming up next. And now this is where things are going to get really interesting. We've talked about Qlash already. We know that they have qualified, as they cannot be caught up with by SK or Tribe. But that spot for third place is now looking really interesting. 20 points in it, and both Tribe and SK are qualified and competing next month. Will it be Tribe taking the victory from the clutches of defeat, or will it be SK who are already on top? But there you go, there's our qualified teams. It is filling up so much now. CODEMAGIC, Qlash, INTZ, Jupiter, PSG, and Nova all having qualified, but we've got another spot for EU and MEA and another spot for North America and LATAM North. We'll be looking at that North America and LATAM North qualification tomorrow to see if we can lock that one in. Speaking of tomorrow, look at what we've got. Starting the show at 4 p.m. CEST, we've got Qlash against KGP. We've also got INTZ competing in LATAM South. We've got Omen Elite, IX Gaming, and Tempo Storm battling out for that final spot in North America and LATAM North in Globals. That is going to be an interesting group to watch. But for now, that's going to be the end of today's show. So, from Ark, from Woody, from Tridd, from our wonderful production team, and from myself, we really hope that you have enjoyed the show today. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. CEST. Make sure you are subscribed to Brawl Stars on YouTube. That's where you'll catch the action. We'll see you tomorrow.